Behave yourself. If you don't keep those dog eyes in check, get back where you came from. Hearing the threatening words at his side, Zhang Long quietly withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and lowered his head. All around him, coquettish laughter and playful chatter continued unabated. Zhang Long's eyes drifted for a moment before he forced himself to pull them back. He glanced at his wife Bai Wenwen, who was chatting and laughing merrily with a handsome man beside her, and a surge of indignation welled up in his heart. The handsome man was called He Ming. He came from a well-off family and had been pursuing Bai Wenwen for some time. From how familiar and intimate they appeared, it was as if they were the real couple. Although Zhang Long was Olivian's son-in-law, in reality, he was no different from a servant in the household. Bai Wenwen was his wife and also the owner of a modeling agency. Though she treated Zhang Long with cold cruelty, she was extremely friendly to her employees. With the year drawing to a close, Bai Wenwen waved her hand generously and took all the models and staff of the company on a trip to South America, with every expense along the way covered by the company. Each of these models was stunningly beautiful, and more importantly, their figures were breathtakingly perfect and irresistibly alluring. For Zhang Long, who had not touched a woman in over 20 years, this was a fatal temptation. Of course, Bai Wenwen's figure and looks were in no way inferior to any of the models. Combined with her aloof temperament, she even surpassed them. Yet Zhang Long never dared harbor the slightest extravagant hope toward her. In the 3 years since their marriage, not to mention sharing a bed, even sleeping in the same room, had been exceedingly rare. Just as Zhang Long was slightly lost in thought, a waft of perfume drifted over to him. "Hey, I want to switch seats with you. I need to talk to Sister Wen about something." A model with an extraordinarily voluptuous figure patted his shoulder. Zhang Long looked at her, and after a moment's recollection remembered that she was a veteran model at Bai Wenwen's company named Yuan Lu, highly valued in the company thanks to her fiery figure. "All right, you can come over." Zhang Long's gaze involuntarily fell upon Yuan Lu's full, ample chest, and he secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yuan Lu unfastened her seatbelt and moved past from the side to stand in front of Zhang Long. Zhang Long hurriedly unbuckled his own seatbelt, preparing to give up his seat. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook the plane. Yuan Lu lost her balance and pitched straight toward him. Softness, warmth, suffocating breath. Those were Zhang Long's first sensations, and because the turbulence came so suddenly, his hands ended up where they absolutely should not have been. Smack! Yuan Lu pushed herself up and swung a vicious slap across his face. "You filthy pervert, are you looking for death?" A voice filled with icy hostility rang out, and the haze in Zhang Long's eyes cleared in an instant. Bai Wenwen was looking at him, her brows slightly furrowed. "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose," Zhang Long said with a helpless smile. The fleeting contact just now, that soft, fragrant sensation, was something he found hard to forget. Yuan Lu snorted coldly, glaring at Zhang Long with undisguised disgust. "Get out of my way." At her words, Zhang Long hurriedly stood up. Just as Yuan Lu was about to sit down, the plane suddenly began to shake violently. Catching him completely off guard, he was once again pressed beneath her. Before he could feel anything at all, a dizzying sensation of the world spinning overwhelmed him. His consciousness grew hazy. He did not know how much time passed. Zhang Long felt someone slapping his face. He tried to move, but his whole body ached with numb pain, utterly devoid of strength. After a while, the numbness in his body slowly subsided, and Zhang Long slowly opened his eyes. The piercing sunlight made his eyes sting unbearably. As he gradually adjusted, a look of confusion surfaced in his gaze. Before losing consciousness, he remembered he had still been on the plane. Now before his eyes was a vast stretch of blue, endless high sky, and open sea. Waves surged up onto the beach, the icy touch of the water sending a jolt through Zhang Long's heart. A plane crash. Those two words clung to his mind like a nightmare, bringing with them an indescribable terror. "Zhang Long, if you're awake, then get over here and die already." Still in a daze, Zhang Long heard a familiar voice. He hurriedly turned around and saw several figures standing on the sand not far away. The one who had called out was his wife Bai Wenwen. A surge of wild joy rose in Zhang Long's heart, dispelling the gloom within. He jogged over and saw 7 other survivors, like himself. 5 women and 2 men. What surprised him even more was that He Ming and Yuan Lu had also survived. Yet every face was marked with fear and helpless bewilderment. "You really are hard to kill." As soon as Zhang Long approached, a look of disgust flashed across Yuan Lu's pale face. Seeing her, Zhang Long couldn't help but recall the scene on the plane, and a hot flush stirred in his lower abdomen once more. "What should we do now?" Zhang Long asked with a dry laugh, looking toward Bai Wenwen. Bai Wenwen shot him a fierce glare. "You're a man and you're asking me what to do. Then what use are you to me?" The single line choked off any words Zhang Long might have had. "Wenwen, don't worry, someone is bound to come rescue us." At that moment, He Ming drew near to Bai Wenwen and spoke softly in comfort. Hearing this, Bai Wenwen's expression softened a little, and she forced a faint smile. "This place is deserted. It's hard to say whether any search team will even discover this island. We should first think about how to survive, Zhang Long said with a bitter smile, feeling that the others were viewing the situation far too optimistically. In an instant, Bai Wenwen's face darkened with anger. Zhang Long, if you can't say anything useful, then shut up. Stop cursing me here. Zhang Long's expression tightened, and he did not dare meet her eyes. That's not what I meant. It's just that this place is deserted, and even if someone can find us, it won't be anytime soon. He Ming chuckled lightly and mocked. In a place like this, instead of thinking about how to get out, all you can think about is dragging out a pitiful existence. No wonder you've always had the reputation of being a useless waste. After that, He Ming had everyone gather bits of broken stone and arrange them on the beach in the shape of the letters SOS. Once everything was prepared, they all sat in a circle around the stones, quietly waiting. The sea breeze, though cool after blowing for so long, made it feel as though even their bones were coming apart. Zhang Long glanced up at the sun. How compared to when he had woken it, had shifted quite a bit. At least 2 hours had passed. I think. Why don't we first find something to eat and a place to take shelter? He Ming suddenly stood and looked around at everyone. Bai Wenwen, Yuan Lu, and the others nodded one after another. All right. To be honest with you all, I served in the army for 2 years and have relatively strong survival skills. Right now, we're all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If you trust me, then from here on, let me take charge. How about it? He Ming turned his gaze toward the other man in the group. The man was slightly taken aback, then said calmly, I have no objections. He Ming smiled in satisfaction. Among the entire group, there were only 3 men, and as long as this one agreed, his position as leader was essentially secure. As for Zhang Long, the possibility of him competing for leadership did not even exist in anyone's mind. Since everyone agrees, I'll give you a simple division of tasks. Well, cooperate and get through this hardship together. He Ming spoke with a stern, commanding tone. He Ming glanced up at the sky. It should be afternoon now. We must find food and shelter before nightfall. Then he divided everyone into 3 groups. He took Bai Wenwen, Yuan Lu, and another girl with him to look for food. The remaining man led 2 girls to search for shelter. In the end, only Zhang Long was left alone. You go look for a water source. Just follow this forest inward, and you're sure to find one. He Ming pointed behind him with a false smile. A girl with a pure, delicate face tilted her head in doubt. He's going by himself? Isn't that a bit dangerous? He Ming laughed heartily. It's fine. Zhang Long is very capable. He can handle it alone. The girl glanced innocently at Zhang Long, about to speak, but Yuan Lu beside her tugged at her arm. Take care of yourself, she said. Zhang Long's expression remained indifferent as he looked at Bai Wenwen with concern. Bai Wenwen shot him a look of disgust and said coldly, I don't need you to worry about me. Just mind yourself. Zhang Long gave a helpless smile and said nothing more. Soon after, everyone left one after another according to the earlier arrangement. Zhang Long shook his head and walked into the dense forest. It was nearly dusk now, and fog had risen in the forest, cutting visibility to less than 5 meters. Zhang Long picked up a branch as a walking stick and trudged through the woods step by uneven steps, searching. Finding a source of water was indeed no easy task. Thick shrubs crowded all around, moss spread everywhere, and with a casual glance, Zhang Long spotted several poisonous insects clinging to the thick tree trunks. A single careless bite could mean never leaving this forest alive. Zhang Long forced himself to stay alert, carefully searching his surroundings. Suddenly, a faint trickling sound of water reached his ears. His face lit up with joy. He quickly crouched down and followed the sound. After only a few steps, a gurgling spring appeared before his eyes. Zhang Long looked at the spring with relief, then suddenly found himself facing a new problem. He had found water, but how was he going to carry it back? Zhang Long glanced around the spring and suddenly noticed a lush bamboo grove nearby. Got it. Filled with enthusiasm, Zhang Long walked to the bamboo grove, rubbing his chin as he examined the stalks before him. Then he bent down and gave one a pull. A stalk nearly 10 meters long was wrenched straight out of the ground by his bare hands. If anyone had seen this, their jaw would surely have dropped. To pull out a bamboo stalk with bare hands without at least 100 kilograms of strength would be nothing but a fool's dream. Yet after doing all this, Zhang Long was only breathing slightly heavier, his face still calm. He then broke the bamboo apart section by section and tossed the pieces into the spring. The hollow joints quickly filled with spring water. Just as Zhang Long set down the bamboo in his hands, he suddenly heard a familiar voice cry out. He rushed toward the sound, and in less than 2 minutes, he saw Bai Wenwen, her face pale. Zhang Long's eyes sharpened, and he asked in a deep voice, what happened? Seeing him approach, Bai Wenwen pointed ahead in panic. There's a snake. Zhang Long leaped forward, crossing nearly 5 meters in a single bound, and snatched the snake into his hand. With a hard squeeze, the snake twisted violently twice in his grip, then went limp. Bai Wenwen stared in astonishment at the scene, her impression of Zhang Long as completely useless shifting slightly in her heart. Are you all right? It didn't bite you, did it? Zhang Long asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Bai Wenwen. She frowned uncertainty in her voice. I think it might have bitten me. As she spoke, she turned around, revealing 2 extremely fine puncture marks on the middle of her thigh. Zhang Long's expression tightened. Then hurry and take your pants off. The moment he finished speaking, Bai Wenwen slapped him hard across the face. Don't think getting me bitten means you can do whatever you want. If you dare touch me today, I'll fight you to the end. Bai Wenwen glared at him like an enraged lioness. You've misunderstood, Zhang Long said bitterly. The snake's venom is already in your body. If you want to live, it has to be sucked out. At his words, a troubled look crossed Bai Wenwen's face. Although they had been married for more than a year, Zhang Long had never once shared a bed with her, let alone had any intimate contact. After a long moment, feeling the area around the wound growing hot, Bai Wenwen said with difficulty, Fine then, but you have to cover your eyes. Zhang Long sighed helplessly. I don't have anything to cover them with. Forget it then. A blush flickered in Bai Wenwen's eyes before hardening into severity. If you dare stare, I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhang Long nodded. Hurry and undress. If we wait any longer, the venom will spread through your whole body and your life will be in danger. Turn around first, she snapped. Bai Wenwen shot him an angry glare. Zhang Long turned his back to her. Her cheeks flushed. She tried to move only to find her whole body limp and weak, utterly lacking strength. I don't have the strength. Help me, Bai Wenwen said weakly. Zhang Long drew a deep breath and turned back. Suddenly, he saw a grayish pallor spreading over her face and rushed forward in an instant. With a sharp rip, Zhang Long tore open Bai Wenwen's pants, exposing the wound. For a brief instant, a fierce heat surged through him, his voice turning hoarse. Hold on. If you're afraid, you can close your eyes. Bai Wenwen bit her lip lightly and closed her eyes in silence. Zhang Long's gaze trembled, then he lowered his head gently. Her face flushed crimson, her breathing growing heavier. Zhang Long bit the tip of his tongue, forcing his mind to clear. Not daring to delay, he drew out the poisoned blood mouthful by mouthful. Only when the blood he spat turned a vivid normal red did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Wenwen's face was suffused with rosy color, the blush threatening to spread down her neck and across her body. Zhang Long, who had almost lost control again, just now said hoarsely, It's done. Put your clothes back on. He turned his head aside, not daring to look at her again. Only after a long while did Bai Wenwen finish dressing. When Zhang Long turned back, he found her still lying on her side on the ground. Why aren't you getting up? He asked, puzzled. Bai Wenwen's expression was slightly unnatural. My leg's numb. Zhang Long chuckled inwardly. As the president of a company, he had rarely seen her so completely lose her composure. Sensing the amused interest in Zhang Long's gaze, Bai Wenwen shot him a vicious glare. If you keep staring, I'll dig out your dog eyes. Zhang Long let out a dry laugh, then glanced at the sky, where darkness was beginning to gather. Tentatively, he asked, It's getting dark. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. How about I carry you on my back? Bai Wenwen nodded helplessly. Zhang Long helped her to her feet, then bent down so she could climb onto his back. The two of them were very close, their breaths mingling. Did you find a water source? Bai Wenwen asked, taking the initiative to break the awkward silence. Zhang Long nodded. I found some bamboo and filled it with water. We'll head back there, pick up the bamboo, and return. Bai Wenwen gave a soft acknowledgement, then suddenly recalled the scene of Zhang Long grabbing the snake with his bare hands. I'm starting to feel like you know a lot more than I thought. You even understand snake venom. What exactly were you before all this? Zhang Long smiled faintly, saying, I used to be a journalist, and I have traveled to many places, so I know a bit about everything. The two returned to the bamboo forest and saw 6 or 7 bamboo stalks on the ground, each about 20 centimeters in diameter. Bai Wenwen, unable to believe her eyes, exclaimed, How did you get the bamboo? Zhang Long replied nonchalantly, I pulled them out. Pulled them out. Bai Wenwen was a bit skeptical, as it was not easy to pull out such thick bamboo. Zhang Long supported Bai Wenwen with one hand, while holding the bamboo with the other as they walked out. Through casual conversation, he learned that she had separated from He Ming and others to search for food, but the thick fog had caused her to lose her way. Zhang Long secretly felt fortunate. If he hadn't met her, Bai Wenwen might have truly perished in this forest. After about half an hour, the two finally returned to the agreed-upon place. Wenwen, what happened to you? Do you know how worried I was about you? As soon as he saw them, He Ming rushed over. I hurt my leg a little, Bai Wenwen replied calmly. He Ming looked at Zhang Long with jealousy, saying, Quickly put her down, who allowed you to carry her without permission? Zhang Long sneered coldly, She is my wife. Instantly, He Ming's expression turned sour. Zhang Long ignored him and gently set Bai Wenwen down. Look at what I prepared for you. He Ming approached, holding a coconut. Upon seeing the coconut, Bai Wenwen's eyes lit up with surprise. You found coconuts? He Ming nodded proudly. I went through a lot of effort to pick this one. I hurry up and eat. Then he coldly smiled at Zhang Long, saying, There's only one coconut left, so if you're hungry, figure it out yourself. Zhang Long's expression darkened. He realized He Ming was deliberately targeting him. Not far away, the other 5 sat quietly, choosing to remain silent. I'm not that hungry either. How about we share it? Bai Wenwen hesitated. After all, Zhang Long had saved her from the snake today, and she couldn't just let him go hungry. Zhang Long was somewhat surprised, his gaze filled with interest as it lingered on her. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Bai Wenwen's expression turned cold as she directly took the coconut back. Their seemingly flirtatious behavior made He Ming seethe with anger. Bai Wenwen, the coconut was specially reserved for you. You better think carefully before deciding. He Ming emphasized the word specially, clearly threatening Bai Wenwen. Zhang Long shook his head slightly, saying nonchalantly, "It's fine, I can find my own food." "It's almost dark, where will you find food?" Bai Wenwen glanced worriedly at the sky. Zhang Long's gaze remained calm. "I have my own methods." He Ming sneered. "Since he has his own methods, let him go. Come back with me." After saying this, without giving Zhang Long a chance to respond, He Ming pulled Bai Wenwen back to the campsite. Zhang Long couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He casually picked up a half-bamboo stick and turned to walk out. Watching his back, Bai Wenwen felt a twinge of reluctance. After today's events, Zhang Long no longer seemed so detestable in her eyes, and she no longer treated him as a worthless person. However, she still couldn't lower her ego to interact with Zhang Long amiably. In no time, Zhang Long arrived at the seaside. With the faint light, he held his breath and stared closely at the water surface beneath his feet. Splash! After a while, the water surface suddenly created ripples. Zhang Long's eyes brightened, and he thrust the bamboo in his hand like a sharp spear. Clang! The bamboo deeply pierced into the muddy bottom of the water, the tip still vibrating. Zhang Long pulled out the pole, and a yellow croaker weighing about 3 kilograms was struggling and writhing. After removing the fish, he used the bamboo pole to flip over nearby rocks, stretching his neck to sniff intently. After a while, Zhang Long's expression brightened as he dug out 2 gray stones the size of goose eggs from under the rocks. He treasured the 2 gray stones in his hand, striking them together, creating a series of faint sparks. Zhang Long's guess was correct. These inconspicuous stones were nitrate. He had just been taking a chance, but unexpectedly he really found them. With nitrate, it was equivalent to having flames. On this deserted island, fire was an essential tool. After that, he gathered his belongings and returned to the campsite. The others were chatting happily when they suddenly saw Zhang Long returning with fish. He Ming sarcastically remarked, "Oh, you really found something to eat." He looked at the fish in Zhang Long's hand, his eyes burning with jealousy. Previously, when He Ming took Bai Wenwen and Yuan Lu to search for food, they had tried fishing. But the fish in the sea swam extremely fast, and despite He Ming's efforts, he couldn't catch any, ultimately resorting to picking coconuts to fill their stomachs. Now Zhang Long returning with fish was like slapping his face. "Do you want some?" Zhang Long cheerfully approached Bai Wenwen, waving the fish in his hand. Bai Wenwen nodded excitedly. "With meat to eat, who would want to live on coconuts?" "Zhang Long, there are so many of us. What do you mean by bringing back just one fish?" He Ming suddenly jumped out, pointing at Zhang Long. Upon hearing this, the others also displayed expressions of outrage. Zhang Long replied calmly, "You ate coconuts without giving me any, so we're even. What's the problem?" He Ming's face shifted between green and white as he sneered. "What use is it for you to bring back a fish? Are you planning to eat it raw? That's none of your business." After saying this, Zhang Long picked up some dry branches with the thicker ones at the bottom and the thinner ones on top. The crowd watched in surprise as he busied himself, not understanding what he was doing. Once everything was ready, Zhang Long took out the nitrate. "Are you going to start a fire?" Bai Wenwen couldn't help but ask. Zhang Long nodded as if it were obvious, saying, "Am I really going to eat it raw like that fool He Ming?" Bai Wenwen chuckled softly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Bang! As the nitrate struck, tiny sparks ignited from the point of impact, filling the air with a faint smell of gunpowder. Without much effort, a lively flame began to burn. Zhang Long hurriedly skewered the fish with a twig and placed it over the flame. The fish oil sizzling over the flames produced a crackling sound, and an intense aroma wafted out. Even without any seasoning, the real meat aroma was far superior to that of coconuts. After being hungry for most of the day, the others couldn't help but swallow several mouthfuls of saliva upon smelling such an aroma. Zhang Long's grilling skills were indeed impressive. The yellow croaker ended up perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fragrant with oil. "You must be starving. Hurry up and eat." Zhang Long cheerfully brought the grilled fish to Bai Wenwen. He Ming observed this, seeing his expression growing darker. Suddenly, he stood up and swaggered over to Zhang Long. "How did you catch the fish?" "Tell me," He Ming asked arrogantly. Zhang Long shook his head. "What does that have to do with you?" 100,000, just tell me, and I'll give you 100,000 when we go back," He Ming declared with certainty. Zhang Long took a bite of fish meat and smiled. "Whether we can go back is still uncertain." "Do you know who I am?" He Ming said with a fierce facade. "I am the son of He Xiao from the Zhongbei group. Are you sure you want to offend me?" "So what?" Zhang Long replied lightly. He Ming's face darkened. "Everyone else hasn't eaten yet. You are enjoying yourself here. If you don't let us catch fish, can I go catch some myself?" Be a person, don't be too selfish. He Ming's few words made the girls sitting not far away look at him with deep gratitude. Zhang Long, with such magnanimity from young master, you better not be ungrateful. Suddenly Yuan Lu stood up and said coldly. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Long, wanting to see his reaction. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhang Long smiled indifferently, just about to speak, when he noticed two eerie green lights emerging from the forest. Suddenly the cold, eerie green lights flickered on and off. Zhang Long's eyelids twitched, a chilling sensation surged through him. He stiffly turned his head and whispered, "There are wolves in the woods." He Ming scoffed. "Can you find a more credible reason? Who are you trying to fool?" Zhang Long's gaze turned sharp as he pointed toward the forest. "Look for yourself, don't show too much emotion. If the wolves sense that we are afraid, it will be over." He Ming glanced around and was frightened to retreat several steps as he spotted more than 10 eerie green lights. "Don't move, you'll be noticed like this," Zhang Long hissed in a low voice. In this situation, if they were surrounded by a pack of wolves, it would be a complete disaster. "Run, there are wolves." He Ming retreated repeatedly, not forgetting to loudly remind the others. This statement immediately startled the girls, causing them to scream in panic and chaos. Hearing He Ming shout, Zhang Long's heart skipped a beat as the eerie green lights began to dance like flames. The wolf pack had emerged. Zhang Long picked up a still burning stick from the ground and slowly backed away while dragging by one. Meanwhile, more than 10 gray wolves crept closer. The gray wolves were about a meter long, their fur bristled, baring their teeth at Zhang Long and the others. Zhang Long swallowed hard, blocking Bai Wenwen's path. "You go to the back first. If the wolf pack charges, I'll do my best to hold them off. You all hurry and run." Bai Wenwen looked at him with a complex expression and then turned to run back into the crowd. Afterward, Zhang Long, holding the flaming stick, straightened his posture to confront the wolf pack. From the wolf pack emerged a gray wolf with a white spot on its forehead, its gaze fixed intently on Zhang Long. After a few seconds, it let out a roar. In an instant, several gray wolves charged at Zhang Long. "You all go help him." Bai Wenwen looked at the other two men in the group. He Ming's voice trembled. "We can't go. You all need protection here." Bai Wenwen cried. "Are we just going to let him fight the wolves alone?" Yuan Lu suddenly screamed hysterically. "Isn't it good that he can attract the wolves' attention? If you want to die, we don't." Instantly, Bai Wenwen's face was full of shock as she glanced at everyone's expressions. Their expressions were almost identical, cold, tense, and even a hint of relief. An icy feeling surged from within Bai Wenwen. Bang! A gray wolf dashed past Zhang Long, who seized the opportunity to strike fiercely at the wolf's waist. The gray wolf whined and fell to the ground. Zhang Long, panting slightly while holding the stick, had already taken down 3 or 5 gray wolves at his feet, leveraging the advantages of their weak spots. However, Zhang Long's stamina was also rapidly depleting. The gray wolf with the white spot on its forehead scratched at the ground, and a thoughtful glimmer appeared in its icy eyes. After pausing for a few seconds, it suddenly let out a low growl. Instantly, the wolf pack split into 3 groups, one facing Zhang Long, while the other 2 flanked him from the sides. Zhang Long's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the gray wolf with the white spot. This wolf clearly held a different status within the pack and was likely the leader. If he could subdue or kill it, the wolf pack should retreat. However, while he was contemplating, several gray wolves charged forward recklessly. Zhang Long stomped the ground, rolling to evade 2 gray wolves' attacks. Rising, he sprinted towards the position of the lead wolf. Behind him, a gray wolf that missed lunged forward to chase him. Zhang Long ran with all his strength, his eyes locked firmly on the lead wolf. "Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the night sky. Zhang Long paused. He recognized it as Yuan Lu's voice. Following the sound, he saw Yuan Lu being pushed forward by He Ming, a gray wolf lunging at her shoulder, viciously biting down. Bai Wenwen and the others stared in terror, trembling. "He Ming, you will not have a good end." Yuan Lu struggled in pain, continuously shouting. But her body was held by He Ming, rendering her unable to escape. Zhang Long's gaze turned icy. He hadn't expected the lead wolf to be so cunning, using 2 waves of gray wolves to feign an attack on him, while actually surrounding Bai Wenwen and the others. He gripped the stick tighter and then hurled it towards the lead wolf. Thwack! Although the lead wolf dodged in time, it was still struck on the back leg by the stick. Zhang Long felt a surge of joy and was about to take advantage of it when he heard Bai Wenwen's cry for help. Zhang Long come back quickly. In just a few seconds, Bai Wenwen and the others had sustained injuries and were on the brink of collapse. Zhang Long sighed lightly. If he pursued the lead wolf further, Bai Wenwen and the others would surely fall into danger. He quickly ran back. Yuan Lu's gaze was vacant, her shoulder a bloody mess, having lost all strength to struggle. Zhang Long kicked the gray wolf that was biting Yuan Lu away. Afterward, he did not dare to linger, driving away the remaining gray wolves standing in front of the group. "Help Yuan Lu bandage her wounds to prevent attracting other beasts." Zhang Long glared at the gray wolves, shouting loudly. They knew very little about this island and had to guard against all potential threats. The wolf pack gathered the lead wolf limping slightly coldly staring at Zhang Long. Zhang Long took a deep breath, meeting its gaze without fear. At this moment, if he showed any sign of cowardice, the wolf pack would undoubtedly pounce on him. After a moment, the killing intent in the lead wolf's eyes gradually faded, and it lowly growled before turning to disappear into the forest. The remaining gray wolves slowly retreated, ultimately vanishing into the darkness. Zhang Long let out a sigh of relief and looked up. The sky was already beginning to brighten. Just as the anxious heart was finally at ease, it was suddenly lifted again. Zhang Long pushed through the crowd and saw Yuan Lu's pale face. He Ming, if it weren't for you, Yuan Lu wouldn't have ended up like this. Bai Wenwen pointed angrily at He Ming. In a moment of crisis, you actually used a girl's body as a shield. Are you even a man? Yuan Lu had been a veteran model in Bai Wenwen's company for 6 or 7 years, so there was some emotional bond. However, what truly made Bai Wenwen unable to accept was seeing a living person wither away right before her eyes. This deserted island seemed to show its fangs to outsiders for the first time. She isn't dead yet. There's still a chance for rescue. After inspecting Yuan Lu's injuries, Zhang Long said solemnly. Immediately, all eyes turned to him. After facing the wolf pack crisis, Zhang Long's act of self-sacrifice to block the wolves had established a grand image in everyone's hearts. Everything that He Ming had painstakingly built was ruined in an instant. What should we do? Hurry and save her. Bai Wenwen looked at Zhang Long, her mind in disarray. Zhang Long glanced at the faintly brightening sky in the distance and smiled bitterly. It's still not completely dawn. Oh, we can't identify the herbs if we go out now. He looked at the dark forest and frowned, saying, the wolf pack may not have completely retreated. It's not the right time to take any reckless actions. Herbs, eh? Bai Wenwen casually tilted her head, but noticed that the other 3 girls looked at Zhang Long with some admiration. She then exclaimed angrily, you have such great abilities. How come I never knew? Zhang Long helplessly replied, your focus has always been on the company. How could you know? Bai Wenwen's face flushed slightly. Well, you never told me. Zhang Long cleared his throat and looked at the group. It's probably not long until dawn. Everyone should rest for a while. When it gets light, we'll find a place to stay before taking further actions. Who do you think you are trying to command me just because you have some abilities? Suddenly, He Ming, who had been silent for a long time, jumped out. I'm the leader of this team, Zhang Long said calmly. Look at them. How many are willing to listen to you? He Ming smiled confidently. As long as you all listen to me, when we return, everyone will get 10 million. I, He Ming, keep my word. He looked earnestly at the crowd, but found only disdain and coldness in the girl's eyes. Just as He Ming was about to threaten them, Zhang Long's piercing gaze stopped him. The crisis isn't over yet. You should think about how to survive on this island. After saying this, Zhang Long turned and left. Immediately, Bai Wenwen followed closely behind him. A few seconds later, only He Ming was left alone. His cheeks twitched as he glared at Zhang Long's back with resentment. Tomorrow I want to try to find a higher place to see if there's any signal. Just as Zhang Long sat down, he heard Bai Wenwen's voice beside him. Suddenly, warmth spread from his shoulder, and a faint fragrance lingered near his ear. Zhang Long trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Bai Wenwen had actually leaned against his shoulder. This kind of intimate gesture was truly the first since they got married. All right, that's perfect. Oh, I also want to observe the terrain and location of this island. Zhang Long felt his heart race suddenly. He sat still, afraid that if he moved carelessly, Bai Wenwen would shift away, missing this hard-won benefit. Do you not want to leave? Suddenly, Bai Wenwen asked softly. Not want to leave? Zhang Long was taken aback and chuckled. Why wouldn't I want to leave? Bai Wenwen paused and said, this deserted island is desolate, and you have many strange abilities and strength. If we can't leave this island, I will live here with you for the rest of my life, no longer busy with work, and we will live a farming life like in the countryside. Instantly, Zhang Long's hand on his chin trembled slightly. Bai Wenwen's words held a tremendous attraction for him. If he stayed on this island for life, undoubtedly everyone would have to rely on him for survival. No, we must go back. Zhang Long gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Bai Wenwen placed her hands on Zhang Long's face, gently turning his head towards her. The two locked eyes. Bai Wenwen's cherry lips parted slightly. Then if all the girls followed you, would you stay? Her fair and beautiful face gave Zhang Long an inexplicable sense of allure at that moment. Ahem, let's go back instead. Zhang Long chuckled awkwardly, not daring to look at Bai Wenwen's face. Oomph. Bai Wenwen charmingly wrinkled her nose. At least you know how to choose. She took out her delicate white hand and gestured a fist at Zhang Long. After a while, Bai Wenwen sighed softly again. I really hope we can get out of here. Zhang Long glanced at her and silently made up his mind. We must leave this deserted island. Turning back, Bai Wenwen had already closed her eyes tightly, her breathing steady. Zhang Long revealed a doting smile and slowly closed his own eyes. When he woke up, the sky was bright. Zhang Long glanced beside him, Bai Wenwen's figure had already disappeared. He stood up stretched and moved his body. You're awake. Bai Wenwen came over holding 2 large leaves. Zhang Long nodded slightly. What is this? Bai Wenwen spread the leaves on the ground. I specially picked these for you. Zhang Long looked and realized they were some wild fruits. He casually picked one up and took a bite. The fruit was slightly sour. Hurry and eat, then we'll go up the mountain. Bai Wenwen said energetically. Zhang Long was surprised. Up the mountain. Bai Wenwen nodded. Didn't we agree yesterday to go to a higher place to see if there's any signal? What's wrong? Don't you want to leave anymore? A mischievous smile appeared on her face. Zhang Long chuckled. I do. Let's eat and go. Then he quickly ate 2 fruits and set off with everyone. This trip also had another purpose: to find a place to stay. Living in the open wilderness would only make them targets for various wild beasts, allowing them to be hunted at will. After several hours of climbing, the group finally reached the highest mountain on the deserted island. As soon as they got up, Bai Wenwen eagerly opened her phone and moved around looking for a signal. Zhang Long surveyed the surroundings. This deserted island had only one relatively large mountain with dense forests below. However, the distribution of the forest had its own characteristics. Zhang Long observed that the forest was roughly divided into east and west. In the eastern forest, there was a huge lake, where he could vaguely see many wild beasts frolicking among the trees. In contrast, the western forest was shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to see anything clearly from the outside. The 2 dense forests were distinctly different, each occupying half of the deserted island. Everyone look. A plane. A plane. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone turned their gaze towards it. A standard passenger plane circled above the island. They must have seen the distress signal we left on the beach and come for us. Bai Wenwen shouted excitedly, and everyone instantly perked up. Zhang Long squinted against the glaring light for a few seconds. I'm not so sure about that. His words immediately drew discontent from the crowd. Even Bai Wenwen frowned. Before she could speak, He Ming laughed maniacally. Zhang Long, do you think staying in this godforsaken place gives you a sense of superiority since you're such a poor loser? I don't want to argue with idiots. Anyone who wants to leave, come with me. With that, almost everyone followed He Ming towards the open beach. Bai Wenwen's expression turned somewhat grim. Zhang Long, didn't you say last night? I'm serious. Look at that plane. The nose is obviously too low. It's not how a normal landing should look. Moreover, if they were truly here to pick us up, it shouldn't be a plane like this. Zhang Long gazed at the swaying plane and said solemnly, regardless, let's go check it out first. Of course, He Ming and his group overheard this, but most of them scoffed. Only Zhang Xiaotong's complexion darkened, as if she sensed something amiss. Soon the plane's propellers suddenly exploded. A thick black smoke accompanied by flames instantly rose, plummeting like a stone. Damn it! He Ming turned back, glaring at Zhang Long, and grabbed him by the collar. It's all your fault for having a mouth of a crow. Do you not want us to leave here at all? Faced with the sudden extinguishing of hope, the crowd grew agitated, and seeing He Ming take the lead, they all started to chatter. Zhang Long found it somewhat amusing. If I could predict everything, I would have been rich by now. He Ming erupted in anger. Hey, you little brat looking for a fight. That plane must have encountered turbulence or some malfunction. It's exactly the same as when we crashed. Zhang Xiaotong remained calm, pointing in the direction of the plane's descent. We probably crashed in that direction too. This area is known for frequent accidents. Hearing Zhang Xiaotong, He Ming finally released Zhang Long's collar. After a brief discussion, they decided to go check it out. Upon arriving, the plane had crashed onto the beach, shattered into pieces with white smoke billowing. A careful inspection revealed it was a modified aircraft meant for transporting supplies. However, since it was carrying flammable materials like clothes, everything had already turned to charred remains. Damn it! He Ming kicked at the plane. Another wasted effort. Everyone stood quietly on the beach, staring at the wreckage of the plane, feeling very disheartened. Zhang Long seemed to have thought of something, quickly crawled into the passenger plane, and shortly after threw out a few cans and several bottles of mineral water. The usually quiet guide, Peng Hai, was quick to react and snatched everything into his arms. He turned around, eyes reddened, glaring at the crowd, and shouted with a fierce expression, "These are all mine. You're not allowed to come over." Just as he finished speaking, He Ming lunged from behind, and they started tussling. The women screamed, some attempted to break it up, while others wanted to join their side. Zhang Long, standing on the wreckage of the plane, watched all of this coldly. Suddenly, he found it amusing. These people had previously looked down on others being rich heiresses or corporate executives. Now stranded on a deserted island, they were fighting over a few cans of food. Such is human nature. However, a few remained calm and stood aside in contemplation, including Bai Wenwen. Zhang Long smiled knowingly. Indeed, I did not misjudge her. He casually picked up a piece of metal and threw it down, which landed on the sand with a dull thud, catching everyone's attention. This little food can only sustain an ordinary person for 3 days at most. Once it's gone, do we just wait to die, eh? His words were firm and resonant. He Ming snorted, coldly releasing Peng Hai and glaring at him, pulling at his messy hair. Then what do you suggest we do? Earlier when I was coming down the mountain, I noticed a cave halfway up the slope. We could temporarily stay there. There are many parts on this plane that can be dismantled and turned into tools for living which can help us address our immediate crisis. As Zhang Long spoke, he dove back into the wreckage of the plane without looking back. His words made He Ming's face flush with embarrassment. Although he was seething with anger, he had to admit that Zhang Long was right. Without tools in this primitive forest, they would eventually die here. The way everyone looked at Zhang Long changed somewhat. After Bai Wenwen led the way, they gradually followed him inside. Peng Hai, with a red face, placed the food on the ground and followed. He understood the difference between having a full meal and being filled every meal. As dusk approached, under Zhang Xiaotong's guidance, they made some simple yet essential tools, from small bowls to simple spears and shovels. While they were crafting tools, Zhang Xiaotong often bent over to guide them, and Zhang Long couldn't help but notice sights he shouldn't have. Though he knew he shouldn't look as a normal man, how could he resist? Perhaps noticing Zhang Long's actions, Zhang Xiaotong flushed, standing up straight. Just as she was about to say something, Zhang Long hurriedly interjected. Honestly, I'm curious, how do you know all this? Zhang Xiaotong was taken aback, but soon smiled. I must have overthought it. This useless person couldn't possibly be that bold. My family is in mechanical manufacturing. To be honest, I also enjoy doing these things to pass the time. At that moment, He Ming's voice came from afar. I suggest that since we've decided to stay in the cave, we should pick all these coconuts and take them with us. After discussing, several girls agreed. Just as they were about to take action, He Ming turned around only to see Zhang Long, and anger flared instantly. What now? Other girls chimed in with grievances. Even if you can hunt, there are so many of us here. If we don't pick these coconuts, it would be a waste. Zhang Long remained very calm. Earlier, Zhang Xiaotong mentioned this area is prone to accidents. Since we've survived, there's a chance others might also survive and get washed ashore. If you take all the coconuts, what will they do? He Ming was infuriated, and amidst the gasps, he drew a dagger, aiming it at Zhang Long. I've never liked you. Are you here to make jokes? We're stranded on a deserted island, and you still have the leisure to care about others. Do you believe I won't deal with you right now? A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Long's eyes. Although he said nothing, there was still a hint of yielding. The tension in the air thickened. Enough. Bai Wenwen stood in front of Zhang Long. This gesture made Zhang Long feel somewhat uneasy. For the past year, he had shamelessly accepted Bai Wenwen's protection like a spineless coward. Now that everyone was stranded on a deserted island, he wanted to rely on his own strengths to protect this little woman, but sometimes he found it impossible to change the situation. Bai Wenwen did not share the same sentiment. We should empathize with each other. Besides, there are plenty of wild fruits in the forest that we can eat. We won't starve. Let's save these coconuts for later. He Ming punched the coconut tree. When he's just a useless person. Why do you have to? Enough. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and leave. After saying that, he took the girl and left. He Ming's chest heaved violently with anger as he shot a fierce glare at Zhang Long. You just wait. As everyone walked and picked wild fruits, they arrived at the cave Zhang Long had found earlier. The cave was relatively lowly, with some weeds and moss growing inside, making it somewhat damp. However, thanks to the weeds and moss, it proved that no animals lived in this cave, providing shelter for the group from the wind and rain. Once inside, everyone found a place to drop their things, stretching their shoulders and legs, except for Zhang Long. They'll go gather firewood. With that, Zhang Long walked out alone. By this time, the sky was nearly dark and the forest was dim, making it hard to see, while various birds and beasts were beginning to stir. In this primordial forest, there was no shortage of dry firewood. In a short while, he had gathered a large bundle and even picked a few mushrooms. Just as he was about to return, a sharp crack echoed behind him. Zhang Long instantly froze in his movements. Oh no, something was coming. Zhang Long swallowed hard, slowing his movements as he reached for the sharpened steel pipe at his waist. He then crouched low and crept towards the bush where the sound came from. His heart raced faster. Swish! A shadow suddenly emerged. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, thrusting the steel pipe forward fiercely. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the woods. He Ming fell to the ground, his face pale, clearly startled by Zhang Long's sudden move. After all, if that steel pipe had gone just a little further, his head would have been punctured. Seeing who it was, Zhang Long couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Why did you follow me? He Ming, noticing Zhang Long's impatient demeanor, instantly flew into a rage, forgetting his earlier fear, and jumped up, grabbing Zhang Long by the collar and shouting. Were you doing it on purpose? Zhang Long remained unfazed. You didn't say anything. How was I to know it was you? You know how many wild beasts are in this forest? He Ming was momentarily speechless, his gaze flickering. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he calmed down. Zhang Long, I know you were short on money, which is why you became Bai Wenwen's Livian son-in-law. Once we get back, he'll give you 500,000 from now on. Stay away from Bai Wenwen. Zhang Long pushed him away. Let's not even discuss whether you'll keep your promise. The question is whether we can even go back. Saying this, he picked up the firewood from the ground and headed back. Money isn't everything. He Ming was stunned by Zhang Long's actions. Previously, Zhang Long was just a silent coward, the kind of person even the worst models looked down upon. Now this guy seemed like a completely different person. Suddenly realizing that as the heir of a company, he had been outsmarted by someone like him, He Ming's anger flared up. You? Just wait. Once we get out of here, you'll see how I make your life miserable. All he received in response was the eerie calls of birds. It was only then that He Ming realized it was completely dark. His eyes widened, and anxiously glancing around, he fled back. Upon reaching the campsite, he found everyone gathered around a pot, made of plain metal, waiting for soup, made from canned pork and mushrooms. Zhang Long exchanged glances with him. The two tacitly chose not to mention what had just happened. We won't be able to make do with these supplies for long. Tomorrow, we need to go out and gather resources, food, water, and firewood, while also gathering sticks for weapons. Zhang Long said calmly. Zhang Xiaodong added a bit, teaching them how to recognize wild fruits and what to do in emergencies. Bai Wenwen habitually stood up and clapped her hands. All right, since the task is set, let's split into groups tomorrow, 3 people per group. Now everyone can form their teams freely. Soon the girls had formed their teams except for He Ming. As Yuan Lu put it, with such a vast forest, it was inevitable they would encounter wild beasts. If He Ming were to be pushed out as a shield, it would be a huge loss. He Ming's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't articulate a reason. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Long. The others laughed heartily, and after sharing the soup, they took turns keeping watch. Early the next morning they set off. Zhang Long teamed up with Yuan Lu and Bai Wenwen. On the way, Yuan Lu couldn't help but sigh, reminiscing about the extravagant wastefulness in the city, saying that He Ming was simply a disgrace. However, Zhang Long only half listened, his full attention on the pair that swayed as she walked. They looked just like tofu, soft and white and a size larger than Zhang Xiaotong's, exuding a mature charm. He wondered if one hand could grasp them. By the way, thank you for last time. If it weren't for you helping me find herbs and using your clothes as a bandage to stop the bleeding, I would have lost my life already. Yuan Lu said, looking at him gratefully. I never realized how capable you were. It's really impressive. Zhang Long scratched his head and smiled. It's just experience I accumulated while working as a reporter. It's nothing special. By the way, can you see if this can be fixed? Yuan Lu said, handing Zhang Long a phone. Zhang Long didn't reach for it, only managing a bitter smile. I'm not omnipotent. Ooh, I can't do everything. Let's not even talk about the lack of tools here. Just the way your phone is smashed, there's no way to fix it. Yuan Lu sighed after hearing this, slightly disappointed, but continued to praise him consistently. Throughout the journey, she asked questions about everything, and although Zhang Long found it somewhat annoying, he still answered patiently. All of this was quietly observed by Bai Wenwen, who had not said a word. Though she said nothing, her heart felt as if it had been turned upside down, a mix of emotions that was overwhelming. Watching the two of them talk and laugh, Bai Wenwen suddenly realized, am I feeling jealous? Just as her thoughts were in disarray, Zhang Long suddenly shouted, don't move. Bai Wenwen was startled and quickly stopped her movements. What? What's wrong? Yeah, Brother Long, what's going on? Zhang Long cautiously fixed his gaze on a patch of grass in front of Bai Wenwen, lowering his voice. Wife, listen to me, slow down and back away slowly, it's okay. Bai Wenwen's heart raced and her expression was far from pleasant. She wanted to ask what was wrong, but feared the answer. After all, anything could be lurking in the forest before her. She instinctively swallowed hard and began to back away slowly, her body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a shadow suddenly sprang up from directly in front of her. It was a snake with a head as thick as an adult's arm. Its pitch-black eyes fixed fiercely on Bai Wenwen, suddenly revealing its fangs and charging towards her. Ah! Bai Wenwen screamed in terror, her face drained of color. Her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. Sister, Wen, run. Before she could even think, Zhang Long drew out a steel pipe and plunged it directly into the snake's mouth. Get out of the way. Bai Wenwen knew she should escape, but her body felt weak and powerless. Yuan Lu quickly ran over to help her up and retreat. Zhang Long, on the other hand, thrust the steel pipe deeper into the snake after it writhed in pain. Zhang Long would not give it a chance. He pressed the attack, running forward and using his strength to drive the steel pipe in even deeper. Be careful. A whooshing sound filled his ears. Zhang Long instinctively bent down and turned to look back. The snake's tail whipped towards him like a whip. Fortunately, he reacted in time. It was only then that he saw the full length of the snake. It measured 2 to 3 meters long with a pattern not particularly vibrant, but it possessed astonishing strength. However, for Zhang Long, this was merely child's play. Dodging the snake's tail attack, he suddenly exerted force in his hands, thrusting the steel pipe into the ground. The snake writhed in agony, but it was futile. Seeing this, Zhang Long released his grip and counterattacked its vital point. With just one punch, the snake fell silent. The entire process lasted less than 5 minutes. Looking at the dead snake, Zhang Long couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he lifted his head, he was met with a pair of pale plump curves followed by a slippery sensation and suffocation. Are you okay? You scared me to death just now. I thought I was going to be eaten by it. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, yet she maintained her grip. Zhang Long shamefully felt a reaction. He had always fantasized about burying his face in certain places trying to get closer to Bai Wenwen, but now he found himself in an unexpected situation. However, he had to admit it was quite ample. I'm fine, I'm fine. Zhang Long coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness. It was only then that Bai Wenwen realized her actions might have been inappropriate, and a blush appeared on her face. Ha ha ha. You two make quite the interesting couple. Yuan Lu teased from the side. How long have you been married, and you're still blushing? Zhang Long thought to himself, yes, they were married, but he hadn't had any intimate experiences yet. Bai Wenwen gave an awkward smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Zhang Long. She recalled how he had rushed to save her, and her heart raced. Zhang Long also glanced at her, though his focus was on those curves. Wow, Brother Long, you're so amazing. You managed to subdue such a big python. Yuan Lu's exclamation broke the awkward tension. Speaking of which, Zhang Long walked over looking at the dead snake, feeling an inexplicable confusion. I've seen this type of snake before. It's non-venomous, but the largest ones are only about a meter long and its teeth are quite strange. He said, pulling out the steel pipe. Look, ordinary snakes have 4 fangs, but this one has a mouthful of teeth, like a monster. Bai Wenwen came over to take a look. Are you sure you didn't mistake it? Zhang Long shook his head. This pattern is very unique. I would never mistake it. He pondered for a moment. It's probably because this area is rich in resources and has no natural enemies. He said, lifting the snake. Let's gather some dry wood on the way back and roast snake meat. Off. The 2 women exclaimed in unison, expressing their distaste. This thing. Zhang Long scratched the back of his head. It may look ugly, but this snake has firm meat, and it tastes similar to rabbit meat. Although he said this, the thought of eating snake meat still felt a bit unappealing. However, they had no luxury to be picky. With that thought, the 2 resignedly lowered their heads as they walked, daydreaming about what they would do once they returned to the city. Upon returning to the cave, Zhang Xiaotong and the others had also returned. Wow, that's a big snake. Come quickly and take a look. He Yu shouted, and everyone gathered around, praising Zhang Long's strength and abilities. Zhang Long felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It's nothing. By the way, how was your harvest? We picked a basket of wild mushrooms, some wild fruits, collected some fresh water, and found some spices. We went to gather firewood and got quite a bit. We probably won't need to go looking for firewood for a while. Everyone exchanged stories about their lives, seemingly forgetting that they were stranded on a deserted island without rescue, and everything happening felt like a camping trip. They just knew it wouldn't last forever. He Ming walked through the crowd, and Zhang Long noticed he looked exhausted and empty-handed. As a fellow man, he didn't want to embarrass him in front of so many women, so he said nothing. But at that moment, Yuan Lu suddenly shouted, "Oh, isn't that the future big boss He Ming? Why did you bring nothing back?" Ha ha. Others laughed along. Yuan Lu seemed unsatisfied with the situation and continued, "Look at Brother Long, he took care of such a big python in just a few moves to feed us, yet he's so humble. It's true, people are like that. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening." People in the crowd even began to discuss how He Ming had previously tried to provoke Zhang Long, showing his arrogance. "It's just a snake. What's the big deal? I just had bad luck." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but scoff. Instead of wasting time mocking others, you might as well start a fire and cook. If it's too late, the smell might attract wild beasts and no one would end up with anything. Everyone turned to look. Duan Na, who had been silent, was returning with a string of plump sea fish. He Ming had seen her a few times before. In his impression, this woman had always been quiet and solitary, exuding a cool demeanor in whatever she did, making her quite impressive. "There are plenty of fish by the shore. We could weave a fishing net." Duan Na tossed the fish onto the stone slab and turned to walk away. "It's nearly dusk. Where are you going?" "I spotted a grove of palm trees over there. Their fibers should be strong enough to braid into a net." Without glancing back, Duan Na vanished into the encroaching darkness. Several girls murmured anxiously, fearing she might encounter wild beasts, yet none dared follow. Then someone muttered, "He Ming hasn't been of any help. Why doesn't he go check on her?" Instantly, all eyes turned toward He Ming. He Ming shot upright. "Why me? Do you think I want to return empty-handed? If anyone's going, let them go." Fine. I'll go take a look." Zhang Long sighed, grabbed a few wild fruits, and turned to stoke the fire beneath the pot. Bai Wenwen gently held his arm, her voice laced with concern. "It'll be dark soon. Be careful." Feeling the warmth of her hand, Zhang Long straightened his shoulders. I'll be back shortly." With that, he set off along the path Duan Na had taken. Following the disturbed leaves and broken twigs on the forest floor, he hadn't gone far when thunder cracked overhead. and torrential rain poured down without warning. TCH, bad luck. Zhang Long snatched a few broad leaves to shield his head and shouted Duan Na's name, urging her to return at once. His cries were swiftly swallowed by the downpour. Only distant thunder answered him. That woman, long legs indeed, swift feet. Still thinking, he pressed forward. Not far ahead, he saw Duan Na draped in a large palm frond, knife in hand, methodically hacking away at the bark of a palm tree, peeling off usable strips with focused efficiency. Zhang Long exhaled deeply. It's raining, let's head back. We can finish this tomorrow. Duan Na didn't turn. Perfect timing, you're just in time. Lend me a hand. Though slightly disgruntled, Zhang Long said nothing more and stepped forward, helping her tear off a strip of bark and drape it over himself. People once used this to make rain capes. It repels water well. But will it hold up as a fishing net? Duan Na remained silent, calmly chopping another piece and tossing it onto the ground. Since she clearly had no intention of leaving, Zhang Long had no choice but to assist. At least the palm fronds offered decent shelter, keeping them from being drenched completely. After a long while, Duan Na finally paused, gathered all the harvested bark into a bundle, and began the trek back. They walked side by side in silence, strangers still bound only by circumstance. As twilight deepened, their pace naturally slowed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead. Zhang Long reacted instantly, grabbing Duan Na's arm and whispering, "Don't make a sound." A flicker of alarm crossed Duan Na's icy expression. "Sounds like a bear." They exchanged a glance, then quietly set down their burdens and began retreating. The bear seemed to catch scent or movement, taking several deliberate steps toward them. Zhang Long swallowed hard. Wolves would be manageable, but a bear, its raw strength was terrifying. And now there was Duan Na to consider. Silently, they backed away, her gaze locked unflinchingly on the beast, matching his retreat step for step. Fortunately, the bear remained unaware. Only then did they both breathe again. "Good thing I followed you. Alone you'd have been in real trouble." Duan Na merely curled her lip, but said nothing, arms crossed, watching him with calm, unblinking composure. "That bear won't leave quickly. I suggest we circle wide for safety." Zhang Long nodded. They wound through a long detour. By then, night had fully fallen. He glanced behind. "It's pitch black. I can't see a thing." Duan Na sighed softly. "The rain's worsening too. We need to move faster." "Faster?" Zhang Long studied her curiously. "In this darkness, how can anyone tell north from south? Do you even know which way to go?" To his surprise, Duan Na gave a quiet, cool snort. "Before becoming a model, I joined my family on several forest expeditions. I may not claim expertise, but direction and navigation, those I remember perfectly." She pointed firmly ahead. "We follow this path straight, and we'll arrive." Zhang Long couldn't help but whistle inwardly. Who would have guessed this quiet girl possessed such competence? Indeed, ever since the crash, Duan Na had remained unshaken, composed, never once flustered. Such poise demanded skill and resilience. He recalled a recent fashion show hosted by her agency. Duan Na had worn a sleek, form-fitting leather ensemble. The outfit itself baffled him, but her figure, exquisite. Before he could dwell further, a sharp cry pierced the air, followed instantly by the rumble of collapsing earth. Duan Na's slender, pale fingers clung desperately to a vine beside her, her face flushed crimson with strain. "Hold on, I'm coming." Zhang Long lunged forward, flattening himself on the wet ground and reaching out. At the moment his fingertips brushed hers, he felt her shiver, faint and voluntary. He didn't hesitate, gripping her hand tightly and hauling her upward with astonishing strength. She came free effortlessly. "The path is slick with rain. Watch your step." Hardly had the words left his mouth when he noticed her arms and legs scored with deep gashes, blood streaming freely. He recoiled in shock and instinctively glanced back at where she'd clung moments before. A cold sweat broke across his brow. It was a dense thicket of thorns, bristling, merciless. Had she missed that vine, even for an instant, her entire body would have plunged into its jagged embrace. Her life would not have survived. The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through him. "Let's find shelter first. Tomorrow at dawn we'll continue." Minutes later, Zhang Long sat beside the crackling fire, half listening to Duan Na's quiet movements behind him. "Are you all right? Any serious injuries?" She didn't answer, only cleaned her wounds with a damp cloth. "Lucky us, we found a cave beside a stream. Not only can we tend our wounds here, but dinner's already secured." He turned the roasting fish, then paused. Come here for a moment." Her voice was so soft, not even she could hear it clearly. Her head bowed low, cheeks burning scarlet. "Huh." Zhang Long blinked, caught off guard, then offered an awkward smile. "Just put your clothes on first." Duan Na bit her lower lip tightly, humiliated, flustered, yet fiercely defiant. "Come here now? What more explanation do you need?" Zhang Long's heart raced wildly. He admitted to being lecherous, but he had always had the desire without the courage. Now in this situation with only one man and one woman, she was so openly inviting him over. This meat is too tempting to resist. However, a flash of Bai Wenwen crossed Zhang Long's mind. Although she had been married for a long time and they had never had relations, they were still a couple. Wasn't this a bit unfair to her? While he was lost in thought, Duan Na urged him again. Zhang Long steeled his heart and walked over. Turning around, he saw Duan Na sitting on a rock with her back to him, her fair skin glowing enticingly in the firelight. Zhang Long couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this the rhythm for wildness? Wait! Duan Na's reprimanding voice startled Zhang Long. Wah! What's wrong? Close your eyes and walk over slowly. Oh! Although he was somewhat confused, Zhang Long obediently closed his eyes and groped his way over. Feeling a fragrant breeze approaching just as he was about to open his eyes, he realized a cloth strip had been placed over them. To prevent you from peeking, I can only inconvenience you a little, Duan Na said as she led Zhang Long to the vicinity of the stone. Just now something stung me on my chest, and now the spot has turned black. You help me suck out the poison. Chest. Suck. Zhang Long couldn't help but shiver, his mind instantly flooded with images of foreign teachers demonstrating in movies. A wave of thirst washed over him. After stammering for a long time, he still couldn't find the words. After all, he had never experienced anything like this. Then where should I? Duan Na's face turned even redder. She directly took Zhang Long's face in her hands. Wait a moment. Saying this, Duan Na took a few deep breaths to adjust her emotions. Even so, her face remained flushed. Although she was a model and had seen all kinds of scenes, she had never been completely unguarded in front of a man before, and now she had to let him suck at that spot. Thinking of this, Duan Na bit her lip hard. No matter what, it was better than dying. With that thought, she gently placed Zhang Long's face on the wound. You can begin now. Zhang Long was stunned for a second, feeling something against both of his cheeks, his ears instantly turning red. So it was that spot. No wonder this girl was acting so shy. Smelling the fragrance on Duan Na, Zhang Long struggled to suppress his primal instincts. Just hold on a bit. After saying this, he began to suck out the poison. He took a sip, spat out the poison, and then, guided by instinct, buried his face back into the spot, feeling the friction on both sides of his face, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Not knowing how many times he repeated this, Zhang Long felt he could no longer suppress his arousal, and he could clearly hear Duan Na's heartbeat quickening. The bullet was already loaded, so why not go for it? Woman, I'm sorry. With that thought, just as he was about to remove the cloth strip, he heard Duan Na say, It's done, thank you. Immediately after, there was a sound of fabric rubbing. Damn. Zhang Long felt like he had swallowed a fly, but he couldn't show it, so he just acknowledged her and went to the stream to rinse his mouth. Looking at his reflection in the water, Zhang Long gradually became more alert. He suddenly felt grateful that Duan Na had spoken up in time, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to face Bai Wenwen. That gentle, kind woman who always protected him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. What a worthless person. When they returned, Duan Na was already neatly dressed, sitting by the fire eating grilled fish. Zhang Long pretended that nothing had happened and sat opposite her eating another piece of grilled fish. But this fragrant grilled fish tasted like chewing wax in Zhang Long's mouth as the sensations of Duan Na's body lingered in his mind. Lost in thought, Duan Na looked at him. What are you thinking about? Zhang Long was taken aback. If he spoke out about such things, wouldn't he be labeled a rogue? Clearing his throat. I was wondering where exactly this island is, and if anyone will come to rescue us. Duan Na chuckled lightly. Although we took a private plane, when we left, the previous plane was transporting supplies. The tower would definitely report it if they lost contact with this plane, and then they would send someone to look for us. At that time, we can go back. Duan Na's words made Zhang Long feel a bit more reassured. It wasn't that he knew he could go back, but he was glad she hadn't seen through his thoughts. Actually, I noticed you back at the company. I found you quite impressive, but you just never had a good opportunity. Duan Na said, wiping her mouth. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious how someone as capable as you ended up marrying into Bai Wenwen's family. Zhang Long let out a long sigh. This was something he hadn't wanted to bring up, but since so much time had passed, he should let it go. It turned out that Zhang Long's mother was seriously ill back then, and he was scrambling to raise money, racking up a mountain of debt. He happened to meet Bai Wenwen, who needed to escape her parents' arrangement and marry He Ming. The two discussed it, and Bai Wenwen agreed to help treat his mother and pay off all his debts with the condition that Zhang Long marry into her family. Without a second thought, he agreed. Unfortunately, due to a lack of money, too much time had passed, and his mother passed away not long after. During this time, Zhang Long had truly fallen in love with Bai Wenwen, so he willingly stayed by her side. Sigh, what a twist of fate. If Annie hadn't fallen ill, you would definitely have achieved great things by now. However, Bai Wenwen is also a good person, and you two are quite suited for each other. Duan Na's words made Zhang Long feel a bit guilty toward her, so he quickly changed the topic. Alright, it's getting late. You have so many injuries, you need to rest well to recover. They'll keep watch here. Duan Na wanted to refuse, but the drowsiness was overwhelming. After chatting a bit, she quickly fell asleep. Soon the rain stopped. Through the tall treetops looking at the twinkling stars, Zhang Long's heart also calmed down. It was a far-off thought that someone would find their way here following the lost plain. The dense forest was fraught with dangers. To survive in this primitive forest relying solely on what they had was far from enough. As he thought, his eyelids grew heavier, and he succumbed to sleep. A night without dreams was good, as there were no unexpected occurrences. The two returned to the place where they had previously encountered the bear and brought back the palm tree bark. As soon as Zhang Long stepped into the cave, he was tightly embraced by Bai Wenwen. "You finally came back, you scared me to death." Her voice was laced with tears, warming Zhang Long's heart as he gently patted her back. It's all right. Perhaps feeling a bit out of place, Bai Wenwen quickly distanced herself from Zhang Long. "As long as you're back, that's good enough." After eating some leftover snake meat from yesterday, the group sat together, mending the fishing net. It was unclear who started it, but when someone asked what the first thing everyone wanted to do upon returning, the group erupted into a flurry of voices, each sharing their thoughts. Some said they wanted to feast upon their return, while others mentioned taking a hot bath, and so on. When asked about Zhang Long, he merely smiled. Just like before going to work and cooking meals. Zhang Long's response was lackluster. Zhang Long looked at the group before him, feeling a lump in his throat. He knew they were overly optimistic. Under normal circumstances, they would have to wait at least 10 days to half a month if discovered. And who knows how many unforeseen changes might occur in that time. However, he did not want to shatter their optimism, as belief is crucial in such extreme conditions. If he had to express what he wanted to do after returning, it would be to investigate exactly where this island was. Everything here felt strange and inexplicably odd. He Ming told a joke that had the girls laughing heartily, completely forgetting the unpleasant events that had occurred earlier. He even remarked that he himself wasn't so bad. Seizing the moment, He Ming ingratiated himself with Bai Wenwen. He knelt down on one knee and gently opened his clasped hands. In his palm lay a pearl shell clamp. "Isn't this my clamp? How did it end up with you?" Bai Wenwen exclaimed in surprise, standing up abruptly, looking at him in disbelief. He Ming chuckled. "I found it on the beach yesterday. Here, put it on quickly." Bai Wenwen was both surprised and delighted by his words. Instinctively, she reached out to take it, but seemed to remember something, turning her head to glance at Zhang Long. Zhang Long frowned. "I remember when we left, Wenwen wasn't wearing this hair clip. Are you sure you found it on the beach?" He Ming frowned in annoyance. What else could it be? "Can I conjure it up?" After saying that, he smiled broadly at Bai Wenwen, as if performing a magic trick. "Regardless, this clip is yours." Zhang Long's heart raced. If you could find something that was in the suitcase on the beach, that means their luggage might have washed ashore too. Upon hearing this, the group was stunned. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go check it out." Peng Hai shouted, rushing out first. The others quickly followed. Although anxious, Zhang Long didn't forget to take the fishing net he had just finished making with him. They arrived at the beach. As Zhang Long had anticipated, the luggage had indeed been washed ashore by the waves. The group excitedly searched for their bags, opening them to check the remaining items. Although all electronic devices were ruined by the seawater, fortunately, they had clean clothes and essential daily necessities. They hadn't bathed or changed clothes during their time trapped on the island, and after days of travel, they were already dirty and smelly. To call these items a gift from heaven would not be an exaggeration. Some even found plenty of food. "Thanks to me thinking of promoting food to you for a living, otherwise we would have only had wild fruits to rely on." Peng Hai laughed heartily as he dragged a large wooden box to the shore. The others also began to take out and gather the food they had brought. Looking at the towering pile of food, He Ming couldn't help but swallow. Not bad, no matter what, we are truly lucky today." Everyone cheered together. Perhaps because they had found so much food, spirits were high, and they all followed He Ming's lead in celebrating. He Ming boldly stood on top of the box. "But if it weren't for me, we wouldn't have discovered these things so quickly, would we? Moreover, as a senior executive of the company, I feel it's my duty to take on the great task of distributing the food." With this, discussions began among the others. But He Ming showed no signs of stopping. "You know, on this deserted island, food is the capital for survival. Without me, these items would have been spoiled long ago, so I should get the biggest share, and then we can distribute it according to positions." "What do you mean, Hio?" Peng Hai was unwilling. "Most of the food was brought by me. It's already commendable that I'm willing to share with everyone. Why should you take the biggest portion? If it's to be divided, I should get the larger share, right, everyone?" Upon hearing this, the others also expressed their discontent, arguing and turning red in the face. Bai Wenwen shouted angrily, "What's all the noise about?" The crowd quieted down and turned to look at her. Bai Wenwen stood tall, her gaze resolute. "If it weren't for Zhang Long, everyone would have been taken by wolves long ago, and we wouldn't have found the cave to stay in, let alone gather so many supplies today. You could say our lives were saved by Zhang Long. I think we should all listen to him. Any objections?" With this, everyone had to close their mouths. Zhang Long happened to be finishing casting the net with Duan Na. Zhang Long looked at the gazes of the crowd and suddenly felt that he had become somewhat different from before. Their eyes on him were no longer the same. Even though Zhang Long, like them, just wanted to survive and leave the island without dealing with other matters. Yet he understood that humans are social animals, someone needs to take charge. Could he really hand over leadership to scoundrels like He Ming or impulsive people like Peng Hai? Regardless of how things develop in the future, for now, it's still the same as before. All food and drink should be stored together, and we share the food and water equally. Looking at everyone, Zhang Long's gaze firmed a bit. I think we've also been tired for several days. Given today's harvest, it's time to relax. There's a small stream where Duan Na and I stopped last time. We can wash there, and tonight we'll have a bonfire party and roast some food. As he finished speaking, cheers erupted. Bai Wenwen couldn't help but smile at him. You really are something else. He Ming shot him a resentful glare and turned to leave. On the way back, He Yu squeezed next to Bai Wenwen, smiling mysteriously. Sister, when I've noticed you've been particularly gentle with Dragon Brother lately. What's going on? Could it be that you've really fallen for him? Bai Wenwen's heart skipped a beat and her ears turned red. Who? Who said that? He Yu grinned wider upon seeing her reaction. I knew it. This guy Zhang Long usually looks timid and useless, but it turns out he was just pretending. What do you think? Have you been conquered by his masculine charm? Bai Wenwen frowned. Pa. Who would fall for someone like him? As she spoke, she couldn't help stealing a glance at Zhang Long, who was not far away. He let out a chuckle. Hey, with Long Go being so impressive, aren't you afraid of him being snatched away if you don't hold on to him tightly? Bai Wenwen's expression grew even more unnatural. It doesn't matter to me what he does. After saying that, she quickened her pace, distancing herself from He Yu. Seeing this, He Yu felt no concern at all. She took a few steps to catch up with Zhang Long, asking him various questions, while also striking poses, occasionally glancing at Bai Wenwen, whose expression fluctuated. In fact, Zhang Long had heard their conversation clearly. He didn't know what Bai Wenwen was truly thinking, but he was certain of one thing: no matter what, his loyalty to her was unwavering. Arriving at the small creek from before, everyone washed the clothes they had retrieved and hung them up to dry. Following the rule of ladies first, the three men made space for them to bathe. He Ming shot a glare at Zhang Long before turning to head into the woods. I'm going to take a leak. Peng Hai scoffed, sitting down beside Zhang Long. I've disliked that kid for a long time. He's all attitude, but no ability. Unlike you, Long Gu, who has skills, yet no foul temper. Ha ha. Zhang Long felt uncomfortable hearing this and glanced at him sideways. Just say what you want to say. Peng Hai slapped his thigh. Hey, what can I say? I just wanted to chat with you. Since the crash, we haven't had a chance to talk alone. As he said this, he looked around to ensure no one was nearby before lowering his voice. Honestly, I've realized that leaving this island is basically impossible. The authorities searched for that flight for 3 or 4 years without finding a trace, let alone our private jet. If we are to live here long-term with only a dozen or so people, mostly men, doesn't that imply we can have multiple partners, just like ancient emperors? As he spoke, Peng Hai burst into laughter, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He went on about how the models were all tall and beautiful, practically drooling. Zhang Long coughed lightly. You can talk about this, but you better not act on it. We're all well-educated people. How can we behave like savages? After hearing this, Peng Hai nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Right, but if we really have to live here and procreate. The cold gleam in Zhang Long's eyes made Peng Hai swallow his next words. I warn you, unless they volunteer, don't entertain any improper thoughts. Peng Hai's face alternated between red and white, clearly displeased. Yet he understood that as a humble guide and driver, even if he got angry, he could only muster a loud fart. If he wanted to live well on this island, he would have to cling to someone powerful. He abruptly changed the subject. Hey, what do you think happened to He Ming? Why hasn't he come back yet? He hasn't been taken by something, has he? Zhang Long furrowed his brows. Let's go check it out. Despite knowing He Ming was crafty, he still valued life. The two followed the direction He Ming had left. Not far away, they spotted him crouching in the bushes, trembling, seemingly doing something. Zhang Long suddenly remembered that not far ahead was where the girls were bathing, and his heart sank. It turned out this kid had come to peep at the girls. How sneaky. With this thought, he rolled up his sleeves to approach, but Peng Hai stopped him. Lowering his voice and grinning wickedly, he said, You wait here, I'll take care of this brat. After finishing his words, he stealthily approached. Zhang Long was underestimating what Peng Hai was about to do when he suddenly raised his foot and kicked He Ming's back. He Ming, standing on a high slope, was caught off guard by the kick, and both of them rolled down the slope due to inertia. Splash! They fell into the creek. He Ming instantly exploded with rage. Who did this? Before he could react, the girls bathing nearby screamed, hurriedly coming ashore to grab things to shield themselves, then began throwing stones at him. Amidst the curses, He Ming was hit and howled in pain. Zhang Long felt a chill run down his spine as he turned back to glare at Peng Hai, who was grinning mischievously. You're so bad. Peng Hai seemed unfazed, saying, Who told that kid to peep? After the girls finished bathing, Zhang Long and Peng Hai went to the creek. He Ming, sulking in the creek, saw the two coming and instantly stood up. Who kicked me just now, eh? As he spoke, his gaze shifted between the two. Zhang Long, who hadn't done anything, met his gaze heat-in, while Peng Hai, whether due to thick skin or confidence, boldly retorted, "You deserved it." He Ming's face instantly turned red with anger as he took a few steps toward Zhang Long. "Was it you?" "I don't know." Zhang Long remained unfazed, leisurely soaking in the creek. He Ming's eyes reddened. "I'll ask you again, was it you?" Zhang Long glared at him. "What? Now you care about your reputation. Where were you before?" This remark thoroughly enraged He Ming, and he raised his fist to strike. Zhang Long was quick, grabbing He Ming's wrist and twisting it until it cracked. The pain caused He Ming's face to change instantly. How could this useless person have so much strength? Hearing He Ming scream, resembling a dying pig, Zhang Long didn't want to press him further. After all, this kid had just received a beating, and with his face bruised, he looked somewhat pitiful, so Zhang Long released him. He Ming gritted his teeth with hatred. "You wait. Once I return, I'll have you fired and ruin your family, making you kneel before me." "All right, I'm waiting." After Zhang Long said this, he continued leisurely washing himself, completely ignoring him. He Ming trembled, all overturned, and left with his clothes. Peng Hai, watching from the side, felt a sense of dread and suddenly regretted it. "I say, Long, good did I cause you trouble just now, eh? It's fine. That's just how he is used to it already." After He Ming left, he went straight back to the cave, grabbing a makeshift hammer and running out again. Since birth, he had everything he wanted provided by his parents, and after entering the company, as an adult, no one dared to provoke him. Now this clown Zhang Long actually dared to bully him. A tiger doesn't show its power, and do you think him just a sick cat? Night fell. "He Ming? Where are you, He Ming? Can you hear me?" Zhang Xiaotong looked anxiously at Zhang Long. "I saw He Ming leave with a hammer this afternoon. When I asked him what he was going to do, he didn't say anything. It's already dark, and he still hasn't returned. I'm really worried. Could it be that we beat him up, and in his anger he decided to find a place to stay by himself?" Yuan Lu crossed her arms, still furious about what had happened in the afternoon. "We might as well stop looking. That scoundrel deserves to die." "You can't say that. The more people we have, the stronger we are. They need to stick together on this deserted island if they want to survive. Let's continue searching." Bai Wenwen said, glancing at the silent Zhang Long. "Have you found anything?" Zhang Long shook his head. "There were too many wild beasts passing through this area this afternoon. I can't tell which traces belong to He Ming. Let's keep looking. If we can't find him in an hour, we'll head back," Zhang Long said, lifting everyone's spirits as they called out for He Ming. Zhang Long had a nagging sense of foreboding about He Ming's sudden disappearance. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. Everyone turned their attention to Zhang Long. He quickly signaled for everyone to stay still, then took the torch from Bai Wenwen's hand and walked a short distance ahead. The footsteps grew closer. "Ah!" A scream startled many birds into flight. "It's He Ming," Zhang Long shouted, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned sharply to look at Peng Hai. "Something is chasing him. Quickly take the girls back." "What about you? If I tell you to go, then go. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape." Peng Hai gritted his teeth and led the girls back. Zhang Long turned and ran towards He Ming. Just a few steps and he saw a green light flickering in the forest. The numbers were like hundreds of fireflies dancing in the sky, but Zhang Long knew they were not fireflies, they were wolves. Although wolves are weak, he couldn't withstand so many alone. When He Ming saw Zhang Long, he completely forgot about the events of the afternoon and rushed over, hiding behind Zhang Long, gasping for breath. "Quick! Hurry! Kill them for me, and I'll pay you when we get back. What are you waiting for? Run!" Zhang Long shouted as he ran in the opposite direction of the girls, with He Ming desperately chasing after him. "Aren't you tough? Why aren't you fighting them? Do you think I'm stupid?" As he spoke, Zhang Long saw the wolf pack encircling them, forming a tight circle around the two. Zhang Long gasped in shock, but quickly regained his composure, steadying his stance, widening his legs, and handed the torch to He Ming. "These things are afraid of light." He Ming was stunned by the mass of wolves, forgetting all about his pride, and nodded frantically while holding the torch. The hungry wolves pounced. Zhang Long's gaze turned cold as he drew a steel pipe from his waist and held it in front of him. Bending slightly, he kicked one wolf in the waist, and while it fell, he drove the steel pipe into the wolf's eye, pulling it out with a splash of white brain matter. This fluid motion continued 4 or 5 times, and as Zhang Long grew bolder, the wolf pack showed no signs of retreat. Zhang Long knew that if this continued, he would soon exhaust his strength and neither of them would be able to escape. He glanced around, finally locking eyes on a towering tree nearby. "Climb the tree." With that, the two of them climbed up the tree one after the other. Zhang Long was surprised to find that the wolves could actually climb trees. Fortunately, they could only reach a little behind them. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Long resumed his attacks, killing one wolf after another as they climbed up. Soon many wolf corpses piled up on the ground. Even so, Zhang Long was drenched in sweat, and he could barely grip the steel pipe. He Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Long, what should we do now? Are we really going to wait on this tree until dawn? Zhang Long took a breath. It's already good enough that we aren't being bitten by these wolves below. Just shut up. Saying this, he felt his strength waning, and he urged He Ming to climb higher while he followed, finding a suitable position to rest for a moment. He thought to himself that if this tree hadn't been here, he would have been finished today. Just then, out of nowhere, a torch was thrown down, igniting the dry leaves on the ground, and the wolf pack scattered in fright. However, both Zhang Long and He Ming were startled by the sudden fire. They quickly climbed down from the tree. Surviving the wolves only to be burned alive by the fire would be a huge loss. Just as the two of them reached the ground, someone came over and doused the flames with water. Zhang Long turned around to see Bai Wenwen looking at him, and he let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, my dear. Bai Wenwen's face darkened at these words. This plan was thought up by Duan Na. Duan Na chuckled. I'm just glad you guys are okay. Regardless, I really appreciate you this time. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life today. As he spoke, he heard someone say, what were you thinking running around? If it weren't for Zhang Long and Duan Na, you wouldn't even know how you would die. He Ming sat slumped on the ground, his head lowered in silence. Zhang Long could tell what the kid was thinking. He was clearly building up anger to take revenge only to be saved by others. Even if he was resentful, he had no outlet. It felt like a punch hitting a cotton ball, so unsatisfying. All right, as long as everyone is safe, let's hurry back. We still have a banquet to prepare for tonight. Speaking of which, some people in the crowd began to grumble. We finally had a good harvest today, and we're preparing to hold a banquet. Who knew that because of He Ming we have nothing ready? There's no way we can finish in time now. Hearing such complaints made He Ming's blood boil. Do you think I wanted to be chased by wolves, eh? This remark was like a drop of water in a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the crowd. Zhang Long cleared his throat. Who said it was too late? Isn't there food everywhere? With that, he pointed at the burnt wolf corpses on the ground. The fire came in too strong earlier, but that saves us the trouble of skinning them. Let's drag all the dead wolves back and feast on roasted wolf meat tonight. Half an hour later, everyone gathered around the campfire singing and dancing. 2 wolves were roasted over the fire, sizzling with a delightful sound. He Yu carefully sliced the meat and evenly distributed it to everyone. The crowd insisted that it was all thanks to Zhang Long, urging him to say a few words. However, Zhang Long declined, claiming he wasn't adept at handling such occasions, and deferred to Bai Wenwen. Having been a leader for a long time, Bai Wenwen quickly stirred everyone's spirits with just a few words, igniting their enthusiasm, as if the previous events were merely a vacation. Just as everyone was about to eat, Zhang Long asked them to wait. He took a small bottle from his pocket, opened it, and sprinkled the semi-transparent white granules onto the meat before handing it to Bai Wenwen. Bai Wenwen focused her gaze and was instantly both shocked and delighted, looking at Zhang Long in disbelief. Salt. Where did you find this? Upon hearing that the small bottle contained salt, everyone rushed over eagerly to sprinkle it, acting with great generosity and without fear of overdoing it. After all, they had been living on this deserted island for a while, and the food they had eaten was bland. Without tasting something different, their taste buds would surely atrophy. Zhang Long chuckled and scratched the back of his head. This morning when we found those bags by the beach, it suddenly occurred to me that salt used to be made by evaporating seawater. So I decided to dry a bit on a metal plate, and to my surprise it actually worked. With the weather being good these days, we should try to produce more. Also today we were lucky to bring back so much wolf meat. We won't necessarily have such good opportunities in the future, so we must not waste food. He Yu quickly nodded in agreement. We might be quite close to the tropics here. If we leave this wolf meat out, it will spoil in a few days. We can chop more wood to make jerky, which won't spoil no matter how long we keep it. At this point, everyone opened up and started discussing how to survive on this deserted island. In the end, He Ming let out a cold snort. Are you guys really thinking of living your entire lives in this godforsaken place? His words immediately drew the dissatisfaction of everyone. Yuan Lu shot him a glare. What do you mean? Regardless, we need to deal with the situation at hand. He Ming looked at the group, finding them amusing. I say, are you all too optimistic? Just because there are plenty of fruits and fish these days, when winter comes you will all starve to death here. As soon as he finished speaking, even Duan Na, who usually didn't show her feelings, couldn't help but frown. Bai Wenwen quickly stepped forward and scolded him. Say a little less. Peng Hai also patted He Ming on the shoulder. Kid, since we are here, we should settle in. Don't overthink it. With our technology so advanced, someone will definitely find us. The premise is that we have to survive well, right? After hearing these words, everyone muttered and dispersed, talking about other things. He Ming snorted coldly and didn't say much more. After eating the meat, everyone gathered around the fire to showcase their talents. Zhang Long and the other 2 men naturally were just spectators. Otherwise, how could one say that all men share a common hobby? As they watched, the 3 men quietly began to chat. TSK, tisk, those long legs, that slim waist, truly beautiful. Cliché. I just like that. but you have no idea that shape makes it exciting during activities. Cough, keep it down. If someone hears you, you'll get a beating. Although Zhang Long said this, he couldn't help but think about it, and somehow remembered the day Duan Na was injured, and as they talked, the relationship among the three seemed to have eased a lot. The next morning, when Zhang Long woke up, most people had already gone out to chop wood. He stretched, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and sat down with the few remaining people to eat the leftover wolf meat from yesterday. After eating, He brought over a basin of wild fruits, saying it was for balanced nutrition. He Ming, quick-eyed and quick-handed, picked a few of the largest ones, quickly stuffed them into his mouth, and finished them off. Look at you acting like a starving ghost. Brother Long exerted such effort to save you, aren't you going to thank him? He words made He Ming feel a bit displeased. Slowly he picked a fruit from the basin, wiped it on his body, and handed it to Zhang Long. Just take this as my apology. Zhang Long initially didn't want to accept it, but hearing other people say a few good words for him, and recalling that the relationship among the three was quite pleasant last night, he reached out and took the fruit. At the moment the fruit slipped from his hand, He Ming's heart raced, sweat quickly oozed from his palms, and he stared intently at Zhang Long. Zhang Long didn't think much of it. We have all worked in the same company before, and now we live together. We see each other often. It's just a small matter. As he finished speaking, he intended to shove the fruit into his mouth. However, an accidental glance made him break into a cold sweat. He recognized that fruit. Though he couldn't remember its name, the color and shape were vividly etched in his mind. Just one bite, and even with the highest medical equipment and experts present, there would be no way to save his life. Thinking of this, their gazes collided. He Ming felt a thump in his heart. Could this kid have figured it out? Though he thought this in his heart, he didn't show it, forcing a smile and asking, "What? Are you really that stingy?" He laughed along. This person is really strange. They just said to forgive someone, yet why aren't they eating? Bai Wenwen also said, "Hurry up and eat." I would like to eat, but if I do, I'll lose my life. Zhang Long suppressed his suspicion, his eyes glinting coldly as he glanced at He Ming, ultimately not voicing that thought. Your apology seems insincere. At least give me a bigger one. With that, he waved the fruit in front of everyone. Look, there's even a wormhole. After saying that, he brazenly threw the fruit away. He Ming's heart raced, secretly gritting his teeth. He was sure Zhang Long had discovered the fruit was poisonous, but he shouldn't know that I recognized this thing. He Ming felt a bit of luck and selected another fruit to hand to Zhang Long. If this one fails, so be it. There would be plenty of opportunities. I refuse to believe I can't get rid of you. Zhang Long said nothing and accepted the fruit, stuffing it into his mouth. He knew this guy would not give up easily. However, when trouble comes, one must face it. When water comes, let it flow. At that moment, Ren Tian rushed back in a panic. Something's wrong. Duan Na has fallen into the swamp. Hurry. Go save her. Zhang Long was startled and immediately lost his composure. Where is she? Quick, take me there. Bai Wenwen was not frightened by Ren Tian's words. Instead, after seeing Zhang Long's reaction, she felt a pang in her heart, as if a bottle of mixed emotions had been overturned. However, at that moment, Zhang Long had already run out with Ren Tian, and Bai Wenwen had no choice but to follow. Such little actions could not escape He Ming's notice. He followed suit, acting as if nothing were wrong, and pulled along Peng Hai, saying that Zhang Long was capable and responsible, and that he had rushed over as soon as he heard someone was in trouble, as if he were reincarnating with such urgency. Peng Hai, not catching the drift, just went along with a few compliments. The more Bai Wenwen listened, the more restless she became. She looked up at the hurried Zhang Long and bit her teeth hard. In the end, she didn't say a word. He Ming watched and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhang Long, you're done for. At that moment, Zhang Long was wholly focused on saving a life and paid no attention to these matters. When they arrived, they saw Duan Na's thighs were already stuck in the swamp. I'm fine, don't panic, take your time. As Duan Na spoke, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Long, revealing an indescribable feeling. Bai Wenwen, being a woman, could naturally see what that meant. An inexplicable anger surged in her chest, and she didn't even hear Zhang Long telling her to quickly find some nearby dead branches. Seeing her unresponsive, Zhang Long didn't think much of it, and began searching with Ren Tian and Peng Hai for a large pile of branches and firewood to lay over the swamp. Finally, to make these things spread evenly, Zhang Long simply laid directly on the pile of wood. Give me your hand. Duan Na's pale face showed a hint of redness as she shyly reached out to grab Zhang Long. As their eyes intertwined, they both involuntarily recalled the events of that night. Pull. These branches won't hold for long. Peng Hai's voice pulled Zhang Long back from his thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he mustered all his strength to pull her. Although Duan Na's body was half submerged in the swamp, thankfully Zhang Long was unusually strong, and in no time, he pulled Duan Na up. How are you? Are you okay? Duan Na, with a flushed face, gently supported Zhang Long's shoulder. I'm fine, sorry for the trouble. I don't know what happened, I just fell in while walking. If you hadn't come in time, Zhang Long smiled. We're friends, it's no trouble. Just be careful next time, let's head back. These normal exchanges seemed extremely ambiguous in Bai Wenwen's eyes. A pang of sadness hit her, and she turned to leave. He Ming, seeing this, felt secretly pleased and hurried after Bai Wenwen. Zhang Long turned around and saw Bai Wenwen and the others leaving. Although he found it a bit strange, he didn't ask further and called Peng Hai to go to the beach to check the nets. Last time that girl Duan Na caught over 10 fish in one go. With the big net we set yesterday, we should have caught quite a bit. Peng Hai laughed heartily, dragging the fishing net, while Zhang Long couldn't share in the joy as the net felt too light. When they finally pulled the net up, there were only a few dead fish and rotten shrimp inside. Peng Hai stomped his feet in anger. How is this possible? It shouldn't be like this. Zhang Long sighed as he looked at the empty net. Forget it, we still have plenty of wolf meat. We won't finish it anytime soon. Let's dry the net and try a different spot tomorrow. Peng Hai sighed along with him, but felt helpless as he helped Zhang Long hang the net on a tree branch. After returning, Duan Na washed up in a creek, changed into clean clothes, and then began to chat with Ren Tian about what had just happened. Sister Na, you're really impressive. You weren't scared at all in such a dangerous situation. If it were me, I would have cried from fear. Duan Na pouted and sighed helplessly. To be honest, I was terrified just now, but I didn't show it because I know that in such situations the more flustered you are, the faster you die. Hearing this, Ren Tian instantly became a fan, praising how impressive Duan Na was. As they chatted, they brought up Zhang Long again. Speaking of which, I saw Zhang Long a few times when we were at the company. At that time I thought he was just a timid guy exuding a sense of weakness. How did he suddenly become so capable? Ren Tian's words made Duan Na recall what had just happened, and a blush appeared on her face. In fact, she had thought the same before, and her family had taught her to be brave and strong since childhood, that no matter what happened she should not bow down. Such a Duan Na looked down on someone like Zhang Long. However, after experiencing all these events, looking back at Zhang Long's previous performance at the company, she suddenly felt that this person seemed to have been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along. Sister Na. Huh, what's wrong? Seeing Duan Na's panicked expression, Ren Tian couldn't help but chuckle. I mean, do you like Zhang Long? This question made by Wenwen, who had come to wash wild vegetables, feel a jolt in her heart. She couldn't help but slow down her actions to listen to Duan Na's voice from the bushes. Duan Na's face turned even redder. Zhang Long is a good person. Ha ha ha, I got it. You have a crush on him. Ren Tian's laughter made Duan Na a bit scared, and she hurriedly asked her to lower her voice. Seeing this, Ren Tian crossed her arms. What? In this wilderness are you afraid of being overheard? Besides, I just think Zhang Long is brave and resourceful, and he's good-looking. Standing next to you, it's like a perfect match made in heaven. Bai Wenwen, hiding behind the bushes, couldn't help but clench her fists and simply turned to leave. Duan Na quickly said, don't say that. Although Zhang Long is a nice person, he is already married and has a good relationship with Bai Wenwen. I like him, but I don't want to break them apart. You're such a good person, aren't you? Hey, you little girl, have you not been disciplined for too long? At this point, their laughter merged into one. Meanwhile, Bai Wenwen. After returning to the cave, she happened to see Zhang Long coming in from outside, holding a bundle of dried clothes. Wife, can you fold the clothes? I'm going to check on how they set up the traps. Upon seeing him, Bai Wenwen recalled what she had heard earlier, and a surge of inexplicable anger shot up in her heart. Who is your wife? Give me the clothes. Zhang Long was taken aback. What's wrong? Bai Wenwen had a cold expression, clearly unwilling to look at him any longer, as she snatched the clothes from his hands and walked away. Don't think that just because you're doing well now you mean anything when we get out of here. Zhang Long's heart sank, staring incredulously at the woman before him. Is it that time of the month? Clearly nothing happened. Why is she angry over a trivial matter? Wife. Just as he wanted to explain, Duan Na walked in. Zhang Long, come help us out for a moment. Seeing Duan Na's hurried demeanor, Zhang Long hesitated for a few seconds, but eventually followed her out. Outside. Cough, cough, cough. What have you done? The smoke is everywhere, it's suffocating me. I didn't want to either, but I'm just a driver, I have no experience in this area, cough, cough. Ren Tian and Peng Hai were both choking on smoke, tears streaming down their faces, and they sighed in relief when they saw Zhang Long come in. You finally made it. Come and check out what's wrong with this stove. How did it end up like this? Zhang Long rolled up his sleeves, inspected it briefly, and made a few repairs to the stove, which was soon usable again. A sweet smile appeared on Duan Na's face. I didn't know you could do this. Zhang Long smiled politely. When I worked as a war correspondent overseas, I frequently encountered such situations. It's not a big deal, you'll get the hang of it after a few tries. That's impressive. The other day, watching you fight off a wolf barehanded made me realize you're quite extraordinary. How about teaching me? Duan Na said, bending slightly with a mischievous smile at Zhang Long. Speaking of which, Duan Na had a healthy sun-kissed complexion, and due to her regular workouts, her figure was quite beautiful, making her look incredibly appealing in Zhang Long's eyes. Moi. Duan Na's eyes sparkled with laughter. The two exchanged glances and Zhang Long couldn't help but shiver. Tisk shameless. Ahem, for a girl learning these things might not be appropriate. Besides, there will inevitably be some bumps along the way. After all, you still have to continue modeling when you return, so let's forget about it. As he spoke, he slightly bent down and walked away. Zhang Long understood Duan Na's intentions. Ever since he inadvertently saved her that time, she had been finding ways to spend time with him. And that look earlier was nothing less than a declaration of interest in him. Unfortunately, he was already with Bai Wenwen. Thinking back to Bai Wenwen's sudden coldness toward him, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just when he was contemplating whether to return to the cave and talk to her, Peng Hai called him to set traps. On the way back, when Zhang Long brought it up, Peng Hai merely laughed it off, saying, "Women, they always have those days." As they chatted, Zhang Long scratched the back of his head. "I haven't seen He Ming all day. Where did that guy go?" Peng Hai thought about it carefully and seemed to realize something, slapping his thigh. That rascal must not have run off again. Impossible. After all, He Ming had been infatuated with Bai Wenwen for quite some time. It wasn't his style to give up so easily. After pondering for a moment without arriving at a conclusion, he let it go. Once back at the cave, Zhang Long was about to speak when he heard Yuan Lu's voice from inside. "Hey Wenjie, I think you're overthinking it. There are more girls than boys here. Everyone sees Long Gu as our pillar of support. It's quite normal for them to seek his help with things. There's nothing to worry about." Bai Wenwen sighed, deeply, irritably tossing her comb aside. "Of course I know that. But Duan Na doesn't think so. I was washing wild vegetables by the river and heard her say. She said she liked Zhang Long, and he acted as if he didn't care." As she spoke, her brows couldn't help but furrow, staring at her reflection in the mirror, feeling increasingly vexed. "Oh my goodness. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Last time I asked if you liked him, you said no. Why are you jealous now?" "Jealous? I'm not jealous. I just can't stand it." Their conversation startled Zhang Long. No wonder people say a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. How am I supposed to know if she doesn't say anything? Peng Hai, who was standing nearby, seemed to catch on. "So you two have had a fight. As the saying goes, couples who argue in bed will make up in bed. Say something nice and comfort her." Zhang Long felt a pang in his heart, thinking that although he and Bai Wenwen were a couple, they weren't at that level yet. Their relationship had only been established in the past few days. How was he supposed to comfort her? While he was lost in thought, He Ming walked in from outside, but didn't notice Zhang Long. "Are you mad?" He Ming chuckled, pulling out a bunch of flowers from behind his back. "Aren't they beautiful? Just pick them." Bai Wenwen merely glanced at the brightly colored flowers, her face showing no expression. "Take them away, I don't want them." He Ming sneered. "What are you doing, Wenwen? Zhang Long and Duan Na are so close, you can see for yourself. He's just eating from both sides. Spit, what a garbage." He continued with a lewd grin, looking at Bai Wenwen. "Besides, what can that useless guy give you? When we get back, just tell me what you want and he'll take care of it," with a wave of my hand. Seeing this, Zhang Long could no longer hold back and rushed out to punch He Ming. He Ming had no idea what was happening and fell to the ground, his nose feeling both sore and swollen, and when he touched his hand, it was all blood. With red eyes, Zhang Long smashed all the flowers from the stone slab onto him, looking down at him with a dark face. "Get lost." He Ming trembled all over, his teeth clicking as he pointed a finger at Zhang Long's nose. You better remember this." After saying that, fearing another punch, he hurriedly ran out. At this moment, only Zhang Long and Bai Wenwen were left. Without a second thought, Zhang Long reached out to take her hand. "Wife, I'm not good with words, but am a man of my word. I will only love you in this lifetime, truly." Looking into Zhang Long's sincere eyes, tears streamed down Bai Wenwen's face without warning, and like a kitten, she nestled into his arms. Really, I promise." "Okay, I believe you." Saying this, she lifted her head and stood on her tiptoes to give Zhang Long a kiss. This kiss was incredibly passionate, even carrying a hint of possessiveness, causing Zhang Long to momentarily lose himself. Cough. A sudden cough startled the two, causing them to quickly stop their actions. Yuan Lu was looking at them with a mischievous grin. "It's getting late, they should be back soon. I didn't see anything just now." This made the two of them blush furiously, and Bai Wenwen stammered a few words that she herself could hardly hear before hastily running out. Zhang Long watched Bai Wenwen's flustered appearance, feeling sweet satisfaction in his heart. He had finally melted this ice queen. However, after this incident, he had come to a profound realization. In the future, if he was going to do such things, he must find a deserted place. "I didn't expect you to be quite the smooth talker," Yuan Lu said with a sly smile. "Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. I'll let me hear you call me sister." As she spoke, she placed one hand on her hip and the other on Zhang Long's chin, but unexpectedly slipped and fell directly into his embrace. Yuan Lu's eyes sparkled with charm, and she laughed so hard that her whole body shook. "Just now you were saying how loyal you were to Bai Wenwen. How come you can't control yourself?" Zhang Long's ears turned red. This woman seemed to have a different vibe from others. "Cough, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Looking at Zhang Long's serious expression, Yuan Lu couldn't help but laugh again, making Zhang Long feel uneasy all over. Just as he was about to leave, Yuan Lu said again, "Oh, come on, men are like that. It's just a little affair. It's all mutual." In the midst of her words, she reached out and pinched Zhang Long's strong muscles. Zhang Long felt a chill run down his back, wanting to cry without tears. Had this woman taken the wrong medicine? "I'll head out first." Yuan Lu didn't let him go, instead mysteriously leaned in and whispered in his ear, "You can come find me at the cave tonight." After finishing her words, she let out a tinkling laugh and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Long alone in a whirlwind. "I just got teased by a woman." Before he could think more, a burst of laughter came from outside. Zhang Xiaotong and the others had returned. That evening, a group of people gathered around the pot to eat. Everyone noticed He Ming's swollen nose, but all remained tacitly silent about it. He Ming seemed to sense the strange looks from those around him, and his gaze towards Zhang Long turned particularly venomous. But it was just for a moment. He knew that at this point, he didn't have the leverage. "There are still no fish in the nets today. Luckily I know some shellfish, so we'll have seafood soup tomorrow morning," Zhang Xiaodong said while eating. "Based on my observations, it should be, because the seasons are about to change, so the water temperature around here has changed, causing the fish to migrate elsewhere. Fortunately, there are plenty of wild fruits and mushrooms in the woods right now, more than we can eat." Just as she finished speaking, Ren Tiantian gave her a glance. "You even thought of this, or what? Are you planning to stay here long term?" Her light-hearted words made He Yu sigh involuntarily. "We've been on this island for several days now. Aside from the previous plane crash, no other planes or ships have passed by. Are we really going to be stuck here forever?" Her words immediately resonated with everyone. "Oh, I want to go home." "Me too. This wretched place is crawling with bugs, there's little to eat, and I can't even sleep well at night. Ooh, I've had enough of this." "Exactly. I was expecting to enjoy a nice vacation, but instead it feels like I've regressed 8 generations. Hearing the complaints from those around him, He Ming felt secretly pleased. He glanced at Zhang Long, seeing that he had no reaction, which made him even happier. He quietly said, "Maybe someone has already come looking for us during this time. It's just that we've been in the cave and no one noticed us." This statement caused an uproar among everyone. Right? With technology being so advanced now, it's been so long since our incident, someone must have found this place. He Yu stood up excitedly. Ren Tiantian suddenly seemed to think of something and frowned, "So we really missed our chance. What should we do? I want to go home." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Seeing this, He Ming stood up directly. "I have an idea." The moment he spoke, everyone's gaze turned to him in unison. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the crowd, He Ming couldn't help but smile, as if he had returned to the days in the company. Previously, the plane we discovered that crashed was a passenger plane, which means there must be a flight route here. As long as we patiently wait and keep an eye on the skies, recording the times when planes appear, when the next plane comes, we'll light a big fire. Someone will definitely notice us. After finishing his words, everyone was both surprised and delighted. He Ming, seeing that he had achieved his desired effect, began to dispense a heap of motivational talk. The status among them subtly shifted. Even Peng Hai hurriedly ran over to help him serve food. Bai Wenwen turned to Zhang Long, who had been silent, and asked, "What do you think?" Zhang Long quietly ate his meal. "I think it's a good plan, but while we watch for planes, someone must find a way for us to sustain ourselves, otherwise we might starve before the plane even arrives." His words were weighty, and after hearing them, everyone began to discuss, feeling that it made sense. They decided to seize the moment and split tasks to take turns watching for any passing planes. That night, Zhang Long lay on the stone slab, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He felt that this situation was probably not so simple. After all, they had accidentally crashed on this island, and then came across another passenger plane. If other planes were to fly through this route, would they also crash due to some mysterious force? Moreover, He Yu had just gone out. Should he follow her to take a look? He remembered how He Yu had been earlier, feeling that she was a bit restless. He had heard people say that He Yu had a very chaotic private life, and that she was quite a character. Tisk, scandalous. Zhang Long slapped himself in the heart. He already had Bai Wenwen. Why was he thinking about that? Turning over to lie on her side, Bai Wenwen was not far away. At this moment, everyone was sound asleep, and He Yu, who should have been on watch, was also absent. With this thought, Zhang Long quietly got up and slipped into Bai Wenwen's bed. As soon as he entered, he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from the woman beside him, making it a bit hard for him to control himself. In the dim light, Zhang Long glanced at the sleeping Bai Wenwen. Her breathing was steady, and every rise and fall of her chest was visible, revealing half of her shoulder from her strap. Zhang Long felt a dryness in his throat. Recalling how Bai Wenwen used to have such light sleep when they lived in the city, sometimes waking up in the middle of the night, he wondered if this girl was truly asleep now or not. Thinking this, he dared not move. But lying there like this was not a solution. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he pretended to be half asleep and gently placed his hand on Bai Wenwen. Although it was just his arm that touched her, the soft sensation made Zhang Long feel a surge of pride. With this thought he froze. Pride? What nonsense. This is my wife. I can do whatever I want whenever I want. Why act so sneaky? Am I still a man? With this thought Zhang Long steeled his heart. No matter what, tonight, I must make things happen. Don't overreach. The cold words made Zhang Long break out in a cold sweat. It turned out she wasn't asleep. The key was. Taking my hand off her now would be awkward, but leaving it there was just as bad. How embarrassing. Zhang Long wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Bai Wenwen took a deep breath, moved Zhang Long's hand away, and turned to look at him. I know you're awake, don't act recklessly. With Bai Wenwen saying this, Zhang Long felt too embarrassed to keep pretending, so he nodded. Well, it must be uncomfortable to sleep like this. Why don't you rest your head on my arm? Seeing Bai Wenwen not responding, Zhang Long boldly pulled her into his embrace. Bai Wenwen did not resist, her face slightly flushed. That night Zhang Long only managed to sleep for a few hours in the early morning. The next day strong winds blew outside. He Yu had the foresight to bring back the cured meat to the cave in advance. With winds this strong the trees might break. Is it going to rain? Not for now. We need to take advantage of this time to quickly gather supplies for any unforeseen needs. As the conversation reached this point, He Ming walked over. In this kind of weather no planes will be flying by. I'm going out for a bit, he said, grabbing a hammer and leaving. Seeing this, Peng Hai couldn't help but lower his voice and say to Rin Tian beside him, do you know where He Ming is going? Every time I see him go out he has that hammer, but I never see him bring anything back. Rin Tian kept her head down, focused on eating her food. You should ask Lulu about that. Isn't she his secretary? Since they've been on the island, they've been quite close. Peng Hai instinctively glanced toward Lulu. Lulu found a piece of scrap cloth, laid it on the ground, and filled it with various wild fruits, wrapping it up to take away. She was headed in the direction He Ming had left. What are you looking at? Zhang Long patted Peng Hai's shoulder. Peng Hai was startled, turned around to see it was Zhang Long, and immediately pulled him a few steps outside, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. What do you think He Ming has been doing on this island for so long? It's rare to even see him. What could he be up to? Zhang Long thought carefully. Ever since they were stranded on the deserted island, He Ming had indeed been acting alone. Each time he went out it would last the whole day, yet he never seemed to bring anything back. But he still seemed to enjoy it, and it didn't make sense that there was no ulterior motive. Although he thought this in his heart, he didn't say it directly. Don't worry about others for now, just focus on yourself. The weather is about to change, so hurry up and gather supplies. Besides, in this godforsaken place, what could He Ming possibly do without us? Peng Hai had intended to say something more, but after hearing this he thought carefully and seemed to agree reluctantly, nodding his head and turning to leave. Zhang Long went to the seaside as usual, looking at the once calm sea now turning turbulent, and then he glanced up at the sky, feeling an ominous premonition. It's going to change. Zhang Long looked over at the sound and saw Duan Na standing not far away, a hint of a smile on her face as she looked at him. Zhang Long smiled politely and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it's going to change. After saying this, the two of them pulled the fishing net back together. For some reason, this time the catch was abundant. The two of them teamed up to bring all the fish back to the cave along with the fishing net. Wow, what a bountiful harvest. Yes, these fish will last us for many days. Finally, we can eat something else. That wolf meat and dog meat were awful. Everyone cheered and rejoiced. Only Zhang Xiaotong and Zhang Long couldn't share in the joy. Zhang Xiaotong squatted on the ground, using a stick to poke around her face, growing increasingly gloomy. These fish shouldn't be here. Rin Tian frowned, glaring at her in disgust. What do you mean? Isn't it great that we have fish to eat? Duan Na beside her also looked a bit confused, but only shot her a few glares. She is right, these fish indeed shouldn't be here. Zhang Long pondered for a moment. Look, as far as I know these fish live in the deep sea. How could they possibly appear in shallow waters? There are even corals in here. As Zhang Long spoke, his expression grew increasingly grim as he looked at everyone. It seems the weather is about to change drastically. Hurry up and gather supplies, or what we have may not be enough at all. Hearing Zhang Long say this, everyone felt a bit frightened. Bai Wenwen stepped forward to ease the tension, encouraging everyone, and then they all set out to find various supplies they needed for survival. Soon only the two of them were left in the cave. Bai Wenwen looked at him with concern. Something big might happen, right? Zhang Long nodded and held Bai Wenwen tightly. Tsunamis, typhoons, torrential rains. These natural disasters will come one after another. All we can do now is to quickly gather supplies. Bai Wenwen looked up at him. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Dying here. Not afraid. Besides, even if I were to die, being able to die with you would satisfy me. Bai Wenwen's pretty face flushed, and she lightly punched Zhang Long's chest. Who wants to die? We all have to survive. Oh! A scream pierced the sky. Strange noises echoed from deep within the dense forest, and the leaves rustled violently. Monster! There's a monster. The monster is going to eat us. Peng Hai shouted loudly, panicking as he ran back. Everyone around who had been collecting supplies was startled and quickly surrounded him. What happened? What's wrong? What did you encounter? Why are you covered in injuries? Calm down, have some water, and speak slowly. Zhang Long and Bai Wenwen also came over. Seeing Peng Hai covered in dirt, his hair disheveled, and his body marked with injuries, staring blankly ahead and gasping for breath, it was evident he was terrified. Zhang Long placed a hand on Peng Hai's shoulder. Calm down, perhaps what you saw wasn't a monster, but just an animal you've never encountered before. Mentioning the monster, Peng Hai instantly regained his composure and slapped Zhang Long's hand away. What do you know? That thing was definitely a monster. If I had been just a little slower, I would have been eaten by that thing. Earlier, Peng Hai was picking up firewood in the forest when he suddenly saw a figure that looked like a fat man in the woods, but none of them were fat. Feeling suspicious, Peng Hai followed it. Who would have thought that as he got closer, several shadows surrounded him and started throwing things at him. A particularly large shadow charged at him, scaring him into running away. However, that thing was extremely fast and quickly closed the distance, kicking him hard in the back. Only then did Peng Hai see clearly what was chasing him. It had a human face, was covered in fur, and had long claws and fangs, looking quite terrifying. He hurriedly got up and scrambled to run away. Strangely, that thing was incredibly fast, but for some reason it didn't follow me out of the forest. Peng Hai turned around, fearing no one would believe him. If you don't believe me, look. My back is still burning hot. When they saw his last injury, everyone gasped in shock. There were 3 long wounds as if cut by a sharp blade, with some areas where the flesh had rolled up, but overall the wounds weren't particularly deep. Bai Wenwen's face turned pale. These wounds were caused by the claws of that monster if it had used its hands. Everyone was horrified. This is too terrifying. The dense forest is not far ahead. What if those monsters find us while we are asleep? Yes, since they can attack humans, they must be carnivorous. We are all girls, can we fight them? When can we leave this place? I want to go home. Zhang Xiaodong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Based on your description, the creature that attacked you might be a mountain demon, but typically mountain demons don't grow this large. This needs further verification. After saying that, Peng Hai felt enlightened, his face flushed. So it's a big wild monkey. You scared me. Let me grab my gear and find them to settle the score. Peng Hai said, striding into the cave to bandage himself, and then looking for a steel pipe. I've heard monkey brains are fresh and tender. I must catch one to taste today. Don't be impulsive. Mountain demons are very clever, and since you said they are strong, you might not be able to subdue them. Zhang Xiaodong quickly stopped him. Moreover, mountain demons primarily eat fruit. They only attack animals when food is extremely scarce. It's better not to provoke them. TCH. Peng Hai pushed her away. Stay out of it. As he spoke, he walked off unconcerned. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Long. Peng Hai is strong. He should be fine. You all continue collecting supplies while follow him to take a look. After Duan Na finished speaking, she followed Peng Hai. When they reached the place where they encountered the mountain demon, it had already vanished. Peng Hai was so angry that he jabbed the steel pipe everywhere. Come out. All of you come out. Weren't you being all arrogant just now? Why have you disappeared now? Duan Na was on high alert, observing her surroundings. Suddenly, she pointed to the ground. Peng Hai, look at that. The two of them leaned in closer to take a look. It was a large, elongated, cylindrical object wrapped in many fibers, exuding a foul smell. Peng Hai smashed this thing with his pipe. What is this? Mountain demon's feces. Feces? Are you joking? It's this big. Peng Hai was astonished. Duan Na remained calm, her sharp eyes scanning the area. What time is it? How could I joke with you? Look, there's plenty of feces around. This indicates that those mountain demons are very likely active in this area. After saying that, the two of them walked a short distance forward. Based on the color and degree of decay of this feces, there shouldn't be many of them. Peng Hai suddenly found it a bit funny. Oh, I didn't expect models from big cities would study poop. Duan Na merely frowned. Let's go back. This thing shouldn't be messed with. If you want to leave, you go ahead. Oh, I must find that thing. Peng Hai spat in his hand, rubbed it together, and tightened his grip on the steel pipe. Not to mention being scared by a big monkey in front of so many women, he had to redeem himself. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a heat above his head, as if something had hit him. Peng Hai instinctively reached up to touch it. He felt something sticky in his hand, exuding a foul odor. This thing seems a bit like. Before he could finish, a series of roars erupted above. A chill instantly shot up from his spine to the top of his head. Peng Hai trembled and looked up. The trees were filled with pairs of glowing red eyes. It turned out that these creatures had been watching them in the shadows all along. Run! Duan Na shouted and bolted. Peng Hai gritted his teeth, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it at the tree. Damn you! The mountain demon shrieked, angered by his actions, and leaped down from the tree. In a flash, only a shadow could be seen. The surrounding mountain demons also followed, baring their teeth at Peng Hai. At this moment, Peng Hai was completely dazed, overwhelmed by the scene before him. Those mountain demons stood nearly 2 meters tall. Their claws seemed to glint coldly, as if they could effortlessly pierce through a person's chest. While he was in a daze, the mountain demons had completely surrounded him. "What are you standing there for, you fool? Are you seeking death?" Duan Na shouted. Turning back, she discovered that the mountain demons had already surrounded him, and with a clenched jaw and a stomp of her foot, she retreated. On Peng Hai's side, though he was frightened, the instinct for survival compelled him to grip the steel pipe tightly and charge towards the closest mountain demon. The mountain demon let out a furious roar and lunged forward, moving as swiftly as an arrow released from a bow. The ground trembled beneath, exuding an overwhelming aura. Other mountain demons rushed in from all directions. Clang! When the steel pipe collided with the demon's claws, it surprisingly produced a sound akin to metal clashing. In a moment of distraction, Peng Hai felt a searing pain in his arm, and without hesitation, he spun around and thrust the steel pipe into the eye of the nearby mountain demon. A deafening howl pierced the sky. This cry of agony utterly enraged the surrounding mountain demons. The demon with one eye gouged out swatted the steel pipe from Peng Hai's hand and pounced fiercely. "Damn it!" Peng Hai gritted his teeth and instinctively dodged to the side. At that moment, the mountain demon that had lunged at him unexpectedly stumbled and fell. Duan Na swiftly appeared beside Peng Hai and tossed him the steel pipe. "I told you to leave earlier. Are you satisfied now?" Peng Hai, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't say much. Duan Na moved like a dancer among the mountain demons, avoiding their attacks. Seizing the moment when they were taken by surprise, she plunged the steel pipe into one demon's waist, using her own strength to bring it down. "Quick, let's run while we can," Duan Na shouted, pulling Peng Hai to flee. Peng Hai's face turned red. He felt ashamed that as a man of 7 feet, he was being saved by a frail woman in such a perilous moment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. An inexplicable rage surged within him. Glancing at the mountain demon chasing closely behind, he tightened his grip on the steel pipe and delivered a counterattack. By sheer coincidence, the steel pipe found its mark in the demon's neck. Blood gushed forth immediately. Seeing this, Peng Hai felt a wave of exhilaration and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Come on." Duan Na wished she could slap him. "Have you gone mad? Run." The other mountain demons, seeing this, became even angrier, their roars merging into a cacophony, moving faster than before. The leader shouted, and the demons on both sides desperately rushed in, instantly trapping the two. Duan Na felt a rush of frustration and stood back to back with Peng Hai. "Are you satisfied now?" Peng Hai's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot. "What are you afraid of? Killing one isn't a loss, killing two is a gain. Don't drag me into your death wish." Duan Na shouted angrily, her keen eyes scanning the movements of the mountain demons around them. Strangely, these creatures did not charge directly at them like before. They merely surrounded them, roaring loudly. At that moment, a mountain demon with a tuft of white fur on its forehead approached. Its eyes, resembling those of a human, glared angrily at Peng Hai. Under the glare of this mountain demon, an invisible pressure fell upon Peng Hai. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Even so, he forced himself to maintain composure. What do you want?" The mountain demon stepped closer, its fangs glistening menacingly. Peng Hai could even smell its foul odor. In that instant, he felt his mental state shatter, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his pupils dilating in terror, shaking uncontrollably. Don't come any closer." Just then, a torch was suddenly thrown over. The surrounding mountain demons scattered in fright. The lead mountain demon turned to look back. Zhang Long, holding a torch, threw another one when he saw it wouldn't leave. It struck true, hitting the demon squarely, igniting its black fur in flames. It howled in pain, baring its teeth, but fortunately the fire was quickly extinguished. At that moment, though the demons were furious, fear prevailed. They had never encountered such a glowing, scorching object. The torch on the ground ignited, the leaves crackling and popping. The mountain demon, flustered and enraged, bared its teeth at Zhang Long, but still retreated with the corpse of the previously slain demon. When Peng Hai recognized the newcomer, he was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Duan Na rushed into Zhang Long's embrace. However, Zhang Long, not thinking much, quickly extinguished the flames on the ground and led the two back. "You scared the life out of me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have been done for," Peng Hai said, still shaken, as he smoothed his chest. "Brother, just stop talking. If there's anything I can do to help in the future, just let me know." Duan Na shouted angrily. "How can you say that? If you hadn't killed that mountain demon, would we be in this mess?" "Hey, what do you mean? If I hadn't killed it, I would be the one lying there." "Stop arguing." Zhang Long glared at the two. "We'll discuss it when we get back." Although Zhang Long appeared calm on the surface, he was actually feeling a storm of emotions within. Thankfully, he couldn't bear to leave the two behind and followed them, otherwise they likely wouldn't have made it through the day. Also, while the torch was very useful, the dried leaves in the forest were far too many. If he had been even a moment slower, the fire might not have been extinguished. Next time, he had to think of alternative methods in such situations. Upon reaching the cave, someone exclaimed, "What? You actually killed one?" Zhang Xiaotong looked as if struck by lightning. "Have you lost your mind? Mountain demons are clever and hold grudges. With this incident, we have undoubtedly made enemies with that group of mountain demons. They will definitely find us here at the fastest speed." Upon hearing this, everyone was alarmed. What should we do? Should we move to a more concealed location? Damn it, it's all your fault. If you hadn't provoked those mountain demons, we wouldn't be in this situation. Exactly. You're fine, but we're all here suffering. Peng Hai, furious and embarrassed, stood up. How was I to know such creatures were so terrifying? If I hadn't killed it, I would be dead. All right, enough already. Don't say more. Zhang Long stepped forward. Since this has happened, there's no turning back. We're all in the same boat now, and we should unite and find a way to resolve this immediate problem. It's easy to talk, why don't you go? Ming walked in from outside. I saw them in the woods earlier. Those beasts are incredibly strong and fast. Even though there are only 7 or 8 of them, they could end our lives. Why didn't you help us when you saw them? Ming stared at him as if he were an idiot. Help you? On what grounds? You should take a look in the mirror and see how much you weigh. You, a mere driver, think you deserve to have our CEO come to your rescue. Lu crossed her arms, a sarcastic smile on her face as she looked down at him. You couldn't help but let out a cold huff. Some people really know how to dream, thinking they are superior when it's a critical moment. Lulu's face flushed red. What are you talking about? You retorted, straightening her back. I'm talking about you. To be honest, I couldn't stand your arrogant demeanor back at the company. Now that we're stranded on this deserted island, everyone is equal, and yet you're still dreaming. It seems I've hit a nerve. Lulu's face turned red with anger as she raised her hand and slapped her. Yu wasn't afraid. She immediately slapped back with all her strength, nearly knocking Lulu to the ground. Enough! Zhang Long shouted angrily. The two quickly stopped what they were doing and stood apart. Zhang Long looked at the people before him, feeling both anxious and angry. What time is it, and you're still arguing about trivial matters? Zhang Xiaotong has seen a lot. To avoid those creatures finding us, let's search the area nearby for a while, but don't wander too far. Use branches to block the cave entrance in the meantime. The following days were filled with strong winds. Zhang Long took Peng Hai to the beach and found that large areas were submerged by the sea, making it impossible to fish. They could only pick some wild fruits and mushrooms to eat. At first, everyone's spirits were relatively normal despite the severe weather, but as the wind grew stronger, a slight carelessness could extinguish their fire. The trees around them rustled violently, and many were even broken. Then heavy rain began to pour. In the stormy weather, a group of people sat around the campfire. It's so cold. Luckily, we stocked up on firewood earlier, or we would freeze to death here. Yes, we don't have much food left now, and we can't go out in this dreadful weather. What should we do? I want to go home. Bai Wenwen sighed along with the others. No matter what, at least we're alive. As long as we're alive, there is hope. Robinson survived on the island for so many years, and in the end, he returned to civilization. How long have we been here? Speaking of which, Zhang Long suddenly remembered that they had been on this island for almost half a month. So much has happened in this time. However, there were no ships at sea, and aside from the crashed plane, there were no flights in the sky. The hope of returning was very slim. If I had known, I would never have gone on vacation. Someone in the crowd said this, and everyone erupted in complaints. Some said they missed their families, others missed their pets, and some lamented that they had never endured such suffering in their lives, ultimately putting the blame on Ming, the initiator of this trip. Are you blaming me? Ming looked at everyone in disbelief. It is your fault. If you hadn't suddenly insisted on going out for team building, I would be comfortably lying at home, right now munching on snacks and watching TV. Exactly. It's all your fault. Why did you take us wandering around? We've been out here for so long, our families must be worried sick. Facing the crowd's dissatisfaction, Ming slammed his utensils down and stood up abruptly. When I first suggested team building, everyone eagerly agreed. Now that the plane has issues, you all blame me for being stranded on this deserted island. Moreover, was it my fault that the plane malfunctioned? Did I want to encounter such bad luck? Ming raked his hair in frustration, a hint of madness showing on his scruffy face, as if he suddenly remembered something, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Zhang Long. If you want to blame someone, blame him. Blame Long Ge. Are you crazy? This person truly doesn't recognize kindness. He has saved you several times, and you speak of him like this. Exactly, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Ming snorted coldly. If Zhang Long hadn't insisted on taking us to search for resources and shelter, would we still be waiting for rescue right now? At this point, the anger in his eyes became uncontrollable. I think Zhang Long, who was ignored in the city after being stranded here, enjoyed the admiration he gained from showing his abilities, and he wants to keep everyone on this island, not wanting us to leave. Bai Wenwen could no longer endure it. Enough. Ming, do you know what you're saying? I am very clear and calm. Ming stared at her, then turned to the crowd. What was Zhang Long like before he arrived on this island? I don't need to say more, everyone knows very well. Yet now look at how proud he is. Imagine a person who usually suppresses their anger and desires suddenly releasing all of it. If you asked him to end it all now, would he be willing? Stop talking. Bai Wenwen shouted, turning to look at the silent Zhang Long. He is not that kind of person. He Ming found it ridiculous and increasingly couldn't understand the woman before him. He's not that kind of person. You have been married to this useless man for so long, and you spend so little time in the same room. You claim you understand him. Bai Wenwen, have you been brainwashed by this guy? Bai Wenwen frowned. She wanted to retort, but found herself tongue-tied. Because she had to admit that He Ming was right. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Recalling how Zhang Long had been at the company, he could hardly lift his head in front of everyone, yet now on this island, he had transformed into a leader. This transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. He Ming's words were not without reason, of people are inherently like this. Almost everyone thought the same, and the way they looked at Zhang Long quietly changed. Bai Wenwen couldn't help but look at him. When they lived in the city, Zhang Long was always willing to do anything for a few bucks, seemingly without any complaints, as if he never displayed any negative emotions. But such people are often the most terrifying. Now that he had the chance to become someone superior, anyone would be tempted, especially him. Thinking of this, Bai Wenwen's gaze turned a bit cold. Yet she couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Zhang Long snickered. What should I explain? From the very beginning, I never required you to follow me, nor did I say you had to listen to me. Seeing things turn out this way, I truly have no choice. I'm going out for a bit of do as you please. After saying this, he picked up the steel pipe lying behind him, donned a poncho, pushed aside the branches blocking the entrance, and stepped out into the wind. He Ming, seeing this, wore a smug expression. See, to cover up his own insecurities, he went out to hide. I knew this guy had no good intentions. Lulu added some firewood. Exactly what can a useless person like him do for us? He was just lucky before. Saying this, she threw a flirtatious glance at He Ming, who responded by giving her a playful pat on her curvy backside. Duan Na watched all of this with cold eyes. Zhang Long is a good person, but it's not impossible for situations like what He Ming just mentioned to occur. So what do you think we should do now, eh? This question hit the nail on the head, and everyone's gaze turned to He Ming. Right? You were just criticizing him nonstop, but why don't you give us an idea? Exactly, don't tell me you're just jealous of him, because he's impressive. This remark seemed to strike a nerve with He Ming, as veins bulged on his forehead, and he clenched his fists. Me, the future president of the world's top modeling company, jealous of a useless person. This statement came out as if squeezed through gritted teeth, with a distinctly sour tone. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that even when he was still at the company, He Ming was jealous of Zhang Long, because he had pursued Bai Wenwen for a long time, yet Bai Wenwen married Zhang Long without hesitation. Such things are hard to let go of for anyone, especially for someone as petty as He Ming. Although everyone understood, they tacitly kept it to themselves. He Ming coughed lightly and looked mysteriously at the crowd. At this point, I guess I have to reveal this matter. As he said this, everyone's heartbeats quickened. He Ming was quite pleased with their reaction. Haven't you all been curious why I've been going out with a hammer every day, only coming back when it's almost dark, yet never bringing anything back? In fact, I've been building a boat. Everyone gasped in unison, their eyes wide with surprise and excitement. He Ming calmly began to narrate the entire story. It turned out that while he was out scavenging for supplies, he discovered a simple boat in a cave by the cliff. The corpses on that boat had turned into skeletons, and the boat itself was in a state of decay, likely having encountered some disaster at sea a long time ago with seawater washing into it. He cleaned up all the skeletons by himself, dismantled the unusable parts, and found quite a few boat repair tools in a broken wooden box. Using the repair tools and the airplane wreckage he found earlier, he refurbished the boat, almost finishing it. As long as we get through these few days, once I fix the boat, we can go home. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone erupted in cheers, clapping and celebrating, and the atmosphere instantly became joyful. Great. We can finally go home. Yes, we can finally leave this hellhole. Ooh, I've had enough of it. Woohoo, this is amazing, this is amazing. Peng Hai was also excited, patting He Ming on the shoulder. Look at you looking all weak and delicate. Who would have thought you're actually capable? When I get back, I'll treat you to a meal. Lulu rolled her eyes at him. Did Ming say he would take you along? As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Peng Hai's face froze instantly, and the nearby girls exchanged glances, whispering to each other. He Ming snorted. I know you were the one who did that before. You're not worthy of my boat. This statement struck Peng Hai like a thunderbolt. After a moment, he rubbed his hands and put on a smiling face. No, the previous incidents were all misunderstandings. That was all Zhang Long's doing. You know how powerful Zhang Long was back then. Ew, I didn't dare to defy him, did I? It was all a misunderstanding. As he said this, he pulled out a few sweet wild fruits from his pocket and stuffed them into He Ming's hands. Honestly, I've never liked that kid. He's like a toad. He doesn't even look at himself in the mirror and dares to compete with you for the spotlight, right? After hearing this, He Ming felt quite at ease. The gloom on his face dissipated, instantly replaced by a look of approval. At least you're sensible. He Yu Yao saw that this tactic was effective and hurriedly moved closer. Minggu, I always believed in you the most back when we were at the company, and I was also the one who listened to you the most. When we leave, you'll take me with you, right? In her words, there were flirtatious glances. Of course I wouldn't forget you, you little vixen. Oh, stop it. He Yu Yao playfully pouted, then nestled into his arms, using her gaze to emphasize her victory. Seeing this tactic work, most others eagerly crowded in. As long as they could leave this hellhole, being taken advantage of was no big deal. Besides, they were already accustomed to such things. Bai Wenwen sat not far away, fiddling with the bonfire. Though she had some doubts about Zhang Long, she couldn't bring herself to sell her body for such matters. Duan Na and Zhang Xiaotong were equally unmoved. Duan Na believed in Zhang Long, thinking he would find a way to get them out of this hellhole. Zhang Xiaotong merely questioned whether He Ming, this rich second generation who jumped from bed to bed, could really build a good boat. She also found He Ming untrustworthy, thinking that even if he truly repaired the boat, whether they could safely reach their destination remained uncertain. Everyone's inner thoughts came to an abrupt halt the moment Zhang Long returned to the cave. Zhang Long did not return alone. Everyone rushed over. Isn't this a mountain monkey? Why did you bring it back? You can't be expecting us to eat it. It's so disgusting, fat and ugly and still alive. Bai Wenwen looked at the weak mountain monkey. Zhang Long had brought back, her feelings becoming complicated. What do you mean? Their eyes met. I found her outside the dense forest. She is injured and pregnant with little mountain monkeys. With all this terrible weather, it must be hard for them to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Hai pushed Zhang Long, causing him to stagger, his eyes filled with rage. Throw it away. Zhang Long furrowed his brow, looking at the dying mountain monkey, gritting his teeth. No, she is still alive. Since I encountered her, it's fate. Fate. You have that kind of fate, we do not. You saw how this creature bullied us back, then everyone avoided it, afraid it would come after them. And you instead hurriedly brought one back. Are you really afraid we won't survive this? Peng Hai shouted loudly, then simply grabbed the steel pipe hanging at his waist and thrust the sharp end toward the mountain monkey. But before it could pierce the mountain monkey's skin, the steel pipe was tightly gripped by Zhang Long. I know you can't stand this creature, but it is innocent. Once its injuries are healed, I will send it away. He Ming stood up, looking at him mockingly. Zhang Long, are you out of your mind? Don't you realize what time it is? We're all struggling to survive. You bring one back. If you don't want to live, don't drag us down with you. His words resonated with everyone. The weather outside is extremely harsh. Going out to find food is basically impossible. The remaining food is already limited, and now Zhang Long has brought back a hungry mouth, making it even scarcer. Everyone spoke one after another, urging Zhang Long to throw the mountain monkey out and let it fend for itself. Zhang Long looked at the angry and fierce faces before him and suddenly smiled. When living in the city, which girl didn't love small animals, holding them and calling them her sons? Who didn't have a kind heart? Now in this situation, they have all changed. Zhang Long did not blame them. He just suddenly felt a bit afraid. Afraid that if one day he got hurt and was left in the wild, would anyone like them reject him for taking their food and choose to let him fend for himself? Turning to look at the dying mountain monkey, he made a heavy decision. All right, enough said. I understand everyone's feelings, but I will never throw this mountain monkey away. He Yuan was the first to stand up. Zhang Long, are you crazy? What time is it? Why are you pretending to be compassionate now? Exactly, look at that creature, fat and looking like that. It must have eaten a lot. We don't have enough food for ourselves, and you still want to raise it. Rin Tian wanted to say something, but hesitated. The mountain monkey looked particularly pitiful, and she wanted to help it, but if she stood up now, she would definitely become everyone's target. So she just buried her head low and avoided looking at them. Bai Wenwen glanced at the mountain monkey and pulled Zhang Long. I know what you're thinking, and that you can't bear to throw it away, but our remaining food is running low. The concern in her eyes made Zhang Long's heart ache. If he had anticipated such a situation earlier, he should have prepared more food, otherwise things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Zhang Long sighed deeply. All right, I understand. Let's split the remaining food evenly so that your interests won't be harmed. This made everyone whisper to each other. However, it was indeed a good solution. Everyone took out their food. He Ming stood on a slightly higher rock, looking spirited, as if he were surveying the land. Everyone, before we divide the food, I must say, I get to choose first. His words were like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, instantly causing chaos among the crowd. Why should you? Yeah, when they were finding these things, you didn't help at all. Exactly, we're all equal. Why do you get to choose first? Lu snorted coldly, her eyes filled with derision as she looked around. I think you all still don't understand the situation. Have you forgotten what he said just now? In an instant, there was silence. Zhang Long looked at everyone in confusion. What just happened? Everyone knew that He Ming and Zhang Long did not get along, and he had intentionally said that while Zhang Long was absent. Now that it was revealed, it wouldn't be good. Haha, oh He Ming, we didn't see it coming. I hope you won't mind, you go ahead and pick first. He Yuan laughed as she spoke, even finding him a clean cloth. The others followed suit, softening their stance. After all, that boat was found by him, and only he knew its location. The adults were hoping he would lead them out. He Ming seemed quite pleased with everyone's reaction. Haha, nice. Since everyone has spoken, I will choose first. He casually took a lot of wolf meat and fruits. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of the food was gone. The others dared not show their anger. Zhang Long felt that their attitude had changed too quickly. Something must have happened today. Bai Wenwen bit her lip and told him what had just happened. Zhang Long paused. No wonder. In the face of survival, everything else became insignificant. He said nothing, quietly watching everything unfold. With He Ming leading, everyone decided the order of food selection based on one's contribution to the group. Of course, Zhang Long was last. All that was left for him were a pile of sour and astringent wild fruits and a fish that was nearly rotten. He said nothing, just chose a corner, tied up the mountain monkey with rope to prevent it from escaping or accidentally hurting others when it woke up, and then applied medicine to it. Bai Wenwen quietly brought a piece of wolf meat over. Zhang Long, this is for you. It wasn't much, but he had helped her a few times before, and she couldn't bear to see him starve. Zhang Long glanced at Bai Wenwen, then at the food she had received, shaking his head. You keep it, dear, I will find a way myself. With such heavy rain and wind outside, it's impossible to go out and get food. How can you take care of it in these circumstances? Bai Wenwen said, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Here, take this and eat it. Duan Na threw him a piece of wolf meat. In this situation, we must unite. If you fall apart, what will we do? Zhang Long looked at the bitter smile on Duan Na's face, feeling an indescribable sadness in his heart. In such a complex situation, it was truly rare to encounter someone like her. No, really, you keep it. I have my own way. Bai Wenwen's expression changed. How could she still think of flirting at a time like this? Should I stay or leave? Zhang Long was confused. What was happening? He hadn't done anything. After everyone divided the food aside from Zhang Long, Zhang Xiaodong, Duan Na, and Bai Wenwen, everyone found a place to sit, and then gathered around He Ming. They spoke of how clever, capable, and impressive He Ming had been at the company, leading everyone to win various trophies. While talking, they unconsciously leaned closer to He Ming, allowing him to take advantage. He Ming was naturally very comfortable with everything happening and let out a hearty laugh. By evening, everyone was exhausted and returned to their respective places to rest. At that moment, under Zhang Long's careful watch, the mountain demon gradually began to awaken. It looked around in panic, confirming it was in an unfamiliar place surrounded by so many people guarding it. It became extremely agitated and struggled with all its might to break free from its bindings. Zhang Long quickly stood up, looking into its bright red eyes. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid, but he knew that if he didn't find a way to calm its emotions now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. It's okay, don't worry, I'm here to save you. The only response he received was the mountain demon's furious roar. Perhaps everyone was tired, or perhaps they lacked food, so they were listless, merely sitting in their places quietly watching him. Except for He Ming. Some people are really ungrateful. I truly don't understand what you're after. Not only are you starving yourself, but that beast doesn't appreciate your efforts either. If it weren't tied up, it would have eaten you by now. He Ming sarcastically remarked, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it at the mountain demon. This provoked the mountain demon into a frenzied roar, unable to calm down. The wounds that were beginning to heal on its body burst open, spilling blood. The rope binding the mountain demon crackled ominously as if it was about to snap. Zhang Long couldn't help but clench his fists, but he didn't let himself get distracted by He Ming. It's okay, calm down. I'm here to save you. I mean no harm. As he spoke, he raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Seeing this, He Ming laughed even more wildly. Wow, I didn't know you had this trick up your sleeve. You're even better than those clowns in the circus, ha ha ha. Exactly, look at his ridiculous face, ha ha ha. A useless person is just a useless person wherever he goes. Lulu swayed her waist, laughing so hard that she almost fell into He Ming's embrace. He Ming pinched her lightly on her chest, pushed her away, and walked toward Bai Wenwen. Wenwen, look at how pathetic Zhang Long has become. Are you sure you want to keep following him when we go back? As he spoke, a smug expression appeared on his face. Bai Wenwen frowned and simply turned her face away, refusing to look at him. She secretly glanced at Zhang Long, who was trying everything to calm the mountain demon's emotions, feeling a hint of bitterness rise in her heart. If Zhang Long weren't so useless, if he could be a bit wiser at a time like this, if he had just refused that woman earlier. Unfortunately, perhaps Zhang Long had always been that way from the start, and now it was impossible to change, nor would he be able to change in the future. However, no matter what, marrying him would be better than marrying He Ming. Seeing her react, He Ming bent down, picked up a handful of stones, and hurled them at the mountain demon, striking it so that it roared angrily and almost broke free from its bindings. Several stones even landed on Zhang Long. The onlookers stood up in alarm. They were well aware of how powerful the mountain demon was. If it really broke free, it would be disastrous. Himing, isn't this enough? If that thing escapes, we'll be in trouble. Exactly, it's better not to provoke that beast. Yes, so why does someone at your level have to go against a beast? The crowd exchanged comments. This made Himing feel a bit elated. He snorted dismissively. Even if that demon breaks free from the rope, what does it have to do with me? I only threw a few stones, it's not like I brought that thing here. After saying this, he continued to throw stones. Enough. Duan Na stepped forward, her eyes seeming to emit a cold light as she glared at him angrily. Himing, you enjoyed our support, but if the mountain demon really escapes, don't blame me for being rude to you. Himing found it amusing, brushing the dirt off his hands, and raised his chin to look at her through his nostrils. Oh, who am I? Duan Na, don't forget, I'm the only one who knows where that boat is. Once this storm is over, don't blame me for not taking you with me. These words made Rin Tianshan's heart leap in fright, and she quickly pulled Duan Na. Sister Na, don't do this. Duan Na merely replied that it was fine, her imposing demeanor undiminished. I don't care. As soon as this was said, all present gasped in shock, urging her to apologize and back down. After all, being trapped on this island was no joke. Duan Na's expression remained unchanged. Himing, I'll say it again, I have no interest in your boat. If I see you pulling these tricks again, don't blame me for being rude. Himing froze completely, not expecting Duan Na to go this far for Zhang Long. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, his face instantly turning red. Fine, you said it. Don't come begging me later. The only response he received was Duan Na's cold back. Bai Wenwen watched everything unfold, a warm current suddenly flowing through her heart. Duan Na is a good person, but when she spoke up for Zhang Long, he didn't even glance at her. Did I misunderstand something? Zhang Long noticed that perhaps due to the mountain demon not eating or drinking much, it was gradually stabilizing its emotions as its strength waned. Seeing this, Zhang Long let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the rope was sturdy enough. He glanced back at Duan Na, expressing his gratitude with his eyes. He then carefully took a banana and approached the mountain demon. Although this mountain demon was female and pregnant, its size was still imposing, radiating an aura that could not be underestimated. Zhang Long couldn't help but swallow hard. If he succeeded today, everything would be much easier afterward. But if he failed, and the mountain demon broke free from the rope, he would undoubtedly face death at such a close distance. With these thoughts in mind, he instinctively held his breath. As he drew closer to the mountain demon, his heart raced faster and faster. Gradually, the nauseating smell from the mountain demon penetrated his nose, but fortunately, it seemed to have no intention of resisting. Don't move, I mean no harm. You're hungry, right? Zhang Long spoke softly, slowly extending his hand. The mountain demon gazed at the banana, approaching it, eventually locking eyes with Zhang Long. Their gazes collided. Zhang Long bent slightly at the waist. Everyone held their breath, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment, intensifying the atmosphere. The mountain demon appeared to sense Zhang Long's lack of hostility. It opened its mouth and took a bite, confirming there was no danger, before finally relaxing. At that moment, another stone fell on the mountain demon's head. Roar! The mountain demon let out an angry roar, breaking the rope and leaving 3 deep gashes on Zhang Long's arm. Zhang Long's eyes turned red as he abruptly turned around, grabbing Himing by the collar and delivering a punch to his stomach, then threw him out as if he were a lifeless dog. The final blow sent him crashing against the wall, sliding down to the ground, gasping for breath at the base of the wall. Himing's face turned red, and just as he was about to say something, he tasted blood in his throat and coughed out, "Wow." The entire process took no more than 2 minutes. Zhang Long's face remained cold, his eyes filled with boundless fury. Don't think I won't hit you. A person's patience has its limits. Himing trembled, still unable to recover from the shock. This usually timid man who wouldn't dare speak up, only standing by while his wife was teased, surprisingly had such strength. Considering his height of over 1.8 meters and weight of at least 130 to 140 kilograms, it was evident how terrifying Zhang Long was for throwing him out so effortlessly. Recalling his previous actions, he felt like a clown, his face flushed. It wasn't until Lulu helped him up that he regained his composure. Are you okay, mister? Does it hurt? Lulu asked, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Even if Zhang Long is strong now, he can only be strong for a time. Once this storm passes, he won't have it so easy to get on our good side. After hearing this, Himing's emotions stabilized slightly. The others in the cave dared not speak, their eyes wide, as they watched Zhang Long negotiating with the mountain demon. Zhang Long remained as he was before, holding up his hands in a proper manner, bending slightly at the waist to show he meant no harm, as if he hadn't just assaulted someone. The mountain demon seemed to sense the change in atmosphere, watching Zhang Long warily before finding a corner to sit down, showing no intent to attack. Seeing this, Zhang Long's anxious heart finally settled. He used a stick to offer it food and water, maintaining a safe distance. After this incident, the atmosphere in the cave became oppressive. No one spoke, quietly sitting in their spots listening to the wind and rain outside. By nightfall, Zhang Long peeked through the branches. The wind seemed to have calmed significantly. Are you going out? He turned around and found it was Bai Wenwen. Yes, there isn't enough food. You stay here in the cave, I'll bring back something delicious for you. Bai Wenwen's heart quivered. But the wind and rain are so heavy, and it's dark outside, making it hard to see the path. Maybe you shouldn't go. As she spoke, she glanced warily at the mountain demon lying in the corner. Seeing her concern, Zhang Long chuckled softly. Just now you saw the mountain demon, it has intelligence. If it felt unsafe, it would have attacked us long ago. Besides, I gave it a calming herb. As long as we don't provoke it, there shouldn't be any problem. Bai Wenwen nodded, sighing. If there isn't enough food, I can share some with you, but it's too dark outside. Let's wait until morning to discuss it. No need, night is suitable for hunting. Just wait for me here. Zhang Long said, wrapping some vines around his shoes and putting on a makeshift raincoat, glancing back at Duan Na. Duan Na nodded, indicating she understood his intention, that she would protect everyone if the mountain demon became aggressive. The ground, soaked from days of rain, was exceptionally slippery. Zhang Long used a steel pipe as a cane and slowly ventured out against the wind. The river had risen dramatically. Many small trees were uprooted, some old trees snapped in half, wild fruits were nowhere to be seen, and signs of landslides appeared in some areas. Zhang Long looked at everything before him, feeling an underlying unease. There were scattered footprints around the edge of the dense forest which appeared to belong to the mountain demon. They must have returned looking for the injured mountain demon, or were out searching for food. In such harsh weather, it was difficult for any animal to endure. Using the faint light, Zhang Long spotted a deer resting under a tree. Without a second thought, he took it down. But at the same time, he noticed a series of footprints not far from the deer. Zhang Long couldn't tell exactly what kind of animal made the prints, but he was certain it was a massive creature. The tracks seemed similar to an elephant's, but they clearly had claws in the front. The direction the creature went seemed to be. Zhang Long looked up at the endless darkness before him, towards the mist-shrouded dense forest on that side of the island. Indeed, they had yet to fully explore the entire island, only moving along the coastal side. He wondered if that mist-covered forest held a more suitable place for survival, or perhaps if there were unknown creatures. However, Zhang Long knew this was not the time for such thoughts. He tucked the steel pipe behind him, carrying the deer, and slowly made his way back through the dim light. Upon returning, he dissected the deer, giving a leg each to Bai Wenwen and Duan Na, then extracted all the internal organs, cleaned them, and placed them on the fire to roast. The internal organs were not palatable, but Zhang Long had no choice. The aroma made the already hungry crowd swallow hard. Before this, no one had anticipated that the seemingly gentle and weak Zhang Long possessed such strength, as he easily subdued He Ming with just a few moves. The group recalled their earlier mockery of him, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Brother Long, how's the situation outside? The wind has stopped, but the rain is pouring heavily. Zhang Long hesitated briefly, ultimately deciding not to mention the enormous footprints he had seen earlier. Noticing that Zhang Long did not seem particularly averse, Peng Hai attempted to draw closer. Ah, this dreadful weather, when will it end? By the way, how did you see anything in this darkness outside? Zhang Long added more firewood. When I was a wartime journalist, I learned techniques for seeing in the dark from those around me. It's really just a matter of practice. Peng Hai chuckled as he sat beside Zhang Long. Duan Na shot him a glare and turned to look at Ren Tian sitting nearby. Tisk, why are some people so thick-skinned? When the person was absent, they joined in cursing him, but now that he was benefiting, they shamelessly approached him. Peng Hai clearly recognized that Duan Na was referring to him, and his expression darkened. Just as he was about to retort, the aroma suddenly intensified. Turning around, he saw Zhang Long holding out a skewer of grilled sausages to him. Eat up. Those two simple words made Peng Hai's heart skip a beat. Having lived over 30 years, it was the first time his eyes inexplicably turned red. He took the grilled sausage from Zhang Long's hand with great difficulty, feeling an indescribable sadness. You don't blame me. Zhang Long did not turn his head. I don't blame you. The pursuit of survival is human instinct. Besides, we've lived under the same roof for so long, I can't just watch you starve without helping. As soon as these words were spoken, laughter rang out from the cave, bright and cheerful. Peng Hai wiped away his tears and let out a long sigh. You really are different from others. Now that I think about what happened earlier, I really want to give myself a couple of slaps. What do you mean by that? I just hope that if one day I become unable to move, someone will still help me, so to speak. It's for my own sake as well. This statement plunged Peng Hai into deep thought. After a moment, as if he had made a particularly difficult resolution, he stood up. Brother Long, let's not talk about anything else from now on. I'll stick with you. As he spoke, he brought his share of food over and placed it next to Zhang Long's. Following him, Bai Wenwen also retrieved her portion, but her face remained cold, saying nothing, simply sitting quietly beside Zhang Long. He Ming, seeing this, felt a surge of anger and nearly spat blood. Meanwhile, the heavy rain and strong winds continued outside, making it impossible for anyone to go out. For several consecutive days, everyone was trapped in the cave. Food was dwindling, and people grew increasingly haggard and irritable, compounded by the cold. Fortunately, after a few days of rest, everyone's wounds had mostly healed, including that of the mountain spirit. Over the days, trust developed between the mountain spirit and Zhang Long, to the point where Zhang Long sometimes relied on the mountain spirit's claws to divide food. However, the others were in a different situation. Due to the scarcity of resources, only Zhang Long occasionally managed to find some insects or snakes to stave off hunger. "Wife, you must be hungry." Zhang Long handed snake meat to Bai Wenwen. "I just caught this, it's not poisonous." Although Bai Wenwen was famished, she still remembered to share a bit with Zhang Xiaotong. Zhang Xiaotong looked at the meager snake meat and let out a long sigh. "When will this ordeal end?" "Counting the days, it's been raining outside for about a week. If it continues like this, we will surely starve to death here." Bai Wenwen gently patted her back. "Don't think like that, or we will definitely get through this." Zhang Long looked at the two of them, feeling a wave of fatigue. To be honest, he was also somewhat lost. When he was a wartime journalist, he often encountered such situations: bad weather, scarce food, and many perished from hunger. Would they also starve to death here? Just then he noticed He Ming walking over. "Hey, look at you, lively as ever. You must have food, right?" Zhang Long rummaged through the fire with the twig in his hand, retrieving a cooked grasshopper. "This is all I have." He Ming scoffed. "Don't joke with me. How can one person support all of them, and that beast? There can't be no supplies. Why, don't believe it. Where's the food?" "I'm not lifting my head." Zhang Long tossed the grasshopper into his mouth without looking up. "You've seen we live and eat under the same roof. If I had anything, I would have revealed it by now." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a punch to the face. He Ming, with his messy hair and bloodshot eyes, bared his teeth like a beast, gripping Zhang Long's collar with one hand and his hair with the other. "You're talking nonsense." Hearing the commotion, the mountain spirit immediately screeched and rushed over. Zhang Long's heart sank. He had never expected it would come to his rescue. Just as all his attention was drawn to the mountain spirit, he suddenly felt a chill around his neck. He Ming roared like a madman, "Get it away!" Zhang Long quickly waved his hand to the mountain spirit. It stood still, showing no signs of aggression, but it clearly appeared anxious, fully aware of the current situation. Others wanted to help, but were afraid He Ming might act recklessly. They all stood at a distance. He Ming gasped heavily, looking like a madman, letting out a hoarse laugh. "Give me the food quickly. I know you must have hidden some food, otherwise you wouldn't have lasted this long. Hurry, or I'll kill you." Sweat trickled down Zhang Long's forehead. "Calm down, listen to me. I really have no food left. Even if you kill me, I don't have any. But once the rain stops outside, I can go out and check." "But..." He Ming's expression twisted grotesquely. "You think I'm a fool? It's been raining for days, it won't stop. You bring out the food. Bring out the food," he said while laughing hysterically like a madman. He Ming, calm down. "I still have food. I'll give it to you. Just let him go." Bai Wenwen's face paled as she trembled, fumbling a wild fruit from her pocket. "I'll bring it to you." She edged slowly toward He Ming. Each step felt agonizingly heavy. Her heartbeat and ragged breath swelled into deafening echoes, sweat beading on her palms. If He Ming accidentally killed Zhang Long, his gentle face flashed before her eyes, the kindness he'd always shown her, no matter what she had to save him. At that thought, Bai Wenwen clenched her teeth. "Don't move, stay right there." A sudden roar made her flinch violently, and she forced a brittle smile onto her face. "What's wrong? Do you think I'd harm you?" He Ming glanced at Bai Wenwen, then at the fruit in her hand. His expression softened inexplicably, as if some inner storm had momentarily stilled. "You're wasting away from hunger. Keep it for yourself. Don't worry. I will find a way to get you out of here." As he spoke, the blade in his hand sliced open Zhang Long's skin. "Tell me now, where's the food? Or I'll kill you." Overwhelmed by frenzy, He Ming trembled violently. The strength in his grip defied belief. No starving man should possess such terrifying force. Zhang Long had no doubt He Ming meant every word. In such extremity, anything could happen. His heart hammered wildly, his mind raced, calculating, searching. "There truly is no food left. Let me go. I'll go out now and find some for you. Leave my wife here as guarantee. I won't run." Each word quavered. To claim fearlessness before death would be a lie. But the more terrified he appeared, the more it would inflame He Ming's madness. He Ming gasped in great ragged gulps, like a rabid beast unleashed. "Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Hand over the food now. I'll count to 3. If you haven't given it to me by then, don't blame me for what comes next." His voice tore through the air like a shriek. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The countdown began. Hearts pounded with frantic urgency. Several girls clung together, sobbing uncontrollably, hands pressed tight over their eyes, refusing to witness what came next. 2. Bai Wenwen felt her chest constrict as though gripped by an invisible fist. pain so sharp tears spilled unbidden. Zhang Long was undeniably weak, yet undeniable too was how often he'd helped her before this. Now she could only watch helpless as he stood on the knife's edge of death before her very eyes. He Ming, please don't do this. Bai Wenwen broke at last. Tears fell like shattered pearls. I beg you, let him go. Once we return, I'll divorce him. I'll follow you, I swear it. Just let him go. Each syllable cut like a blade drawn across her heart. Zhang Long choked on agony, gazing at the woman before him, grief twisting deep inside. And at the root of it all lay only one truth, his own unbearable weakness. A silent, seething fury rose within him. He Ming recoiled inwardly, then erupted into a grotesque, grating laugh. Wenwen, you mean it? Ha! Perfect. Even if it's like this, I don't care. Ha ha. With manic glee, he seized He Yu's hair and yanked hard. Did you hear that? Wenwen will divorce you. I've won. Ha ha. Zhang Long's gaze turned glacial. Summoning every shred of strength, he drove his elbow hard into He Ming's chest. He Ming cried out in pain. His grip slackened instinctively. Seizing the opening, Zhang Long rolled desperately aside. Yet a long, jagged gash now split his throat. Blood pulsed forth in thick crimson waves, staining his white shirt a shocking violent red. Bai Wenwen sprinted forward without hesitation, cradling Zhang Long. Her voice dissolved into incoherent sobs. Meanwhile, Peng Hai, who'd been biding his time, lunged and tackled He Ming Heiden. A Shanxiao shrieked in tandem. Zhang Xiaotong rushed in, clutching medicinal herbs and clean cloth to staunch the bleeding. You were reckless. Just a fraction more force, and you'd be dead right now. Her voice shook, yet her hands moved with urgent precision. She knew well how swiftly blood loss or infection could turn fatal under such dire conditions. Under ordinary circumstances, such a wound would be trivial, or Zhang Long wouldn't have been wounded at all. But after days of starvation, his body was utterly spent. Escaping it all was nothing short of miraculous. He breathed deeply, feeling the warmth of the person in his arms, and suddenly the pain receded. It was worth it. After Peng Hai slammed He Ming to the ground, the knife skittered away into a corner, and several solid punches landed squarely on He Ming's face, only stoking his wrath into an even fiercer blaze. A guttural, inhuman roar tore from his throat. Through bloodshot, burning eyes, he saw Zhang Long and Bai Wenwen locked tightly together, and with a surge of monstrous strength, he hurled Peng Hai off like a ragdoll. Liar! You lying bitch! Zhang Long is a spineless wretch. What does he have that I don't? His scream shook the very air around them. Wenwen, you name it, I'll give it to you. Even the stars. I'd tear them from the heavens if you asked. So why? Did you choose him, a worthless coward? Tiny stones tumbled from the ceiling. As if sensing He Ming's apocalyptic rage, the earth trembled, the walls groaned, and a series of sharp, splintering cracks echoed overhead. All stared at He Ming, not with anger but raw, primal terror, as though gazing upon a thing not human. No, this cave is collapsing. Zhang Long reacted first. Scanning the chamber in an instant, he shouted, "Run! The cave is collapsing." Then, seizing Bai Wenwen in his arms, he bolted for the exit with desperate speed. The others snapped into motion, scrambling, stumbling, racing outward. Fortunately, daylight still held. They wouldn't plunge blindly into darkness or over a cliff without warning. Outside, rain still fell, but softer now, and the wind had finally stilled. Behind them, the mountain groaned and cracked. Boulders crashed down one after another, swiftly burying the cave where they'd just stood. Zhang Long ran on, bearing Bai Wenwen despite the blinding pain. Each thunderous crash of falling stone seemed to echo beside his ear. A single heartbeat's delay, and they'd all be entombed forever, and die on this forsaken island. Fortunately, it didn't take long for silence to return. Zhang Long gasped heavily, his wounds bleeding from the intense exertion. Only after Bai Wenwen's reminder did he set her down. Are you okay? You scared me to death just now, Bai Wenwen said, hugging Zhang Long and starting to cry. Zhang Long wanted to comfort her, but due to the strenuous activity, his lungs felt like they were on fire, severely lacking oxygen. Having hardly eaten during this time, he could barely speak and could only pat her back with great effort. Suddenly, the rain stopped and light shone through the thick clouds onto the ground, bringing warmth to everyone. They all looked up at the clear sky in unison. It was unclear who started it, but everyone burst into laughter. In that moment, the gloom on everyone's faces dissipated, replaced by the joy of surviving a disaster. Although the cave had collapsed, they were still alive, and the weather had cleared up. In that instant, everyone felt as though they had returned to the moment they were washed onto this island after the plane crash. Though they had lost everything, at least they were still alive. Did anyone see Run Tian Tian? Duan Na suddenly shouted, breaking the tranquility. No. She was right behind me when we escaped. He Yu exclaimed in alarm. Duan Na's face turned pale. I've looked everywhere, she's not here. What? Yuan Lu glanced around in confusion, her eyes filled with despair. It's over. Tian Tian has always been the weakest among us. Could she have been buried? Impossible. Duan Na's eyes were filled with tears. I clearly saw her run out when we were escaping. I remember that girl stumbled once. I was in a panic at that moment and couldn't react in time. Peng Hai gasped as he spoke. Why didn't you save her? What does it matter now? At a time like this we can't think about others. Besides, with one less mouth we can eat a bit more ourselves, He Ming scoffed. His words ignited the anger of the crowd who pointed fingers at him, shouting various accusations. At that moment Bai Wenwen calmed down, saying, Everyone, let's not jump to conclusions. Perhaps Ren Tiantian just accidentally got separated from us. Let's quickly split up and search for her. She shouldn't be far. Her words snapped everyone into action. They scattered to search for her. Zhang Long, enduring the pain, stood up and called out for Ren Tiantian. As they called out, someone suddenly gasped. Zhang Long instinctively turned to look. Not far away, under a towering tree, sat a massive creature covered in black fur, breathing heavily. Next to it was a small white shoe stained with blood. It was Ren Tiantian's. Zhang Long's heart sank. Could it be that the mountain demon had lost its sanity from hunger and started eating people? Ren Tiantian was such a pure and kind girl who had endured so many trials alongside everyone. Now, after finally surviving, she had been devoured by this beast. Zhang Long's heart was filled with complex emotions. He needed to see her alive or dead. With heavy thoughts, he slowly approached the mountain demon. When he could finally see it clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. Ren Tiantian lay on the mountain demon with only a little blood on her head, likely just having been knocked out by a rock that rolled down the mountain. The blood on the ground was from the mountain demon. Did you save her? The mountain demon slowly opened its eyes with great difficulty, making no other movements, but it tightly held on to Ren Tiantian. From this alone, it was clear that it had saved her when the cave collapsed. Watching the scene before him, Zhang Long felt the corners of his eyes moisten. Reflecting on everything that had happened in the cave, he suddenly realized that sometimes animals could be more pure than humans, with good being good and evil being evil. Unlike some people who can suddenly turn into beasts without warning. Seeing that Zhang Long had little reaction, everyone cautiously gathered around. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. The mountain demon had lost so much blood that it might not survive. Wait, its condition seems a bit off. Zhang Xiaotong shouted, observing carefully, and suddenly his eyes widened. It seems like it's about to give birth. What? Zhang Long's heart sank, and he rushed over to lift Ren Tiantian, who was lying on the mountain demon's belly. Sure enough, blood flowed profusely, and he could vaguely see something dark inside. Without hesitation, he handed Ren Tiantian over to Duan Na. Everyone stand back and don't look over here. Animals don't want strangers watching when they give birth. Oh, what if something goes wrong? No, that's not enough. The mountain demon hasn't eaten for days and doesn't have the strength to give birth. Quickly go find something to eat. Duan Na shouted back. If we don't hurry, this creature could die during childbirth. Others chimed in, agreeing, and ran off to look for wild fruits. He Ming found it all amusing. You all have gone mad helping a monkey give birth. Zhang Xiaotong shot him an angry glare. If you're not going to help, at least don't stand there making sarcastic remarks. He Ming coldly snorted and went off to find a sunny spot. At this moment, the mountain demon was extremely weak, breathing in more than it was exhaling. Zhang Long found some water for it to drink, which slightly improved the situation. Here comes the food. Bai Wenwen ran over holding a bunch of nearly rotten bananas. I just found these a little ahead, and there are still some edible spots. As she spoke, she hastily peeled a banana and handed it to the mountain demon. Having experienced life and death, and knowing it had a kind heart, having saved Ren Tiantian, everyone was no longer afraid of it. The mountain demon was indeed starving and devoured the bananas in a few bites. Bai Wenwen was both astonished and delighted, quickly peeling more for it to eat. Others gradually brought more food, most of which was spoiled, but it was better than nothing. Seeing that the mountain demon had regained some strength, Zhang Xiaotong signaled everyone to disperse, leaving only Bai Wenwen and Zhang Long to watch over. After a great effort, 2 baby mountain demons were born one after another. Bai Wenwen wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly burst out laughing. I never thought I would deliver a mountain demon one day. Zhang Long looked at the 2 little mountain demons, suddenly feeling an indescribable emotion rise within him, calling everyone over to take a look. Everyone was filled with excitement, seemingly forgetting that they had just escaped death. After all, this was a new life, symbolizing hope. The mountain demon quickly regained its strength, holding a small mountain demon in one arm, while silently gazing at Zhang Long. In that moment, a strange thought suddenly popped into Zhang Long's mind. Perhaps this creature can understand human speech and communicate. He tentatively spoke, "Are you leaving?" The mountain demon did not respond and took a step back. Zhang Long sighed deeply. Now that you are healed and your child has safely been born, it is time for you to return and check on your companions. It seems you have been granted permission. The mountain demon turned and walked away, quickly disappearing into the jungle. He pouted. After we supported this creature for so many days, it just leaves like that. What a thankless beast. Zhang Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Do you wish you would stay with us forever? He stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Although this mountain demon had a pleasant disposition and was intelligent, it had never harmed anyone. Nevertheless, it was still an animal, and no one could guarantee that it wouldn't suddenly go berserk. What should we do now? Bai Wenwen looked back at Zhang Long, her gaze softening slightly. The others also inquired. Yes, we finally found a place to stay, but now we can't return. It's a pity there are so many tools inside. Exactly, this situation happened so suddenly that no one would remember those things. There are so many wild beasts in the forest. What are we going to do tonight? Ren Tian still hasn't woken up. We should place her in a safer spot. Zhang Long scratched the back of his head. He was actually exhausted, feeling as if his body were about to fall apart. Moving felt like losing parts, yet everyone was looking to him for hope. What if he collapsed at this moment? Zhang Long swallowed hard. Peng Hai seemed to notice his distress and quickly supported him. It's fine, you make the arrangements. Zhang Long nodded and looked up at the clear sky. Now that the weather has cleared, the other wild beasts in the forest must have been hiding like us for several days. They will surely come out tonight looking for food. We need water and food. Tonight we will likely have to make do in the trees. I know where we can find such a place. Duan Na said, pointing in a direction. The other day when I went out looking for food, I found a waterfall over there upstream from the small creek we know. There are several towering ancient trees by the river, at least 1,000 years old, sufficient for us to rest for the night. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in cheers. However, the next challenge was finding food, water, and supplies. Due to the heavy rain, the dry wood in the forest must have been soaked, making it difficult to start a fire. The wild fruits had also been blown away by the storm, and after a long time without anyone collecting them, they had mostly rotted. Do you remember those coconut trees by the shore when we landed? A single remark from Zhang Long eased the atmosphere. Everyone suddenly began to feel fortunate that they had listened to Zhang Long and not picked all the coconuts at once, otherwise they would all starve this time. The group dragged their heavy feet, slowly heading toward the beach. As they walked, Zhang Long looked up at the horizon and noticed something floating in the distance. Something has washed up on the island. Zhang Long shouted, desperately running forward. When they reached the shore, they were astonished to find broken planks floating all over the coast, along with some floating wooden boxes. Ha ha, there's always a way out, there's always a way out. He Ming laughed heartily, leaping into the sea to drag a box of goods ashore and breaking it open with a stone. Inside was a thick layer of foam. After peeling away the foam, a whole box of canned goods appeared before their eyes. He Ming was so excited, he almost fainted, hastily opening a can and shoving it into his mouth. The others, seeing this, hurriedly began to pull the floating boxes from the sea. Most of the boxes contained canned vegetables, fruits, and meat. There were also a few boxes of clothing and some very complete tools seemingly meant for repairing ships, which would also be convenient for them. Compared to these, Zhang Long was more worried about the red object that had always been floating in the distance. Peng Hai patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Zhang Long pointed at the red object. I don't know if I'm mistaken, but I have a feeling that thing looks like a person. Oh, that really does look like a person. Peng Hai tiptoed to take a closer look. You wait here. After saying that, he set Zhang Long down and took off his shirt, running towards the beach and dove into the sea. After swimming a couple of strokes to reach the spot, he pulled the red object back. Once on the shore, everyone rushed over to take a look. It was indeed a person. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red t-shirt. Oh, it's a person. Great, after being in this godforsaken place for so long, we finally see a person. Do you think he was sent by the relevant authorities to rescue us? It might really be. Let's see if there's anyone else to rescue. Zhang Long walked over for a look. No hope, he's been dead for a long time. His words fell like a bucket of cold water over everyone. Lulu glared at him. I find you to be a harbinger of doom. Whatever you say comes true. Why can't you say something nice? This remark infuriated Yuan Lu, and she immediately retorted, do you think he wants that? Moreover, these things are not under his control. Why are you making a fuss? If you have the ability, why not find us so many supplies too? Lulu's face instantly turned red. Hey, you, a new employee, actually have the guts to challenge me. Believe it or not, I will fire you when I get back. Fire me if you want to, what's the big deal? I don't even care to stay in this lousy company. I've long found you unpleasant to look at. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Seeing that the two seemed like they were really about to fight, Bai Wenwen quickly stepped in to mediate, then added that no matter what, now that they had so many supplies, they could last a long time. Zhang Xiaodong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. This person is a foreigner. He should be a crew member from that cargo ship. Since he floated here, others' bodies will surely float in one after another. As he spoke, he stood up and turned to gaze at the vast ocean. I believe it's not that lucky we couldn't have been the only ones to survive. Ugh, your words give me goosebumps all over. Yuan Lu rubbed her arms as she spoke, her expression twisted as if she had just swallowed a dead fly. At dawn, the sea was shrouded in thick fog, and drifting ashore, one corpse after another emerged from the mist. Xiong Yujia's eyes were vacant, her voice flat and mechanical. Their eyes remained wide open, the eyeballs rotted away, maggots swarming forth as though speaking for the dead. I refuse to accept this. Aunt, are you trying to kill us? Seriously, now of all times. Liu Lu shot Xiong Yujia an irritated glance. Xiong Yujia beamed, her large eyes crinkling into crescent moons, her cheeks flushed pink, her two little fangs faintly visible. Coward. Nanyanya. Oh. What now? Can't you stop jumping at shadows? Zhang Long has fainted. When Zhang Long regained consciousness, he found himself lying atop a massive tree covered by a heavy sail. He tried to sit up and survey his surroundings, but searing pain coursed through every limb, leaving him utterly immobile and drained of strength. You're awake. Bai Wenwen gently lifted him and cradled his head on her lap. Xiao Tong says you've lost too much blood. You'll need time to recover. Don't worry, we're safe now. She scooped a spoonful of food toward him. Oatmeal porridge. Haven't tasted it in ages, have you? Zhang Long let out a soft, quiet laugh. As he ate the porridge, infused with the subtle, comforting scent of Bai Wenwen, and listened to the distant rush of waterfalls and birdsong, his heart gradually stilled. For a fleeting moment, tranquility settled over him. Time itself seemed to soften, suspended in gentle stillness. If only this peace could last forever. Crack! Zhang Long instinctively glanced down from the tree. Peng Hai was splitting firewood. Without thinking, Zhang Long asked aloud, where did all this firewood come from? Peng Hai didn't even look up. Didn't we find plenty of ship planks on the beach yesterday? We brought some back to split for fuel. In that instant, Zhang Long froze, as if struck by lightning, nearly tumbling from the tree in shock. Wait, what? You're burning that wood? Peng Hai scratched his head, utterly bewildered. It's ready-made firewood. Wasteful beyond measure. Zhang Long groaned, pounding his chest in despair. Stop chopping. Go fetch every remaining plank from the beach. They're vital. Bai Wenwen couldn't help but ask, vital for what? What's wrong? What is it? Zhang Long sighed deeply. Even back when we lived in that cave, I'd been thinking, we can't go on like this. It's no different from living as wild beasts. We deserve a real home, a proper house. That would change everything. Now fortune has smiled upon us. Those planks are more than enough to build not just one, but several sturdy dwellings. Everything would become so much simpler. He'd conceived this idea the very moment he first laid eyes on those planks, but collapsed from exhaustion before he could utter a word. Upon hearing this, Peng Hai slapped his thigh and laughed until he doubled over. Perfect. I'll haul every last plank back right now. He called out to Humming, who ignored him, then simply set off with the other women. Bai Wenwen watched Zhang Long in silence, and for a moment felt something shift. He seemed different now, steadier, more dependable. She knew people didn't transform overnight. Perhaps she'd simply never truly seen him before. Meanwhile, Zhang Long's mind went utterly blank, white, pure white. Yes, literally white. Back at the office, he'd once glimpsed Bai Wenwen leading a rehearsal, her figure breathtaking beyond description. Now, with so little fabric covering her, and tending to him so closely, she unintentionally revealed a glimpse of radiant beauty. Zhang Long reacted instinctively and unavoidably. His throat parched, he swallowed hard. Then, without warning, a kiss landed softly on his cheek and his chest brushed against something warm and round. His heart hammered violently, his blood surged. A sudden trickle of blood escaped his nose. Cough, cough, cough. Damn, that hurts. He gasped, clutching his chest in sharp agony. Bai Wenwen paled, instantly flustered as she hurriedly wiped the blood away. What just happened? Did I press too hard on you? It's fine, it's fine. Probably just my body reacting to intense exertion. A little rest will fix it. As he spoke, darkness flooded his vision. Of course, he omitted the other reason entirely. It seemed he'd be confined to bed rest for days, hopefully without further incident. Otherwise, his life might well end here. Bai Wenwen sighed, her luminous eyes glistening with unshed tears. Look at you. You've wasted away from hunger. Once we return, I'll brew nourishing soups for you every day. She paused, stunned. Return? But can we really go back? Nearly a month had passed. Surely the control tower had received confirmation of their crash, yet not a single sign of rescue had appeared. Were they doomed to spend the rest of their lives stranded here? Her thoughts churned, until suddenly her hand was gripped tightly. Zhang Long looked at her. I know what you're thinking. It's all right. No matter what happens, I'll keep you safe. They sat together in silence on the tree branch, gazing across the endless horizon where sea met sky. By evening, Peng Hai and the others had returned with all the remaining planks, and within hours erected a simple makeshift shelter. It wasn't sturdy, but it held against wind and rain. Around the crackling fire they gathered, not just to survive, but to celebrate survival and the unexpected bounty they'd claimed. Zhang Long, what do we do next? We stay, build a self-sustaining base, then wait for rescue. The moment the words left his lips, Humming shot upright. Wait for rescue? Are you joking? Haven't you grasped our reality yet? No one is coming. We've been abandoned on this island, left to die. His eyes burned crimson wild as a cornered beast. A full month has passed. With today's technology, someone must know, yet they've chosen silence. They've cast us aside, to rot in isolation. The final word hung in the air, then, clang. A metal bowl crashed to the ground. Every gaze snapped toward him. What on earth is wrong with you, kid? Are you trying to make our lives difficult? Peng Hai stood up first. Duan Na followed suit and shouted angrily. Exactly, you have little ability, but a big temper. Bai Wenwen hurriedly stood up to mediate. All right, everyone is tired. Oh, let's keep the comments to a minimum. Zhang Long remained silent, merely watching him quietly. It seemed there would be a change tonight. To validate his thoughts, He Ming voiced the worst situation that Zhang Long had already considered. Everyone fell silent. It seemed they suddenly recalled what He Ming had said about the boat while in the cave. Some began to whisper. He Ming does have a point, we might really have been abandoned. Yeah, whenever there's a disaster on TV, help arrives quickly, but it's been nearly a month since our incident. Forget it, since we're here, let's make the best of it. What else can we do? What was happening before him aligned with He Ming's intentions, a smug smile appearing on his face. After taking a deep breath, he swept his disheveled hair back, striking a capitalist pose. Others may have given up on us, but we can't give up on ourselves. Don't forget, I still have a boat. He emphasized the last part, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd. Anyone willing to follow me? Let's set off now. After he spoke, several people hesitated and stood up. He Ming revealed a victorious smile and turned to Bai Wenwen. Bai Wenwen, come with me. Bai Wenwen firmly rejected him. No, you go by yourself. He Ming's heart sank looking at her in disbelief. Are you okay, Wenwen? Wasn't what I just said clear enough? They won't come to rescue us. You'd rather stay with this useless loser in this godforsaken place than come with me. Bai Wenwen remained expressionless. He Ming, I've told you long ago that there's no future for us. If you have a conscience, find someone to rescue us after returning. He Ming felt as if his heart had suddenly stopped, an unbearable pain gripping him. He never imagined that as a promising company president he would be outdone by a pathetic loser with nothing to his name. He opened his mouth to argue, but felt a lump in his throat. Zhang Long also just opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything, leaving only a sense of sorrow. Breaking the silence was Lulu. Since you're unwilling to follow us, we won't force you. After saying this, she pointed to a couple of boxes not far away. You lot take the boxes. Wait. Duan Na's eyes seemed to gleam with cold light. People go, but the things stay. Lulu immediately frowned, hands on her hips. What do you mean? Regardless of the circumstances, we should get our share of these things. How can you take what belongs to us? Duan Na stood up with a loud bang. An imposing aura instantly filled the room. I'll say it again, people go, but the things stay. Sister Na, isn't that too much? What if we can't reach the shore for days? Are we just to wait and die? Exactly, we've put in effort to get these things, you're going too far. Do you have to make things so absolute? Be careful, but once we reach land we might just leave you behind. Back and forth they went, igniting the atmosphere. Zhang Long merely sat quietly as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Zhang Xiaotong shot them a sidelong glance. Those who previously received Zhang Long's kindness now stand against him without a word. We can't say much, but after you leave and are saved, these things will mean nothing to you, yet for us they are a lifeline. Zhang Xiaotong was right. Everyone present knew the discomfort of hunger and that opportunities to find such resources were rare. Lulu's face turned red and she started shouting. Are you all being too unreasonable? Regardless of the situation, we must get our share of the items. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, she rushed over, grabbing Zhang Xiaotong by the collar without giving her a chance to respond. Zhang Xiaotong was clearly startled by the sudden action, yet she didn't want to lose momentum. What's it to you? If I don't give it to you, are you going to hit me? Slap. A loud slap landed on her face. Zhang Xiaotong was stunned, standing there for a long time without reacting. Duan Na immediately walked over and kicked Lulu in the stomach. Do you really think no one dares to mess with you? Seeing her take the lead, everyone rushed in, turning it into chaos. Peng Hai and He Ming were grappling, their faces turning red, and some even picked up weapons. Amidst all that was happening, Zhang Long remained indifferent, quietly consuming the food in his bowl, as if he were the only person left in the world. After finishing, he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Let them go. His voice was not loud, but resonated with authority. Everyone stopped their actions, obediently returning to their respective places. Duan Na glared back at him angrily. Are you crazy? Why should these ingrates take away the food we worked so hard to find? Exactly, who knows what these people are thinking? It's disgusting, they don't deserve it. Just not throwing them out is already generous. Zhang Long turned to look at Bai Wenwen, seeing her also with a serious expression. It seemed she was unwilling as well. He merely smiled. When we first arrived on this island, I mentioned that people are social creatures needing to be together to survive. But this isn't a concentration camp, a people can come and go freely. If those who remain wish to leave, I won't stop them. After saying this, he looked calmly at everyone. Give them the things, we are all friends, there's no need to make it so ugly. Duan Na was unwilling. But, forget it, let them take what they want. After all, we don't know how long we'll drift at sea. Bai Wenwen replied calmly. Wish you a smooth journey, and don't forget us when you reach the continent. Other people seeing Bai Wenwen say this felt it inappropriate to say more and made way. He Ming smirked. Not bad, once I reach the continent, I will consider sending someone to rescue you. At this point, he lowered his voice mysteriously, eyes fixed mockingly on Zhang Long. Provided that I want. This remark naturally aroused discontent among the crowd, but they merely murmured quietly. They understood that this was a choice they had made themselves. After He Ming left, Bai Wenwen let out a soft sigh. Zhang Long turned to look at her, regretting it. Bai Wenwen was taken aback. In truth, she really wanted to leave this place. The thoughts in her heart turned to ashes with a chuckle. Following you, I don't regret it. I just can't understand, why did He Ming target you from the very start? Now that you have the means, why do you still let him have his way? With someone like him always calculating, wouldn't that make me just like him? Zhang Long felt warmth in his heart. What more could a husband ask for? Speaking of that, I seem to have not taken my medicine yet. My chest hurts, my chest hurts. As he spoke, he innocently leaned into Bai Wenwen's embrace, unintentionally rubbing against her. Bai Wenwen's face turned red from his actions, her delicate teeth biting her crimson lips, as she looked at Zhang Long with a serious expression, unsure of how to respond, and stomped her foot in frustration. Unruly, she turned and walked away. I'm going to see if the medicine is ready. Meanwhile, on He Ming's side, a group of people made their way along the dimly lit path to the cave and found the boat that He Ming had not yet repaired. Wow, what a huge boat. Brother Ming is amazing. He actually managed to do this all by himself. It's truly unbelievable. Yes, with this boat we can go back. That's wonderful. This boat doesn't look very sturdy, but it should be fine. Everyone praised He Ming, exchanging words of admiration, yet he showed no reaction. He Ming understood that on the surface it seemed like he had won, but Bai Wenwen had always stood by Zhang Long's side, hardly glancing at him. As if sensing his thoughts, Lu sashayed over. With this boat we can go back. It's just a pity that some people's brains have been kicked by a donkey and they lack the fortune to enjoy it. Smack! The loud sound of a slap echoed throughout the cave. In an instant, everyone fell silent, staring in shock at He Ming. He Ming's eyes seemed to burn with fury, trembling with rage. What do you mean by that? These words seemed to be squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. Lu was struck by his slap, falling to the ground, her face red and swollen, tears glistening in her large eyes filled more with fear than anything else. I didn't mean it like that. I meant Zhang Long must have drugged Bai Wenwen. Shut up. He Ming's face flushed red. Zhang Long is a worthless, good-for-nothing bum. Oh, why should he trample on me? Why did he get the girl I liked? As he spoke, his chest heaved violently, gripping Lu's hair and forcing her to look at him. You tell me, as someone with a promising future and power, what can Bai Wenwen want that I cannot provide? Why does she choose to follow Zhang Long? Why? Tell me why. He nearly threw Lu away in a fit of anger. The handful of hair he held still had traces of blood. In the midst of gasps, he downed a mouthful of alcohol. What are you shouting for? He stepped onto a wooden crate standing on a large rock, looking down at the flustered women surrounding Lu. Since you all choose to follow me, then you must listen to me in all matters to come, and there shall be no transgressions. Otherwise she will be next. Someone initially wanted to retort, but hearing the latter part of his statement, they swallowed the words that had almost reached their lips. Lu brought this upon herself. Oh, anyone could see that He Ming was displeased, yet she insisted on provoking him, and now having been beaten it was regrettable, but also within reason. He Ming, a pampered rich kid, had never known failure. Now facing this unsatisfactory situation made him extremely irritable. Even he did not realize that his pure love for Bai Wenwen had subtly transformed into a prize in the battle between the two of them. Whoever Bai Wenwen stood by would win. In front of him, he was utterly defeated. Xiong Yujia still looked at him with blank eyes. Lu is seriously injured. If not treated in time, she could die. He Ming merely glanced at the half-conscious Lu as if her condition was of no concern to him. If she's going to die, let her die far away. Don't bring me misfortune. With that, he downed the remaining alcohol in one go, shattering the bottle with a loud crash, and stumbled into the cabin. That night, neither side had a peaceful time. The next morning, Zhang Long, get the hell out here, or I'll burn this damn place to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Get out. What the hell are you doing here so early? We're stranded on a deserted island, and you still think you're the heir to a corporation. Zhang Long scratched the back of his head, still groggy. What's going on? Upon stepping outside, Zhang Long was left dumbfounded. Before him, He Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his normally neat appearance disheveled, even the stubble on his chin unshaved, and his hair a mess. He Ming directly threw two opened empty boxes onto the ground. What's going on? You actually have the face to ask. He Ming shouted angrily, pointing directly at Zhang Long's nose. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Using a facade in front of me while plotting behind my back, that trick is something I played back in elementary school. What do you mean by this? Zhang Long dug at his ears. He had never felt He Ming's voice so loud before it shook his eardrum. He spread his arms. Look at this miserable state of mine, or just making it from here to that tree over there is already a feat, and you expect me to rush over to steal your stuff. As he said this, he coughed a couple of times. Besides, didn't you say it yourself? That place is unfindable by anyone but you. This island is so big, even if we had the heart, we wouldn't have the luck to find it in one night, and still be able to come back in time to cook. Looking at Zhang Long's calm demeanor, He Ming was even more infuriated. Yes, you may be indifferent to life and death, but what about him? And her? He pointed at Duan Na and Peng Hai. Those two absolutely have the capability. Peng Hai immediately retorted, "You little brat, when I was around you were still in your dad's body. Let me show you how to deal with you." The people around rushed to intervene, but He Ming was not one to have a good temper, either grabbing a stick and preparing to strike. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Zhang Long wanted to mediate, but as soon as he inhaled, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. "Stop!" Bai Wenwen's almond-shaped eyes widened. After nearly a month of living on a deserted island, do I really think of myself as a savage? Most of the people around her hung their heads in shame. Along with the shame, there was also surprise. Reflecting on their previous behaviors in the city, the actions before them were hardly different from those of barbarians. He Ming, upon seeing Bai Wenwen, immediately repressed his anger and consciously informed her of what had happened last night. It turned out that after their group arrived at the location last night, they settled down and went to sleep. Due to the long journey, everyone was exhausted, so no one kept watch. The next morning, they found that the 2 boxes containing supplies had been pried open. Who could have done such a thing? There was no doubt about it, so they came looking for answers. Bai Wenwen glanced around after hearing this, her gaze flickering over the faces of her companions. Who stole their supplies last night? Come forward honestly and return all the supplies. We will not hold this against you, and we will provide protection. Silence fell. Bai Wenwen asked again, but still no one responded. All right, I understand. She turned to look at He Ming. Although I don't know what exactly happened, I assure you that no one on our side stole your things. You should investigate on your own. At this point, you seem to be missing someone. Zhang Long's gaze also fell on He Ming. Was it a self-inflicted theft attempting to extort more? This wasn't his style. Yet he had hardly slept last night and knew for certain that no one had ventured out. What was actually going on? He Ming snorted coldly. It wasn't that woman. She's in such a bad state right now that she doesn't have the energy for it. At this point, Xiong Yujia stepped forward, her hollow eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaodong. She's about to die? The crowd erupted in an uproar. Though Lulu was never a likable person, it was unthinkable for anyone to beat her to death. Furthermore, Lulu had always treated He Ming with care since their time in the company, and now she was beaten to the brink of death. The crowd began to denounce He Ming. He Ming, however, felt no remorse. The issue we are discussing now is where the supplies went. I hope you can answer me directly, or otherwise once I find the items in your camp, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Long stood up. What if we can't find them? Can't find them. A mocking smile appeared on He Ming's face as he helplessly scratched the back of his head and then fixed a fierce glare at him. Impossible. On this deserted island, there was no one else but them. Zhang Long's expression turned icy. I'm only asking you, what if we don't find them? If we don't find them, I will apologize to you, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Is that satisfactory? He Ming looked at him, a hint of a manic grin appearing. If I find them, the person I take will be mine to decide their fate, and none of you have a say in it. Additionally, I want you to kneel and bow before me. As he spoke, he pointed his nostrils at Zhang Long as if he were already holding the winning hand. Zhang Long turned to glance at the crowd. Every face was filled with resentment and anger, but more importantly, there was a sense of honesty. Brother Long, just let him search. We didn't take anything. All right, search away. With that, He Ming's followers rushed into Zhang Long's camp, turning everything upside down, the sounds of clattering bowls and crashing items resonating throughout. Peng Hai gritted his teeth in anger. If it weren't for someone holding him back, he would have charged forward to bite He Ming to death. After giving him a bit of face, he was now overstepping his bounds. Duan Na's face was also not pleasant as she trembled with rage, as if about to explode at any moment. Only Zhang Long and Bai Wenwen remained composed. Soon He Ming's people had turned the entire camp upside down, yet they still couldn't find those 2 boxes of food. He Ming was seething with rage. What are you looking at? Keep searching. Look outside the camp too. With no other choice, the crowd could only obey and continue their search. An hour passed, and they had almost counted every blade of grass in the area, yet they still couldn't find those 2 boxes of food. He Ming's body trembled with anger. Disregarding the obstacles, he directly grabbed Zhang Long by the collar. Quickly tell me, where did you hide the supplies? Get them out now. Zhang Long couldn't help but cough a couple of times. We didn't take anything. Oh, you little bastard, I've given you face. With a furious roar, Peng Hai lunged forward and began to grapple with He Ming. Splash! A basin of cold water was splashed directly onto both of them. Are you done fighting? Bai Wenwen said without changing her expression. If fighting could solve the problem, then feel free to continue. He Ming snorted coldly and shrugged off Peng Hai's arm. Peng Hai glared at him angrily. What do you suggest we do now, eh? He Ming took a deep breath and straightened his clothes. The 2 boxes containing the food were sealed with iron nails, and the thief used a crowbar to pry them open. There are only a few of us on this island. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? This statement caused the calmer individuals to fall into deep thought, exchanging glances filled with suspicion. After all, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. How about this? Since you are about to leave after finding the supplies, knowing the location of the cliff cave won't harm you. Let's send a few people to check it out. They might discover some clues. Zhang Long stated. As long as it's man-made, there will definitely be traces left behind. Xiong Yujia immediately stepped forward. Let Zhang Xiaotong go. Lu is about to die. That makes sense, as Zhang Xiaotong is clever and knows a bit about treating wounds. Yes, let her go. He Ming nodded in agreement. That's fine, but I need one more person. The latter half of the sentence slipped out, and she locked eyes with Zhang Long. There was a heavy scent of gunpowder in the air, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Zhang Long firmly refused. His reason was that he was injured at the moment, and Bai Wenwen needed to oversee things here. He Ming laughed heartily. How can you ensure that you won't take the opportunity to leave while we're distracted? Are you feeling guilty? Zhang Long clenched his fists about to say something, when Bai Wenwen gently patted his shoulder. It's all right. She then turned to He Ming. I will go with you. After saying this, she followed them. Hey! A shout made He Ming and the others turn around. Peng Hai revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. I remember someone saying that if they couldn't find the supplies, they would bow at a 90-degree angle and apologize. Is this a joke? He Ming was taken aback, and his expression instantly darkened. The crowd, seeing this, began to stir. Indeed, a wager is a wager. He should apologize quickly. I think he just can't handle the loss. The dignified air of the CEO is afraid of losing face after losing the bet. Tisk, how embarrassing. Every word made He Ming tremble with rage, and seeing Zhang Long's calm demeanor made his teeth grind together. Yet under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he couldn't act dishonestly. I'm sorry. He bowed at a 90-degree angle. The greatest humiliation of his life. He Ming's face turned red with anger. Zhang Long, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Amidst the laughter, He Ming left with his group. No one spoke along the way. Upon reaching the cave and seeing Lu, Zhang Xiaotong gasped in shock. At this moment, Lu's face was swollen, her body covered in bruises, and a patch of scalp had been torn off her head, the dried blood making her look like a monster. Lu was now unconscious and showed no reaction when moved. Go find some water to cool her down. After saying this, Zhang Xiaotong turned to leave. He Ming immediately blocked her path. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaotong looked at him expressionlessly. Collecting herbs to save her. He Ming snorted coldly. Whether this woman lives or dies has nothing to do with me. What I care about now is who took those things. If I can't find out, don't blame me for being rude. They'll save her, as Xiaotong, you go take a look. After Bai Wenwen said this, she tried to walk out, but He Ming pulled her arm. He suddenly seemed like a different person, smiling at her. How can I let you handle such a trivial matter? That guy, doesn't he know some herbs? You go pick some. As he spoke, he pulled Bai Wenwen to sit on a large rock. Just rest here and watch. Bai Wenwen frowned. No need, the sooner we resolve this, the sooner I can go back. As she spoke, she distanced herself from He Ming. Where did you put the box before? One person pointed to the empty ground nearby. There, it's always been placed there. Wenwen. He Ming suddenly stood up, grabbing Bai Wenwen's hand, his emotions becoming quite agitated. Wenwen, listen to me. Tell me what you want and I can do anything. Really, that useless person can't even protect himself. How could he possibly protect you? Stay with me, and he'll take you away from this godforsaken place, so you won't have to suffer like this ever again, I promise. Bai Wenwen immediately resisted. Let go of me. Didn't I make it clear before? There's no possibility between us, especially since I'm already married. When the last few words reached He Ming's ears, he felt as if he had been struck by frost, his head hanging low. A marriage certificate is just a piece of paper, yet it's precisely because of this piece of paper. Look at this. Zhang Xiaotong, almost lying on the ground, suddenly shouted, breaking the awkward atmosphere. There are footprints here. As she spoke, she pointed at the traces on the ground. This place happens to be sandy, and it's where the box was kept. There are shoe prints here, very messy, but I can tell the order. He Ming, feeling somewhat irritated, ran his fingers through his hair. And then, oi. Zhang Xiaotong was engrossed, completely unaware that He Ming didn't care about these matters at all. Look, besides the shoe prints, there's another set of footprints. The traces have nearly been trampled away by you all, and you wouldn't even notice if you didn't look closely. As she spoke, she pointed at the sandy ground, carefully explaining the positions of the toes and the soles. This person must be very tall and overweight, otherwise the traces wouldn't be so deep and large. The strangest thing is this island is full of strange rocks and overgrown weeds, yet he didn't wear shoes. This suggests that either his shoes would directly reveal his identity, or he couldn't conveniently wear shoes to come in. The long string of words caused everyone to gasp in surprise, praising Zhang Xiaotong's brilliance. He Ming couldn't help but take another look at the footprints on the ground. Tall and overweight Peng Hai. Zhang Xiaotong immediately shook her head. No, it's not him. Peng Hai walks with his feet turned out so the side prints would be deeper, but these footprints are steady and balanced. It can't possibly be him. The crowd began to discuss. Now among the men on this island, only a few could have such large feet, but He Ming couldn't possibly be guilty of self-theft. Peng Hai had already been ruled out, leaving only Zhang Long. However, everyone had seen how weak Zhang Long was. It was impossible for him to make a night run to steal things while carrying 2 large boxes. There was no one else besides them, yet the 2 boxes of food had indeed disappeared. It was Zhang Long. A woman's voice shocked everyone. The crowd turned to look. Lulu was sitting on the ground staring blankly at He Ming. Next to her, Shirley hurriedly advised, "You just woke up, hurry and lie down to rest. Be careful not to faint again." Lulu waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. "Last night I saw Zhang Long, and am sure it was him. He carried 2 boxes and pried open the one where you stored the food, then moved the contents away. It was because I saw him that he beat me up like this." Everyone gasped in unison. "Impossible." Bai Wenwen's expression was grave. "Last night I specifically gave Zhang Long a tranquilizer. He was in a half-asleep, half-awake state. If you don't believe me, you can check the remnants of the medicine in the camp." Setting those aside, there's another illogical point, Zhang Xiaotong said, without changing her expression. "He knew you put the food in the box, or why would he bring 2 boxes over? Isn't that redundant?" Lulu's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but quickly regained composure. "Are you sure he was really sick? Also, have you considered where the food actually went?" At this point, she voiced her suspicions. Zhang Long wasn't sick at all, it was all an act. The medicine Bai Wenwen usually fed him was never consumed. He brought 2 boxes over at night to conveniently bury the food in the ground, making it impossible for anyone to find it. Moreover, because Zhang Long was tall and often exercised and he had always worn that military footwear, it was easy to expose himself, so he took off his shoes. These words left even Zhang Xiaotong at a loss for a rebuttal, let alone Bai Wenwen. Her heart raced, and in a daze she felt that everything seemed to make sense. He Ming looked at Bai Wenwen's expression of skepticism, and his heart instantly bloomed with joy, unable to hide his excitement on his face. "Wenwen, I told you that kid is nothing good. Now his true colors are revealed, right?" Bai Wenwen frowned tightly, biting her lower lip, and finally looked at He Ming with a determined gaze. "No, what if she is lying?" At this point, a sudden surge of confidence arose, and he turned to look at Lulu. "Is there any evidence besides what you saw? Also, how can you prove that these injuries on you were caused by Zhang Long?" "Bai Wenwen, what do you mean?" Shirley instantly became displeased, throwing the herbs aside and standing up. "Are you implying that we deliberately harmed Lulu to frame Zhang Long? Have you lost your mind?" "Exactly. Think about it. Who would do such an unethical thing? It's truly the case that one becomes like those they associate with. Being around useless people makes one dull too. Who would go to such lengths for this?" In an instant, everyone began to attack Bai Wenwen. Although He Ming felt a bit uncomfortable inside, he said nothing more, only mentioning that Zhang Long was inherently unreliable, and it was reasonable for him to do something like this. Moreover, no one would harm themselves to frame another for a trivial gain. Bai Wenwen felt dizzy hearing these words. She felt that Zhang Long could never do such a thing. Although she had no evidence, she just believed in him. But the current situation made her feel troubled. Noticing Bai Wenwen's awkwardness, Zhang Xiaotong quickly stood up. "Don't speak too hastily. After all, everyone present has received help from Zhang Long. He has always been trying to find ways for us to live better on this desolate island. Suddenly doing something like this seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it?" Speaking of this, everyone recalled the bits and pieces from before. They realized that ever since they were stranded on the deserted island, almost all matters big and small had been arranged by Zhang Long, and his decisions were mostly correct. In any case, during that time Zhang Long showed no trace of selfishness. Even if there was any, it was only for Bai Wenwen. People began to murmur. Xiong Yujia casually remarked, "If it wasn't him, then could it be a ghost? Tisk, spare me. If there were really ghosts in this world, I would have seen them long ago." Hou Yu slapped her thigh, reflexively raising her chin, looking at Zhang Xiaotong with some impatience. "If it wasn't He Ming or Peng Hai or Zhang Long, and it wasn't a ghost, then who do you think did this?" Hou Yu's height of 1.95 meters naturally added some pressure on Zhang Xiaotong, combined with her typical loud voice from northeast China, making one involuntarily take a step back. The words that he had clearly thought out just moments ago suddenly vanished into thin air. I don't know, but it wasn't them who did it." "So you mean to say that there are other people on this island besides us?" Hou Yu nodded, shaking her legs. "We have been trapped on this island for at least a month. If there were other people on this island, we would have discovered them long ago. Why are they only emerging now? Zhang Xiaotong was left speechless, stuttering, and unable to articulate a coherent thought, his face turning red. Bai Wenwen wanted to help, but didn't know what to say, so she could only stand by anxiously. He Ming, seeing this, smiled even more. How about this, we call Zhang Long over for a confrontation and clarify this matter? Good. Bai Wenwen agreed without a moment's hesitation. She knew that Zhang Long wasn't that kind of person. If he really didn't want to give He Ming those supplies, he wouldn't have given them in the first place. Even if they called him over for a confrontation, there was nothing to say besides that he didn't do it. Seeing her agree so readily, He Ming suddenly smiled with a somewhat sinister expression. What are you in such a hurry for? I haven't finished speaking yet. As he spoke, his gaze became serious, carrying a hint of confidence as he surveyed the crowd. Zhang Long is also a clever person. If we ask him directly, he would definitely not be willing to say it so easily. To achieve the effect we want, we must use some special methods, but it depends on whether Wenwen is willing to cooperate. Without a doubt, this method cannot be good. But besides this approach, there seems to be no other way to prove Zhang Long's innocence. Thinking of this, Bai Wenwen gritted her teeth and nodded. Half an hour later, Zhang Long received the message that he was to go alone to find them. Why can he only go alone? I disagree. Peng Hai was the first to stand up. That kid He Ming is usually so sinister, letting him go now is definitely not for any good. Exactly. It's just 2 fewer boxes of food, why make such a big deal out of it? Ho Yu snorted coldly, her face filled with disdain, looking at the others who all appeared unconvinced, secretly wanting to laugh. When I was in the company, I looked down on your cowardly, timid appearance. It's just one person going to take a look, what's the big deal? You? Dan Na hadn't finished speaking when Ho Yu immediately added, I've made my point, whether you go or not is up to you, just as long as you don't regret it. The latter part of her words flashed with a hint of malice and mockery. When Zhang Long caught on, his expression darkened. That bastard He Ming truly had no good intentions. Bai Wenwen must be encountering something over there. What's the big deal? You hurry up and go back where you came from. Exactly, don't regret it. Oh, I really don't want to come out. What do we have to regret? Ungrateful wretches, what are you showing off for? We won't go, let's see what you can do to us. Zhang Long stood up. All right, stop talking. You all stay home and help Peng Hai. I'll go take a look. Dan Na blocked him without saying a word. Are you crazy? Don't you understand what that kid He Ming wants? Your injuries aren't even healed, yet isn't this seeking death? Zhang Long sighed deeply. I know, but there's no other choice. You all stay home and wait, I'll be back soon. After saying this, he turned to leave. Dan Na, quick as lightning, grabbed his wrist. Wait, if you really have to go, take this with you. As she spoke, she placed the item into Zhang Long's palm. On the road, Ho Yu watched Zhang Long walk with a slight tremble, recalling how much he had helped her before her heart softened. Don't blame me, I just want to go back early. But rest assured, once I return, I will definitely find a rescue team to look for you. Zhang Long paused for a moment and replied nonchalantly. In truth, this matter had become irrelevant to him, as he had already considered returning on his own long ago. Even without a rescue team, he would find a way to bring everyone back. Ho Yu, seeing this, felt her anger suddenly flare up. Now you have your moment of pride, but that may not be the case when you see He Ming later. Zhang Long thought for a moment and said, all right, I understand. Thank you. Ho Yu was stunned, her mind going blank. When she uttered those words, she had already imagined how Zhang Long would respond. Mockery, anger, resentment, anxiety, various reactions had played out in her mind, but none included gratitude. Watching his somewhat swaying figure, Ho Yu suddenly hoped Zhang Long wouldn't go find He Ming. But such thoughts lasted only for a moment. Soon Ho Yu brought him to the seaside. On the sea, Bai Wenwen stood at the very front of the boat in a somewhat awkward pose. He Ming stood behind her, while others found various places to stand or sit. Seeing him arrive, He Ming wasted no time and shouted directly, Zhang Long, just admit it, you took those 2 boxes last night, and Lu saw you. Zhang Long was taken aback. We'll discuss this later. Wife, you come down first. Bai Wenwen had a somewhat unsightly expression. Zhang Long. Unless you admit it and say you took everything, and then kneel down to me begging for forgiveness, don't even think about it. He Ming smirked, his expression calm, completely devoid of the previous tension. You wished. Zhang Long roared. This is between the 2 of us, don't involve my wife. Let her come down and we can discuss this properly. Discuss properly? What a joke. You put on one face in front of me and another behind my back, and even hit women. What right do you have to discuss this with me? This left Zhang Long stunned for a few seconds. When his gaze fell on Lu sitting in the corner, he suddenly understood something, gasping in shock, and looking at He Ming with a complicated expression. I really didn't expect that in your bid to steal my wife you would even go after your loyal secretary of so many years. Although Lu wasn't much, she had always been loyal to He Ming. While unsure of their relationship, Lu had never asked for much over the years. Her salary wasn't particularly high, yet she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to everything. For someone like her, He Ming actually dared to strike. Moreover, he hit her in the face. Isn't a model's worth based on her looks and figure? If she were to suffer any aftereffects, her life would be ruined. Even Lu trembled upon hearing this. He Ming, however, seemed unfazed. All right, enough of this. At this point, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Just tell me, did you take the things or not? If you admit to taking the things, then we can discuss it further. If you deny it, then don't blame me for taking one away first. Zhang Long tightened his fists, a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at He Ming. I didn't take them, but if you need those items, you can go back and get 2 more boxes. Just let my people go. Bai Wenwen's heart raced as she glanced back at He Ming. He Ming's expression remained calm. No, this is different, Zhang Long. I know you're a smart man, and I hope you can answer my question directly. Did you steal my food? He Ming, don't go too far. Zhang Xiaodong shouted loudly. Only then did Zhang Long notice that Zhang Xiaodong was also on the boat. A bad premonition arose within him. He Ming kicked her. Shut up. Letting you on my boat is already a favor. You should be grateful, you shameless woman. After saying this, he glared at Zhang Long. He'll count to 3. If you don't speak, I'm leaving. In that moment, everyone's hearts tightened, and the air felt thick as all eyes turned to Zhang Long. Bai Wenwen's palms were sweating. 3, 2. It's me who did it. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Zhang Long, expressionless, knelt on the sandy ground and bowed to He Ming. The series of actions left He Ming dumbfounded. Yet watching everything unfold, he couldn't understand why, despite having won, there was no sense of satisfaction in his heart. Zhang Long coldly stated, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked over in the middle of the night to steal your things. I beg you to forgive me and return my wife to me. Don't harm her. Zhang Long, get up. Are you crazy? Do you even know what you're doing? Bai Wenwen screamed in agony. I know exactly how much I weigh. How could I do such a thing? Zhang Long's nails dug deeply into his flesh as he trembled all over. Though his face showed no expression, he felt humiliated. He understood that if he didn't act this way, Bai Wenwen would be taken away. He Ming is not a good person. I've admitted it and apologized by bowing. Now return my wife to me. He Ming looked at his righteous demeanor and suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh, his smile grotesque and wild. Good, very good, set sail. With a command, the engine system started and everyone began to row the boat. Bai Wenwen's heart sank, her expression changing instantly. Stop. What are you doing, He Ming? Didn't we agree that this was all just an act? Let me go. He Ming's smile grew even more sinister as he tightened the ropes binding Bai Wenwen, pulling her close to him. Wenwen, we were indeed acting at first, but now I've changed my mind. I want to take you back, and once we consummate our union, I don't believe you won't follow me. On the shore, Zhang Long roared, his eyes bloodshot, trembling with rage as he charged towards them. He Ming will kill you. Hitting him, trampling on his dignity, is acceptable, but if he dares to touch Bai Wenwen, there is only one word. Death. Bai Wenwen's eyes instantly reddened. Zhang Long. She cried uncontrollably, unable to do anything but repeatedly call out his name. Zhang Long exerted all his strength to chase the boat. Yet in the end, the roar and the splashes from his frantic running were drowned out by the engine's thunderous noise. Although the old engine was running very slowly, it still moved faster than Zhang Long could chase. Bai Wenwen, come back. A cry escaped from Zhang Long's throat, piercing the sky, but he could only watch helplessly as Bai Wenwen left. In that moment, unwillingness, humiliation, and anger surged within him, yet all those emotions ultimately transformed into regret. Regret for his own powerlessness. Watching Zhang Long exhausted, while He Ming laughed maniacally, he felt as if he had never laughed so heartily in his life. As for the woman in his arms who was crying like a child, he was certain he would find a way to win her back after they returned. Or perhaps they could turn the raw rice into cooked rice. Just then, waves suddenly surged along the shore, and the boat began to rock. What happened? What's going on? It's bad, something seems to be underneath. Quick look over there. A gray fin emerged from the depths. Xiong Yujia's face turned pale. A shark is coming, we are going to die. Shut up. He Ming shouted angrily, snatching the oar from Xiong Yujia's hands. What are you dawdling for? Row the boat now. Are you waiting to die? Everyone panicked. After all, sharks are exceptionally ferocious. If they set their sights on you, escape was impossible. Nevertheless, faced with the threat of death, everyone had no choice but to exert all their strength to escape. Bai Wenwen was also startled, staring blankly at the shark in the water. Suddenly, another fin appeared on the other side. There are 2 of them. Bai Wenwen couldn't help but exclaim. Hurry! Hurry to the shore! This shout roused everyone from their stupor, and they all began to row towards the shore. He Ming was sweating profusely, frantically striking at the approaching sharks with the oar. Don't go to the shore. You hear me? He was acting like a madman, turning back to glare at everyone, grabbing the hair of the nearest Shirley. If you row towards the shore, I'll throw you overboard. Shirley was so frightened, she couldn't speak, tears streaming down her face. Don't listen to him. Bai Wenwen shouted loudly. Suddenly the boat was violently jolted, and Bai Wenwen lost her footing, falling into the sea with a splash. The icy seawater stimulated her nerves, and she instinctively cried for help, a mouthful of salty water flooding into her mouth as her arms and legs flailed helplessly. This is bad. A gray shark was getting closer, its gaping maw looming dangerously near. I'm going to die. This was the only thought in Bai Wenwen's mind. Splashed. Fresh air surged into her lungs, causing her body to ache all over. Turning back, she found Zhang Long holding her tightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhang Long, with red-rimmed eyes, pushed Bai Wenwen towards the boat, almost exerting all the strength in his body. The people on the boat scrambled to pull Bai Wenwen up. Quick, row towards the shore. After Zhang Long shouted, he dove into the water. Everyone was holding their breath, focused solely on rowing towards the shore. He Ming was anxiously stomping his feet. If they didn't get Bai Wenwen out now, there might not be another chance like this. With that thought, he breathed heavily and pulled Bai Wenwen. Come on, come with me. As he spoke, he intended to jump off the other side of the boat with Bai Wenwen. Stop him. He Ming has gone mad. Stop him. Let go, let me go. Amidst the clamor, Lu gradually regained her senses, suddenly standing up and pushing through the crowd. Get lost. You ungrateful wretches. He Ming has always treated you well, and you can't even listen to this little bit of advice. You're nothing but ungrateful wolves. Do you think you can stop Minggu with just a few of you? Not a chance. Everyone was stunned. Lu, have you lost your mind? He Ming almost beat you to death in front of everyone yesterday, and your injuries haven't even healed, yet you still want to help him. Exactly, have you gone mad? Let her come over. Lu felt dizzy, gasping for breath with a fierce and arrogant smile. Bah, what do you know, you worthless wretches? Everything Minggu does is right, and so am I. You fools who will never be of use, ha ha ha. Bai Wenwen's heart sank. She had already heard that Lu and He Ming had a complicated relationship back at the company, but she never expected Lu to. Her hysterical laughter abruptly stopped. Then she fainted on the boat. Behind her stood Ho Yue, who had just climbed up from the sea. After knocking Lu down, she struck He Ming as well. He Ming felt a sharp pain in his neck, instinctively loosening his grip on Bai Wenwen, and the people around quickly seized the opportunity to pull Bai Wenwen back. He Ming looked at Ho Yue in disbelief. You? When did you? Ho Yue's face was flushed as she stepped forward to grab his collar. You are really something. I helped you with your task, and not only did I not gain anything, you actually dragged me down. Today I'm going to make you taste how salty the sea water is. With that, she executed a sweeping kick, knocking He Ming down. He Ming reacted quickly, getting up and angrily kicking at Ho Yue. Ho Yue's eyes were cold as she seized his ankle, lowering her center of gravity against his body, using her shoulder to push him. Splashed. He Ming was thrown into the water. This isn't good. It's still alive, Ho Yue, you're too impulsive. Bai Wenwen glanced at the raging sea, gritting her teeth. Forget about him for now. Zhang Long can't hold out much longer. If we delay any further, those two sharks will come back, and we won't escape. Row towards the shore. With her command, everyone held their breath and rowed desperately towards the shore. He Ming in the water kicked hard, surfacing greedily, gasping for fresh air as he watched the boat speedily rowing towards the shore, his eyes turning red with anger. Ho Yue, I'm going to kill you. Run, the shark is coming. While they were fighting on the boat, Zhang Long was constantly thinking of ways to attract the attention of the two sharks and divert them. However, due to his injuries, his stamina was insufficient, and it wasn't long before the two sharks caught up with him, forcing Zhang Long to turn and flee. He Ming, seeing the two sharks closely pursuing Zhang Long, turned pale with fear. Don't run towards me, get away. Get out of here. The sharks were incredibly fast, and in just a few moments they would catch up to Zhang Long. Zhang Long couldn't afford to think too much. He swam forward with all his might. As long as he reached the shore, these creatures wouldn't be able to follow him. With this thought in mind, his fear of the sharks diminished significantly. At that moment, a scream came from behind. Zhang Long reflexively turned around and saw that the two sharks, which had been closely following him, had turned to attack He Ming instead. He Ming, terrified, was frantically swimming away in the water, but the two sharks were unwilling to give him a chance to escape, surrounding him and preparing to bite. In that second, Zhang Long admitted he had considered turning back. After all, He Ming was nothing but a harmful nuisance, wasting air while alive and wasting land when dead. Feeding him to the sharks would at least be a contribution. If he really died, no one would try to rob him of his wife, and others on the island would be safe. But regardless, that was still a life. What he had done before didn't warrant death. In the next instant, Zhang Long dove into the sea, desperately swimming towards He Ming. At that moment, the boat had already reached the shore. Bai Wenwen saw that Zhang Long could come back, but chose to go back into the water, her heart racing. Zhang Long come back safe. After others understood the situation, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, wanting to help, but feeling powerless, only able to wait anxiously on the shore. He Ming was also frantic. He was someone who had never encountered such a dangerous situation while moving in luxury cars, and he was so scared that his mind went blank, swimming forward without thinking. At that moment, the shark on the left side suddenly turned towards He Ming, its gaping, bloody mouth approaching rapidly. Splash! A knife drove into the shark's body, causing it to thrash wildly in pain. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Long gritted his teeth and stomped directly, mounting the shark, while the knife sheath pierced into the shark's eye. The surface of the sea instantly surged with enormous waves. Blood flowed into the sea, causing the other shark to change its target of attack. At this point, Zhang Long had little strength left, but still gritted his teeth to persist, glancing at He Ming, who was so scared that he couldn't move. "What the hell are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and go." He Ming trembled all over and finally reacted, turning around and swimming towards the shore. He felt a mix of emotions, but more than anything he felt joy at surviving. He turned back to look at Zhang Long. Another shark seemed to be influenced by the smell of blood, beginning to attack the injured shark, with Zhang Long wobbling on top, seemingly about to fall off at any moment. If he fell, a sly smile flickered at the corner of He Ming's mouth. If he fell, no one would compete with him for by 1-1. Zhang Long shouted loudly, pulling out the dagger and frantically hacking at the shark's back. The shark, in pain, plunged into the water. The other shark followed suit. Soon a patch of red appeared on the surface of the sea. He Ming reached the shore and looked back, unable to help but laugh aloud. Although this kid died to save him. But no matter what, this kid was a disaster left in this world. If he died, no one could fight him for by 1-1. In the end, he still won. Suddenly, a heavy punch landed on his face. He Ming stumbled and steadied himself, turning to see Ho Yue, her chest heaving with anger. "He Ming, are you even human?" He Ming laughed again. It was just a dead person, nothing serious, especially since it was someone he hated. Oh, wasn't that worth celebrating? Ho, you couldn't help but kick him again. "You're simply scum. If I had known it would be this way, I might as well let those sharks eat you." "And you involved Zhang Long." "Exactly. I still don't know what I was thinking back then, actually following someone like you. You're simply insane." You can still laugh. Everyone was shrouded in an atmosphere of sadness and anger. Bai Wenwen looked at the horizon with tearful eyes. A person who was just lively and vibrant had vanished in the blink of an eye. Memories of the moments spent with Zhang Long flashed through her mind. Only at this moment did she realize that Zhang Long was actually a very reliable person, and unknowingly, she had fallen in love with him. Unfortunately, everything came too late. "Zhang Long, come back." Tears blurred her vision as Bai Wenwen ran towards the sea, and everyone hurried to stop her. "Wenwen, calm down. Sister Wen, come back, don't go. Dragon Brother worked so hard to save you. You can't run to your death, or Dragon Brother will never forgive you." Bai Wenwen gritted her teeth tightly, running desperately, tears falling into the wind, a determined look appearing on her face, which was so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. "If someone is alive, we should see them. If someone is dead, we should see their body. What's this all about?" He Ming grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. "He's already dead. Us seeing it will only make you sad. Don't worry, I will take good care of you in the future. What Zhang Long can give you, I can too. What he can't give you, I can also provide." Slap. A loud slap landed on He Ming's face. The sting was sharp. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, his throat tightening. "You?" Bai Wenwen's eyes were filled with hatred. "Get away." These two words completely ignited He Ming's fury. His hands tightly wrapped around Bai Wenwen's small body like iron clamps, not letting go despite her struggles. "If you can't even deal with two sharks, what's so good about that useless man?" Bai Wenwen, remember this, from today onwards your man is me. You're despicable and shameless, let go of me. Bai Wenwen struggled desperately. Others wanted to step in and help, but then thought better of it. After all, this was a personal matter. "Oh, is that so? But I haven't agreed yet." Zhang Long dragged a large shark from the horizon. Although he was covered in wounds and his speech was shaky, his eyes still stared at He Ming like an eagle. The sunset shone upon him, making him look like a hero returning triumphantly. "Zhang Long!" Bai Wenwen exclaimed, hot tears streaming down her cheeks as she broke free from her restraints and rushed towards Zhang Long. In the end, the two embraced tightly, and an unexpected kiss fell upon Zhang Long's lips. Zhang Long couldn't help but want to meld this woman into his very being. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world contained only the two of them. He Ming watched everything unfold before him, his heart twisted with agony. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, eyes reddening. "Zhang Long, why did you have to come back to life? Why don't you just die? You have everything I have and I possess what you lack, so why won't Bai Wenwen ever glance my way? As long as you live in this world, Bai Wenwen will always be deceived by you. How could such a wonderful girl marry a toad like you? She deserves the best, and that should be me. It should be me. Die. He must die. He must die. Brother Ming, you weren't hurt, were you?" Lulu's voice made He Ming's heart skip a beat as he mechanically turned to face her concerned gaze, feeling a chill in his heart, and suddenly burst into laughter. That laughter was incredibly desolate. He shook his head and stumbled back. His figure was so lonely. Zhang Long witnessed it all. He knew what Ming was thinking, but felt no pity for him. He was far too arrogant. In reality, he likely couldn't even articulate why he liked Bai Wenwen. His relentless pursuit of her up to this point was merely out of stubbornness, not wanting to admit defeat. Such a person may appear mature, yet inside, he was like a child, not worthy of sympathy. On the shore, upon seeing Zhang Long return safely, everyone cheered and celebrated. Only Xiong Yujia suddenly interjected, "I wonder if he might contract parasites." Cough cough. Shirley wiped the sweat from her forehead. Ho Yu joined in the laughter. All right, let's hurry and leave. After all, they have important matters to attend to. As she spoke, she cast a mischievous glance at the oblivious couple. After hearing this, the others also chuckled and blushed as they left. Zhang Long seemed to forget the pain in his body, holding the woman in his arms, feeling as if he had boundless strength. Bai Wenwen felt as soft as if she might melt under Zhang Long's touch. Her breathing gradually quickened and a fire ignited within her. Starlight scattered across the beach. Zhang Long cut a piece of cooked shark meat and handed it to Bai Wenwen. Her face flushed as she cautiously accepted it and took a small bite. What were you thinking when I was kidnapped by Ming? To be honest, my mind was blank at that moment. I was just angry and didn't want anyone to take you away from me. Ha ha ha. When did you learn to say such cheesy things? Tisk, I feel that if I don't say something romantic, it would be a disservice to this moment. Zhang Long laughed heartily, lying back on the stone, gazing at the starry sky. His heart felt extraordinarily calm. When he lived in the city, the surrounding lights were so bright that he could hardly see the stars. Now the starlight was as beautiful and breathtaking as the Milky Way. As he looked at the stars, Zhang Long suddenly felt a sense of confusion. The two sharks he encountered today seemed to often linger nearby, and likely there were more than just those two. This meant that attempting to escape by making a boat here was nearly impossible unless they constructed a massive sailing ship capable of holding everyone, which would offer a glimmer of hope. Moreover, it had been a long time since their plane crashed. Not to mention themselves, there had been a cargo ship and another plane before. No matter what, someone must have noticed that something was wrong here. But why had no rescue personnel arrived until now? Was there something wrong with this island? Suddenly recalling the scene from when he stood atop the highest mountain on this island. Indeed, this place was too peculiar. How could there be such a close proximity between two different environments, one resembling a normal tropical rainforest, while the other was shrouded in mist for over a month? There were also various strange animals, all seeming to tell the oddities of this island. If they were to stay on this island long term, they must find a way to understand the situation of this island, otherwise he would always feel uneasy. What are you thinking about? Bai Wenwen's words pierced his ears. Zhang Long shared his thoughts with her. Actually, I'm feeling a bit lost as well. Bai Wenwen turned to look at him. It's all right, as long as you're here, I can handle anything. Zhang Long's heart warmed, and he held Bai Wenwen even tighter. The next morning, the two returned to the camp. The people in the camp had already heard about what happened yesterday. Those who had left before had also returned. However, due to what had happened earlier, there was a lingering awkwardness, and the others didn't give them particularly good looks. Despite this, these people still planned to stay here, as Ming often acted like a real madman. If they continued to follow him, who knew what crazy things he might do next? Upon learning this, Zhang Long merely smiled. Just like I said when you all left before, this place is free. If you want to come, I welcome you. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Pausing for a moment, he added, as for what happened before, I don't blame you. Everyone wants to live well, it's just that each person's choices are different. Since you chose to come back, then we are all friends. It's all in the past now. Upon hearing Zhang Long's words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, cheerfully rushing to help build the houses. Many hands make light work. In just a week's time, over a dozen tree houses of varying heights were erected beside the waterfall. Although none of the rooms were spacious, they were sufficient for sleeping and eating. In addition, under Zhang Xiaotong's leadership, they dug a cellar, and a granary was built on the surface to store supplies. Although it was currently autumn, winter was not far off. Given the current situation, they had to make long-term plans. Zhang Long remained bedridden due to old injuries not healing and new ones adding up, coupled with a lack of medical resources. After several days of peaceful days, Zhang Long felt that if this could continue, living on this deserted island wouldn't be such a bad thing. What are you thinking about? He Yu walked in through the door. Zhang Long was momentarily stunned by her professional attire. Is it not good looking? Zhang Long's face turned red as he quickly averted his gaze. How could he speak about such things? His mind involuntarily recalled the day when He Yu suggested they should. Ahem. Is there something you need? Can I come to find you if there's nothing going on? He Yu smiled charmingly and placed several wild fruits on a small table beside him. These are the ones I just picked. I haven't seen them before, so I don't know if they are edible. Can you take a look? As she spoke, she deliberately leaned closer, brushing her elbow against Zhang Long's chest, her eyes gazing at him with meaningful intent. Zhang Long pouted. Such a direct hint was quite unpleasant. What's wrong? Don't you like it? He Yu said, her warm breath making Zhang Long's ears tingle. He felt incredibly stifled. Ever since he fell ill, Yu had been teasing him like this every few days. If he weren't bedridden and unable to move, he would have dealt with her by now. Thinking about it, he casually glanced at those wild fruits. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Could it be? A plan formed in his mind. He showed no excitement on his face, still calmly looking at her. They are all edible. Yu smiled sweetly, picked one up, and took a bite. Juice flowed down the corner of her mouth. She leisurely licked it and cleaned her fingers of the remaining juice, looking at Zhang Long with lingering desire. Delicious. Zhang Long couldn't help but swallow. In that moment, he admitted he was losing control. Ha ha ha, look at that expression. What are you doing? I'm just eating a fruit. Zhang Long couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing Yu's satisfied look made him snort in his heart. Soon you will be in trouble. Oh, alright, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, I came to find you because there's something important. Yu looked at him earnestly. Due to the storm a while back, most of the wild fruits have fallen. The ones we used to frequently pick have been harvested clean. If this continues, we can barely manage now, but when winter comes, we will be left waiting for death. What she said was something Zhang Long had also considered. He wanted to clear a piece of land and plant vegetables, but those things wouldn't grow overnight. Moreover, how could there be common crops on this island? Previously, he had tried fishing several times without success. The only way forward was to hunt quickly and turn the catch into smoked meat or dried food, so they would have something to eat during winter. But the problem was he was currently injured, and Peng Hai was busy building the camp. Relying solely on Duan Na and Hou Yue, it was impossible to feed so many people. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Was it really going to come to a point where they would have to return to the days of eating grass roots and gnawing on tree bark? What's going on? It's so hot. This sentence pulled Zhang Long back from his thoughts. He then noticed that Yu's face was flushed, sweat trickling down, and some fine strands of hair were sticking to her cheeks. She occasionally licked her ruby lips, and her awkwardly crossed legs were simply irresistible. Zhang Long secretly laughed. Serves you right for messing with me. Is it too hot? Why don't you eat something to quench your thirst? As he spoke, he handed her another fruit. Yu didn't think much and quickly finished it. But the situation didn't improve. What was happening? His mind turned blank. Ahem. Sister Yu, you really don't treat me like an outsider, do you? Yu instantly reacted, biting her lip. Is there something wrong with that fruit? You did it on purpose. As she spoke, Zhang Long felt a surge of hidden delight. What are you talking about, Sister Yu? I don't understand at all. What's wrong? Are you sick? Should I call everyone in to help you? This scared Yu, making her shudder. If someone else barged in and saw her in such an embarrassing state, wouldn't that be a loss of face? No. I'm fine, I just... Ahem. In her muddled state, she saw Zhang Long with a wicked smile, and her anger flared up. You little brat, dare to tease me. As she spoke, the bed creaked, and Yu moved closer. Let me show you how I deal with you. Her words were weak, and her hands fumbled with her buttons. Zhang Long's mind buzzed. Oh no, this is getting out of hand. You? Don't do that. At this moment, Yu didn't care about anything else and directly took action. I've been stuck on this deserted island for a month. Am willing. What are you afraid of? Or are you saying? You can't. Can't. As a man, how could he possibly say he can't? He'll show you today whether I can or not. Zhang Long's stubbornness kicked in, and he decided to go with the flow. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, there was a knock on the door. Long ago, are you awake? In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Rationality overcame desire while Zhang Long was in a daze. Damn it. I'm already a married man, or what am I doing? Yu also reacted. She knew that if they were discovered, it would be a disaster. Gritting her teeth, she quickly hid behind the long curtain. Without any handy tools, the curtain was made very roughly, but unexpectedly, it perfectly covered her, without giving any indication that someone was hiding behind it. Zhang Long quickly pulled the blanket over himself. Come in. Ren Tian pushed the door open, holding a wooden board in her arms on which sat a bowl of medicine along with gauze and alcohol. Sister, when followed Nana out, she asked me to come and change her dressing. Ren Tianxian's voice was soft and mellow, complementing her appearance perfectly. Her chestnut curls were tied into 2 ponytails, but unfortunately, she was quite tall, otherwise she would look like a lively little girl. The fire ignited earlier by Yu had not yet extinguished. Zhang Long couldn't help but swallow. He had always thought mature women were the most charming, yet suddenly he discovered that Ren Tian seemed quite appealing as well. Ren Tian placed the items on the table. The weather is so nice today, I will help you open the curtains. One sentence almost made Zhang Long jump up. What would happen if the curtains were drawn open? He hurriedly spoke to stop her. No. It's fine, I actually prefer the dim environment like this, it makes me feel comfortable. I see. The delicate hand that was about to touch the curtains immediately withdrew. Then let me feed you your medicine first. As she spoke, she walked toward Zhang Long, who knew she stepped on the pit left by Yu, losing her balance and gasping in surprise. Zhang Long felt as if the world had suddenly gone dark. still soft and emitting a faint fragrance. This girl certainly had some charm. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Rin Tiantian quickly stood up. Her doll-like face turned beet red, shyly unable to look at him. Zhang Long cleared his throat. Suddenly, he felt himself drifting further away from the ideal gentleman. It's fine, it's fine. Rin Tiantian took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and fed Zhang Long the medicine. The two remained enveloped in an awkward atmosphere, neither speaking. Just then a faint sound suddenly came from behind the curtains. The sound seemed to be. Zhang Long instinctively looked in that direction, his heart racing. Out of control. My, what sound? Rin Tiantian turned to look. Is there some small animal that has come in? After saying this, she moved to the curtains. Zhang Long, quick-witted, hastily grabbed her. No need to worry about it. It'll leave on its own after a while. Please help me change my dressing first. Rin Tiantian glanced at the direction of the curtains suspiciously. Not hearing any other sound, she nodded. All right. As she spoke, she began to unwrap the gauze. The wounds on his body had mostly healed, but the scars looked quite alarming. Seeing these injuries, Rin Tiantian's eyes turned red. Longu, I really appreciate you during our time on this island. If it weren't for you, we would have been dead a long time ago. We're friends, so it's only natural. Seeing that Rin Tiantian seemed on the verge of tears, Zhang Long felt somewhat uneasy. He didn't even know why, but every time he saw a girl cry, he would feel panicked, not even knowing where to put his hands. Don't cry, you. Although I often encounter danger, I've been fine up until now, right? Rin Tiantian chuckled lightly. To be honest, I really admire you. Sometimes my family is particularly poor, and my dad, like a superhero, held our family together, but unfortunately, he passed away from overwork. At that time, I thought that when I get married, I must find someone like him, someone like you. Looking at Rin Tiantian's round and delicate face, Zhang Long felt no wicked thoughts, gently reaching out like an older brother to pat her head. All right, once it's done, let's go out and get some fresh air. It's a bit stifling in here. Rin Tiantian lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Watching Rin Tiantian, Zhang Long felt a bit confused. Although she was in her 20s, she looked as innocent as a little girl. Such people were rare in today's society. However, as time passes, Rin Tiantian would eventually mature like everyone else. If possible, he wished to preserve her purity and kindness forever. Suddenly, Rin Tiantian raised her head. By the way, there's something we haven't told you. What is it? Fruits in the forest are scarce now. In the past, we could gather a lot in no time, but recently it takes us half a day to fill half a basket. The supplies we found by the sea are also running low. Zhang Long rubbed his forehead. He remembered you mentioning it. It seemed they had to come up with a solution quickly. I understand. We need to either organize people to hunt in the forest quickly or head to the sea to fish while checking for other supplies. They'll try a fruit. Additionally, we need to think about finding something that can be planted in this forest, like tomatoes or something. Speaking of which, there are so many plants here, there should be plenty of wild vegetables. After the wounds heal, we can dig some wild vegetables, dry them, and make soup. Wait, Rin Tiantian seemed to have said. Zhang Long felt as if struck by lightning and reflexively looked at Rin Tiantian. He saw her face flushed, her red lips slightly parted, gazing at him with a dazed expression. I seemed to have become a bit strange. As she spoke, her breathing became increasingly rapid. Not good. Zhang Long was startled, nearly jumping up. He was unresolved, and now Rin Tiantian was acting like this. What was going on? You should drink some water. No, take a cold shower. Yes, quickly go take a cold shower. You'll feel better soon. Rin Tiantian tilted her head to look at him. Take a shower. As she spoke, she let out a delicate cry and fell to the ground. My goodness, her reaction is too intense. Zhang Long endured the pain, wanting to help her, but as soon as he sat up, he saw Rin Tiantian seemingly lost to herself, mumbling incoherently. Zhang Long was instantly dumbfounded. Who could withstand this? Just then, footsteps came from outside the room. Today is lucky. I found so many mushrooms. We can have soup tonight. The rest can be dried. They can last for a while. I wonder if Zhang Long is feeling better. He has been lying down for so long. Oh no. It's Bai Wenwen and Duan Na. From the looks of it, they are coming in. If they see Rin Tiantian, what will happen? Zhang Long was sweating profusely, terrified as he looked at the door, his heart pounding like a drum. Creak. Zhang Long. Why are you standing up? Hurry and lie back down. Don't push yourself. Bai Wenwen hurried over, supporting Zhang Long. Zhang Long wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's fine, it's fine. I've been lying down for so long, it's time to exercise a bit. I've managed to smooth this over. How clever of me. Silently, he wiped the water off the floor with his foot. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the slightly bulging curtain. He wondered what the two women behind the curtain would think. Do you know something? Bai Wenwen helped Zhang Long lie down. Food has indeed been hard to find lately, but if you go a bit farther, you can still find some. Yes, this morning You took a few girls out hunting, and Zhang Xiaotong found a packet of radish seeds in the box and is studying how to plant them. Duan Na smiled and casually sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing that the two of them seemed to have noticed nothing, Zhang Long breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It seems I have to think of a way to get better quickly, though I can't always hold you back. While saying this, he smiled and scratched the back of his head. Bai Wenwen smiled gently. How could that be? The shark you brought earlier, we've turned it into jerky and made some fish oil. Tonight, well-cooked soup with black fungus. It will definitely be delicious, so don't worry too much. At this point, he suddenly noticed a few fruits placed by the bed. The color of the fruits looked very tempting. My, did they come to see you today? Why haven't I seen these fruits before? Let me try one. As he said this, he reached out to grab one. Zhang Long inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Don't eat it." The two were startled by his shout. Realizing his reaction, Zhang Long cleared his throat. Those fruits are poisonous. You can't eat them. I just put them here because they looked good. Oh. Only then did the expressions of the two return to normal. As they talked about the events that had happened recently, Zhang Long's previously anxious heart finally settled. Sometimes he really couldn't understand what was wrong with these women. They would shove anything edible into their mouths. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, this would have been quite the amusing situation. Lost in thought, he barely heard what Bai Wenwen and Duan Na were saying, merely responding symbolically. Strange, it's already late. Why haven't we seen He Yu? Usually at this time, she's already starting to prepare dinner. Wait a minute, do you smell something strange in this room? Duan Na suddenly stood up, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Zhang Long instinctively glanced towards the curtain. Oh dear, it's normal for a man to have some strange smells in the room. Zhang Long smiled while scratching the back of his head. Duan Na's gaze finally landed on a few scattered tissues on the floor, causing her face to turn red. I will go look for He Yu. You two chat slowly. As Duan Na finished speaking, she was already outside the door. Bai Wenwen looked at her in confusion, then turned to Zhang Long. What's going on? Zhang Long shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Well, it's already getting late. If He Yu gets lost outside, that would be bad. Why don't you go take a look? That's right, if something happens, just shout loudly. Everyone is outside. They'll go out and take a look and come back to find you later. After saying this, Bai Wenwen also left. Once the footsteps completely disappeared, Ren Tiantian was the first to run out from behind the curtain. Her clothes were a mess, but it seemed she had already woken up. You must not tell anyone about what happened today. Ren Tiantian was embarrassed and angry, rushing out the door. Zhang Long felt both awkward and speechless. It's not like I made you eat that thing. Why are you mad at me? I didn't expect you to be quite interesting. He Yu came out casually without tidying up anything. She sat directly on the edge of the bed, looking at Zhang Long while leisurely adjusting her clothes. Zhang Long cleared his throat and turned his face away, but still couldn't help but sneak a glance. Who told you to always mess with me before? He Yu's laughter rang like silver bells as she playfully hooked Zhang Long's chin with a finger. Little brother, you really know how to have fun, ha ha. Zhang Long couldn't help but get goosebumps. Seeing Zhang Long's face turn sour, He Yu laughed even more heartily. Alright, it's getting late. I should go cook. They'll find you next time. As she spoke, her gaze at Zhang Long was filled with meaning, sending a chill down Zhang Long's spine. After He Yu left, he couldn't help but get out of bed, lifting the curtain to look. The scene from behind the curtain instantly flashed in his mind. Wait a minute, what's this situation? Zhang Long helplessly shook his head and hurriedly tidied up. What if Bai Wenwen finds out? Although this matter had nothing to do with him, it would still feel like stepping in yellow mud. It wouldn't be shit, but it would still feel like shit. It was only at this moment that Zhang Long realized he could already move. Unable to resist, he stretched lazily. His bones felt like they were melting. He opened the door. Many people were gathered around the fire, waiting to eat, laughing and discussing something. Seeing Zhang Long arrive, they all stood up, chattering and asking about his well-being. Oh brother, you are finally better. Peng Hai was so excited, he almost shed tears, making Zhang Long's heart warm. He thought this guy was really a good friend. During the time you were bedridden, I did all the dirty and hard work alone without a day of rest. Now that you're better, tomorrow those tasks will be on you. I need to get a good night's sleep. Hearing this, Zhang Long almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. So that was why he was so emotional. Go away, how could I handle that heavy work? What if my wounds reopened? I wouldn't survive the extra work. Yuan Lu said this as he helped Zhang Long sit down and brought him a bowl. You just need to rest well for these 2 days. You don't have to worry about the matters in the camp. We can handle it ourselves. While speaking, he served him a bowl of soup. Zhang Long nodded, but when he looked down at the gazes of everyone, his heart sank. The food has been too scarce lately, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be looking like hungry wolves. No wonder a few women stuffed fruits into their mouths during the day. It seems this matter has become quite serious. It seems that autumn is about to come to an end and food is becoming increasingly scarce. Everyone fell silent, immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere, with only the crackling of the firewood breaking the stillness. There should be squirrels in this forest. Zhang Long's words made Zhang Xiaotong immediately stand up. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Squirrels are the best at storing food. They'll go look for them tomorrow. That's still far from enough. Zhang Long took a sip of soup, feeling warm and comfortable in his stomach. Do you remember the pack of wolves we encountered when we first arrived on this island? Their numbers were not small. If we could take them down in one go, we could have meat soup for the entire winter. He spoke with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ho yue duan na peng hai, shall we go tomorrow? The three answered in unison. The atmosphere began to lift. Bai Wenwen stepped forward. From now on, no one is allowed to slack off. Tomorrow you few will go to the seaside to catch fish, you will go chop firewood, you will go pick fruits, and the rest will stay home to reinforce the house. As long as everyone works together, no matter what difficulties we face, we can overcome them. Only by ensuring our own safety can we have the energy to think of a way to go back. The crowd cheered in agreement, and the atmosphere became much more cheerful. Only Ren Tian kept her head down, not daring to look at Zhang Long. He Yuyo, on the other hand, appeared somewhat reluctant, as if she would pounce on him and eat him raw if Bai Wenwen were not present. Zhang Long hurriedly lowered his head to eat, pretending that nothing had happened. The next day the group set off according to plan. Zhang Long led 3 people weaving through the forest. They found no traces of wolves, but instead encountered some snakes and squirrels, which they killed and strung together with rope to tie around their waists. Ha ha, if others saw you like this, they'd probably turn and run away in fright. Peng Hai shot a sideways glance at Duan Na. What do you know? This is convenient for carrying. The older generation used to do this. Fine, I won't argue with you. By the way, how come we've been walking for so long and haven't found those wolves? Suddenly Zhang Long crouched down and looked into the distance, pointing. Who said we haven't found them? The others turned to look in the direction he was pointing. There lay the remains of an unknown animal, bones smeared with crimson blood and several flies buzzing around it. This thing looks like a roe deer. It probably died not long ago. That creature must be nearby as well. Ho Yu chuckled, licking his lips as he pulled out a knife from his waist and crept forward. Zhang Long observed the surroundings and, confirming that there was nothing unusual, followed suit. The ground is chaotic. It looks like a group of animals lingered here. Duan Na picked up a tuft of fur from the ground. No need to say more, it must be those wolves. Everyone became excited. Though those wolves were formidable, they too had been hungry for a long time. This time, they would definitely have a bountiful harvest. Zhang Long laughed along, observing the traces on the ground as he led the group forward. But for some reason, as they walked, the traces suddenly became chaotic, as if the pack of wolves had been startled and scattered in all directions. From the traces on the ground, it was evident that there were quite a number of wolves. What could have frightened them so much? What happened? Zhang Long's heart sank. Things may not be as simple as we think. I can't say for sure now, but let's move forward and take a look. The group walked a little further. Blood. Duan Na ran over and pointed at a puddle of blood, exclaiming. The blood seems to have not yet coagulated. That thing should be just ahead. Wait a moment. Ho Yu approached, picked up a bloodied leaf, and sniffed it underneath his nose. There seems to be a foul smell. Although I don't know what it is, it must be a large animal. Not all this blood necessarily belongs to that creature. As Ho Yu spoke, he glanced in the direction of the fresh blood and noticed that it extended deep into the forest. And this thing might still be alive. You guys look at this. Peng Hai picked up a piece of torn cloth from the ground. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. The color of this rag looked similar to He Ming's clothes. Could it be that he has been here? Impossible. That cowardly brat, both timid and foolish, how could he come here to seek death? That kid wouldn't mind dying, but if you ask me, we should just head back and not worry about it. Although everyone said this, their gazes were still on Zhang Long. Zhang Long looked at the piece of torn cloth, feeling a mix of emotions. He Ming indeed deserved to die. You being torn to shreds would be too merciful. However, they had just gone through great efforts to save that brat from the jaws of a shark. Now he had run off to feed animals. Wasn't that all for nothing? But if they went to take a look, they might attract unwanted trouble, making everyone uneasy. Ultimately, Zhang Long decided to go have a look. No matter what, that was a life. The group followed the trail of blood to the entrance of a cave. The cave looked very dry, the ground smooth, and faintly some bones could be seen inside. Peng Hai swallowed hard. Long ago, have you thought this through? Yes, what if He Ming is inside? Zhang Long's expression remained unchanged. Regardless, let's go in and take a look. If it's an injured beast, well, take advantage of it. If it really is He Ming, well, figure out what to do then. Seeing Zhang Long say this, the others had no choice but to remain silent. Each of them took their belongings, lit their torches, and entered the cave one by one. As soon as Zhang Long stepped into the cave, he was hit by a strong fishy odor that made it hard to breathe. Walking further in, he saw the ground piled with various animal bones along with some feces. The smell was indescribable. Although he had never encountered anything like this in real life, before he could tell from the situation before him that this was definitely a large animal's den. Zhang Long's heart began to race inexplicably. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound ahead resembling the breathing of an animal. Zhang Long lowered his body, handed the torch to Duan Na behind him, signaling for them to be ready. The three of them wore serious expressions, nodding in agreement. Just as Zhang Long turned his head, a huge shadow suddenly moved, a pair of glowing green eyes glaring at him fiercely, accompanied by deep growls. It was a bear. Zhang Long gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and charged forward with the steel pipe in his hand. A furious roar echoed, causing Zhang Long's eardrums to ache painfully. At this moment, he had reached the bear's side and realized that the creature before him was far from simple. The bear was twice the size of an ordinary one. With a swipe of its paw, a stench rushed towards him. Zhang Long would not back down, thrusting his steel pipe directly at it. Puff! Blood spurted out instantly. Zhang Long's palm was nearly split open from the impact. Seeing the bear in pain, Duan Na rushed over in a few quick steps, disregarding everything, and stabbed her knife directly into its flesh. This stab thoroughly enraged the bear. Instinctively, it stood up and swiped with its other paw. Duan Na couldn't dodge in time and was knocked to the ground. Fortunately, she rolled a few times due to reflex, or else she would have been crushed by the bear's next move. Zhang Long's heart sank. This creature looked formidable. You bear thing, take this. Hou Yu rolled over to the bear's side, seizing the chance, while Peng Hai was trying to poke its eyes and mounted it, without hesitation raising her fist to strike. Roar! Another furious roar erupted. How could a dominant creature allow her to be so audacious? It slammed against the wall, causing Hou Yu to lose her breath and collapse to the ground like a stone. At this moment, the bear's eyes had turned bloodshot. It opened its massive mouth to bite, frightening Hou Yu to the point of pale complexion. Peng Hai gasped and quickly grabbed the bear's tail, pulling it without a second thought. But this was still of no use. The bear's putrid mouth was almost upon Hou Yu. In a critical moment, Zhang Long summoned all his strength and charged forward, kneeling before the bear, letting inertia propel him ahead. One hand propped against the bear's upper jaw, while the other thrust the steel pipe into its mouth. The bear let out a pained scream, its biting force astonishing. Zhang Long gritted his teeth, holding on. Run now. Hou Yu, enduring the excruciating pain, hurriedly fled. Just as Zhang Long was about to collapse, the bear suddenly roared, turned its head, and stood up. At this moment, everyone noticed that the bear's belly was marked with numerous gashes from wolves' blood flowing profusely. Simultaneously, Peng Hai's steel pipe was lodged in its belly. Blood gushed from the steel pipe. Roar! The bear let out a thunderous roar and charged at high speed. If it weren't for Peng Hai's quick reflexes, his head would have likely been smashed to pieces. Run! Zhang Long shouted, carrying Duan Na and dragging Hou Yu as they dashed away. The bear's speed was shockingly fast, shaking the ground with each step. As fresh air filled his lungs, Zhang Long looked back. Although the bear was severely injured, its speed and strength remained undiminished, closing in on him within just a few steps. Zhang Long gritted his teeth. Get them out of here. As he spoke, he handed the two girls over to Peng Hai. He then snatched the knife from Duan Na's hand and ran a few steps to the side. Taking advantage of the bear's pursuit, he twisted back and jabbed the steel pipe into its eye. Zhang Long felt a surge of joy, ready to push forward and finish the bear off, when suddenly a tremendous force lifted him up. The steel pipe slipped from his grip. Damn! It was only today that Zhang Long truly understood the saying, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though the bear was exhausted, its strength was still astonishing. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, Zhang Long still jumped aside. Are you okay? You're not hurt, right? Peng Hai ran back. Did I not tell you to take them away first? Why did you come back? I couldn't leave you behind. Moreover, with both of us here, they wouldn't be hurt. What should we do now? Zhang Long looked up at the bear as massive as a mountain. Steeling himself, he said, you find a way to attract its attention and ill-mount it and drive the steel pipe into its brain. All right. Peng Hai picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it against the bear's head. The bear roared in anger and charged at him. Peng Hai stood still, and just as the bear was about to reach him, he dodged aside. Bang! The tree behind Peng Hai shook violently and snapped. Due to the forceful impact, the steel pipe in the bear's belly sank deeper, causing it to howl in pain. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Long rushed over in a few quick steps, but to his surprise, the bear reacted even faster, standing up and swiping its paw. Zhang Long quickly performed several backflips, finally regaining his footing. Peng Hai was not idle, either using this moment to kick the steel pipe lodged in the bear's belly, but was soon sent tumbling by the bear. Pinned down by the bear's paws, he couldn't move at all. The bear roared furiously, ready to bite. In that instant, Zhang Long's pupils contracted to their utmost. At this distance, he couldn't charge forward in time, but he was unwilling to watch Peng Hai die helplessly. Even Zhang Long himself couldn't process his own speed. Taking advantage of the bear's lowered head, he kicked the steel pipe. Puff! Blood gushed forth. The bear went into a frenzy, collapsing to the ground and rolling wildly, its massive paws slapping at its own face, as if trying to extract the steel pipe from its brain. But it was too late. After just a few rolls, it fell silent. Zhang Long, seeing this, felt the tension in his body instantly relax, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. It was only then that he realized his sweat had completely soaked his clothes. He exchanged glances with Peng Hai. The two of them burst into hearty laughter, sharing the joy of victory. In a daze, Zhang Long seemed to see the trees around them moving, a large group retreating. Mountain goblins. What were they doing here? Suddenly, he recalled that some of the goblins bore fur similar to wolves. Could they have been the ones earlier? Hiss, I wonder if you all considered this. How could we handle such a large bear? Duan Na and Ho Yu had woken up, supporting each other as they approached. Zhang Long sat up and glanced at the bear. I don't see this as a problem. Logically speaking, the bear should know that it will soon have to hibernate, so it must be storing food in its den. His words awakened the others from their stupor. The four of them hurriedly took torches and headed towards the den. They weren't prepared for the shock of what they saw. At the back of the cave lay a honeycomb taller than a person, along with numerous dead wolves. The quantity was such that each of them could have one to spare. Damn, this bear is impressive. Ho Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It looks like if this thing hadn't been injured, we might not have one after all. Forget that, at least we won't have to worry about food this winter. Peng Hai said while dragging a wolf's corpse outside. This thing is still fresh, let's hurry and take it back to make smoked meat. After slightly covering the corpse of the bear, the four of them each dragged a wolf back to the camp and then organized everyone to retrieve items from the cave. It took 2 whole days to completely move everything from the cave and the bear's corpse back. While handling the bodies, Zhang Long specifically instructed them to skin all the animals, clean the pelts, and lay them out in the sun to dry, so they wouldn't have to worry in winter. Most of the meat was made into smoked meat, hung in a ventilated area. It could be taken out to dry occasionally and could be preserved for a long time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they also collected a lot of animal fat. Yu used this fat to stir-fry several wild vegetables, and with honey water, everyone gathered around the campfire eating happily. Brother Long is truly our lucky star. Every time he takes action, he manages to get us plenty of food. Yeah, if I had half of Brother Long's abilities, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Come, let's toast to Brother Long. The crowd cheered a few times. Zhang Long modestly attributed the credit to the other three, then spoke a few words to encourage everyone. Unbeknownst to who started it, everyone joined hands and danced around the campfire, singing songs to celebrate this harvest. Zhang Long, come here for a moment. Zhang Xiaotong looked at Zhang Long mysteriously. Without overthinking, Zhang Long followed her outside. The two of them arrived at an open space on the outskirts of the camp. A few days ago, we cleared part of this land. Although it's not time to plant radishes, these radish seeds have actually sprouted. Look, Zhang Xiaotong said, pointing out the tender sprouts to him. Zhang Long couldn't help but laugh. This is truly thanks to you. Even in such a harsh environment, you didn't lose heart or give up, but instead led everyone to plant crops. Really, thank you. Oh, there's no need for thanks. Helping everyone is also helping myself. Zhang Xiaotong smiled shyly. It's just a pity that we currently only have these radish seeds. If only we had other seeds as well. What are you thinking? Having these is better than having none at all. The two of them exchanged smiles. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes, startling Zhang Xiaotong into a gasp. What is that? Zhang Long quickly shielded her behind him. Don't be afraid, I'm here. It's too dark to see anything, but stay close to me, and we'll slowly head back to the camp. It'll be fine. The rustling in the bushes grew closer and closer. Suddenly Zhang Xiaotong bolted away. No matter how Zhang Long called her from behind, she didn't respond. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and had no choice but to follow. When people are scared, their instinct is to flee. Zhang Xiaotong's long legs pushed her far ahead of Zhang Long. Zhang Xiaotong, don't run. If you get lost, I won't be able to find you. Zhang Xiaotong. Zhang Long panted heavily as he ran. This silly girl, usually looking so quiet, didn't expect her to be this fast. Zhang Xiaotong was oblivious to all of this. Driven by instinct, she charged forward with her eyes closed. Zhang Long glanced around. It was now completely dark and the surroundings were pitch black, just the right time for wild beasts to roam. If she encountered something, it would be disastrous. Thinking of this, he chased after her desperately. Suddenly, he heard a scream ahead. Before Zhang Long could ask what happened, his foot slipped, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt a weightlessness followed by a jolt that made him numb all over. In the end, his face collided with something soft, and he finally came to a stop. At the same time, Zhang Xiaotong screamed and began to struggle violently. As she struggled, Zhang Long's ears turned red. Though everything was pitch black and he couldn't see a thing, he could guess what he had bumped into. Don't move. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and held back. It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Xiaotong finally sighed in relief, but she also knew her position was a bit awkward, feeling both shy and embarrassed. Oh, don't look, help me quickly. I seem to be tangled up in something. I want to look, but it's so dark. Don't worry, we might have fallen into a pit. There shouldn't be any danger. It's too dark now, so I can only take it slowly. Zhang Long said as he slowly stood up. With his movements, the surrounding vines rustled. The moment Zhang Long stood straight, the position became even more awkward. There are ants. Zhang Xiaotong exclaimed and struggled intensely. The The more she struggled, the more Zhang Long's nerves tightened. At that moment, a dark cloud was blown away and the moonlight shone through the leaves onto the two of them. When Zhang Long saw their current situation, he almost spurted out nosebleed. Zhang Xiaotong was entangled in the vines lying on them like a frog, her clothes hanging in tatters. This position. The key was that Zhang Xiaotong kept struggling incessantly. All right, don't move. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and observed the surroundings. Behind him was a pile of rubble, and in other directions were only vines, making it impossible to find footing. To resolve this awkward situation, he had to first untangle the vines on her back. However, to untangle the vines on her back meant he would have to touch some awkward places. As a normal man, Zhang Long couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Xiaotong gasped, "How's it going? Is it done? Hold on a moment, let me first get the ones off your back. Don't be afraid." Damn, why do I keep running into situations like this? He thought as he quickened his movements. Wait, that's not right. I'm going to fall. I'm out. Thank you. Zhang Xiaotong lowered his head even further. "So next time you encounter something, stay calm. With those long legs of yours, you move quite fast. If we run into a beast out here at this late hour, I won't be of much help either." Zhang Long, look over there. Zhang Xiaotong's face turned pale as he pointed at a round object not far away. In the moonlight, the object appeared grayish-white and looked out of place with its surroundings. Without a second thought, Zhang Long walked over and pulled the object out from the vines. When he could finally see what he was holding, Zhang Long nearly dropped it. It was a skull. A human skull. How did this thing end up here? Zhang Long's heart raced, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. This must be the skull of one of those mountain demons that looks quite terrifying in the dead of night. Zhang Xiaotong's next words sent a chill down Zhang Long's spine. No, this is definitely a human skull. As he spoke, Zhang Long took the skull in his hands and examined it closely. Mountain demons' bones are not much different from humans, but their foreheads are not as high as a human skull. This should be the skull of a middle-aged male who must have died at least 5 years ago. More than 5 years. That means someone else was here 5 years ago. Was this man alone? How did he die here? A series of questions made Zhang Long start to feel anxious. The two exchanged glances under the moonlight and began to clear away the vines that concealed the area where the skull was found. To their astonishment, they discovered several other skeletons in addition to this man. After a preliminary assessment, Zhang Xiaotong determined that all these individuals were male aged between 20 and 50. It's just a pity that when I skimmed through books on this topic at the library, I only glanced over them and didn't study them in depth. Otherwise, I might have figured out how they died. Sitting aside, Zhang Xiaotong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Long, what do you think? Zhang Long stared at the assembled bones, remaining silent for a long time. These people must have ended up on this island just like us due to a plane crash, or they could be from a nearby island or continent. Zhang Xiaotong felt a jolt in his heart. Why do you think that? Zhang Long pointed at the pit in front of them. This pit is neither too big nor too small, and it's clearly very even around the edges. That's not something nature could create. Moreover, this area is filled with loose stones. To dig a pit here, you would need more than just a shovel. You would require certain tools. Simple tools alone won't suffice. Zhang Xiaotong gasped. Putting aside why these people died here, if this pit was indeed man-made, does that mean we are not far from land? That's certainly a possibility. In that moment, hope ignited within Zhang Xiaotong. Recalling the events that had transpired since they ended up on the deserted island, tears fell from his eyes. This suffering could finally come to an end. Let's go back to the camp and tell everyone about this. The two hurried back to the camp. Just as Zhang Long was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something was off with the atmosphere. What's wrong? What happened? Ho Yu's face looked grim as he pointed to a man sitting not far away. Although the man had his back to the firelight, Zhang Long recognized him at first glance. His expression darkened instantly. What are you doing back here? He Ming was too busy stuffing food into his mouth to respond, devouring it, as if he hadn't eaten in days. After he had filled himself, He Ming finally looked up at Zhang Long. I've discovered something interesting that might help us leave this wretched place, but I can't do it alone, so I need you all to come with me. Zhang Long did not respond immediately, but asked, what about Lulu? He Ming laughed heartily, even letting out a belch, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. Why are you so anxious about her? Are you interested in her? Zhang Long didn't want to argue with him, and picked up a stone, walking quickly towards him. Bang! The stone shattered into pieces upon hitting the stone table. I'm asking you where Lulu is. He Ming, this despicable creature, who knows what crazy things he might do in such an extreme environment. He Ming was clearly startled by Zhang Long's action, and quickly stood up, stepping back a few paces. After a few seconds, as if realizing his awkwardness, he pretended to calm down. She's fine, just lying in the cave waiting for me. It turned out that ever since he and Lulu left, they had found another cave to stay in. At first they didn't think much of it, But as food became scarce, both of them were too weak from hunger, which was why He Ming returned. Hearing this, Zhang Long finally felt relieved. You just said you discovered something. What is it? Getting to the point, He Ming sneered and stepped onto the stone table. This matter is crucial to whether we can leave this island, so you all need to show some sincerity. Sincerity? I'll give you sincerity, you bastard. Peng Hai shouted loudly, directly grabbing He Ming's legs from behind and pulling hard, causing He Ming to topple over. Hou Yu was equally unceremonious, kicking He Ming's head a few times, drawing blood with every kick. Seeing the two take the lead, the others quickly surrounded He Ming, punching and kicking him. Seeing this, Zhang Long did not intervene. After all, although He Ming looked presentable, his actions had been far from human. Giving him a good beating was quite mild. Let them be. After the crowd vented their anger, they tied him up securely and threw him on the ground. He Ming was beaten to a bloody face, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance, obediently kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Zhang Long walked over and squatted down to meet his gaze. So tell me, what exactly did you discover? He Ming's eyes were filled with reluctance. Though he was frightened from the beating, he still forced a smile. If there's nothing in it for me, why should I tell you? Peng Hai chuckled. Just say you want to get beaten. Forget it, forget it. Just by looking at him like this, even if you kill him, he won't say a word. Zhang Long sighed deeply. Go on, tell me what you want. Without any suspense, He Ming uttered the name Bai Wenwen. Zhang Long's expression changed. This won't do. He Ming immediately turned his face away. Then it's off the table. Off the table. I think you're just asking for a beating. Peng Hai roared, raising his foot to kick He Ming's head. He Ming suddenly yelled, come on. If you have the guts, then kick me to death now, and all of you will only be able to live in this godforsaken place in your next life. Ha ha ha. You. One sentence left Peng Hai speechless. Although everyone is living quite well on this deserted island for now, it is far from comparable to the city. Knowing there is a chance to go back, everyone would take it seriously. He Ming grasped this point, and his expression became increasingly arrogant. At this point, I'll tell you the truth. While searching for a cave, I found a place with many different kinds of weapons and several large boxes. I even saw a lifeboat, but that place has much more than just these items. Unfortunately, I can't take them out by myself, otherwise I wouldn't have come back to find you. After everyone listened to what he said, they fell silent. On one hand, Bai Wenwen had been providing them with help during this time, playing a leadership role that prevented morale from dwindling. On the other hand, He Ming was madly in love with Bai Wenwen. No matter what, he would never harm her. However, Zhang Long was an obstacle he could not pass. Almost everyone was hesitating between these two choices. Zhang Long asked, where is Lu? He Ming looked at him with a grin. Want to know? Beg me. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Long's forehead bulged with veins. If it were before, when he had no ability, he could endure it, but now it was different. First, lock this guy up. We will discuss everything after I find Lu tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and left. Although the others began to murmur quietly, they still followed Zhang Long's instructions. Returning to the house, Bai Wenwen heard about what had just happened and came to find Zhang Long. As soon as she walked in, the two locked eyes. Bai Wenwen was wearing a loose men's t-shirt, which concealed her well-proportioned figure. Her bare skin showed many small wounds, and some areas had developed red rashes. Her skin condition was not good either. Her eye sockets looked somewhat sunken, and though her hair was tied up, it was still a bit disheveled. She looked like a completely different person from the clean and bright version of herself before. She would be better off back in the city. From Bai Wenwen's perspective, although Zhang Long was covered in scars, he radiated an endless charm and an inexplicable aura of authority. If he could return to the city, perhaps he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Although his future days would be as ordinary as before coming to this deserted island. At least he wouldn't suffer such severe injuries and wouldn't have to worry about leading such a large group of people to survive. But it was Zhang Long who spoke first. Wife, do you believe me? Believe what? Believe that I have a way to bring you back safely and soundly without paying any price. Zhang Long looked at Bai Wenwen seriously. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he lowered his head. It might take a very long time. Beauty fades, and combined with this rough lifestyle, even if they returned to the city in the future, she would no longer be able to perform her previous profession. In his mind, his goddess should be beautiful and stand in a place close to his heart, not like this now. He thought, and then raised his head to look at her. Do you want to follow He Ming? One sentence caused the air to freeze instantly. Bai Wenwen initially didn't react, but after a second she immediately frowned and quickly walked towards Zhang Long. Slap. Zhang Long could have easily dodged this slap, but he didn't. Bai Wenwen glared at Zhang Long, feeling utterly disappointed. Zhang Long, do you know what you just said? Although I didn't want to admit it before, I have now recognized you. I am your wife, and you, a man of 7 feet, actually said such a thing as giving up your own wife. Zhang Long's face flushed with embarrassment. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Bai Wenwen was extremely angry, simply turning away to avoid looking at him. A man should show a man's demeanor. Don't let me look down on you. After saying that, Bai Wenwen turned and left. But before she could take a few steps, Zhang Long hugged her from behind. Zhang Long had never imagined that this woman loved him so much. Faced with such extreme conditions and tempting circumstances, she actually chose to believe in him. Bai Wenwen struggled a few times, but Zhang Long held her tighter. In the end, she could only sigh. Zhang Long, you must remember what you said to me before. Don't let me down. I will never let you down. Zhang Long's voice was soft, yet it made Bai Wenwen's heart race, feeling as if she was suddenly enveloped in a sense of security. Yet Zhang Long's heart was very calm. He told her what he had seen with Zhang Xiaodong before. I don't know if what He Ming said is left by this group of people. If so, the mainland might not be far from this small island. But we have tried going out to sea before. With so many sharks attacking, we were lucky to escape last time. It might not be the same next time. Didn't he say there are many weapons there? My weapons should be safe. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenwen suddenly broke free from his grip. So you still want to hand me over? Zhang Long laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle her hair. I already promised you. How could I possibly hand you over? Moreover, is it still manly to throw your wife away in a crisis? I will figure these things out. You don't need to worry. It's getting late. Let's sleep. Bai Wenwen nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk out. Where are you going? Bai Wenwen looked back in confusion. To sleep. Can't we sleep here? The two exchanged smiles, completed the complex act of removing their shoes, and moved to the bed. Zhang Long held Bai Wenwen, watching her sleep, soundly lost in thought. Early the next morning, Zhang Long and Peng Hai followed the direction that He Ming had come from last night, tracing the marks on the ground, and soon found Lulu, who was thrown into a cave starving and barely alive. Lulu, originally a model, was then recruited by He Ming to be his secretary, and her figure was undoubtedly stunning. However, in just a few days, she had become skin and bones. If it weren't for the clothes she was wearing, the two of them would hardly believe this was Lulu. On the way back, Lulu told the two that after she left with He Ming, she quickly consumed all the food they could find around them. Then He Ming, like a madman, forced her to go out day and night to search for food, giving her only a little water to drink each day, and she simply could not hold on any longer. When asked about the cave, He Ming mentioned Lulu said she knew nothing about it. However, 2 days ago, He Ming suddenly became extremely excited, which suggested that the matter might be true. After returning to the camp, the two placed Lulu under Shirley's care. Although they had some disagreements with Lulu before, seeing her in such a pitiful state now made Shirley feel compassion. During lunch, everyone gathered together. Peng Hai wore a strange expression. There's something I'm not sure whether I should tell you all. Just now when I went to deliver food to He Ming, I found this in his pocket. He spoke, placing a knife engraved with military insignia on the table. This thing doesn't rust easily, is extremely sharp, and can't be bought on the market, which indicates that what He Ming said before is indeed true. When Peng Hai said this, his expression was even uglier than before. In fact, for him, living on this deserted island wasn't such a bad thing. Without the pressures of life, he could enjoy watching the beautiful women come and go every day. Perhaps as time passed, he could even develop feelings for someone. But if He Ming's words were true, it would mean everyone would have to consider whether to hand over Bai Wenwen. Zhang Xiaodong took the knife and examined it closely. This is a real weapon. Everyone fell silent. Honestly, why are we so conflicted about this? The island is only so big. If He Ming can find it, why can't we with so many people? How you stood up? Let's not do anything harmful. Even if we go back, having children in the future will be a challenge. After lunch, let's go find it ourselves. You don't need to make any noise. Those who want to come can just follow along. With this statement, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Although the island was large, with He Ming's cowardice, he wouldn't be able to walk more than 2 miles. Searching nearby would definitely yield results. However, Zhang Long felt that this matter was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. He Ming was a clever person. If he could come up with such a method, he would definitely find a way to prevent others from locating it. But no matter what, they had to give it a try. In the afternoon, except for Peng Hai, who stayed behind to watch over He Ming, everyone else went out to search. This time, Zhang Long led the group to places they had not explored before, but despite searching until dark, they found no trace. Fortunately, they spotted a few squirrels along the way, so it wasn't a complete waste. However, everyone did not lose heart. The next several days were spent searching for the cave on the island. They searched every place except for the area shrouded in dense fog, but still did not discover the cave. Damn, is that kid lying to us? Peng Hai slammed his hand on the table. Exactly. I see that scrawny guy can't possibly be trusted. He might just be having fun at our expense. We need to go beat him up again. How you? Zhang Long interjected. Even if you hang him up and beat him, what good will it do? Does he seem like the type to submit? How you had nothing to counter this remark and pouted, returning to her original position. Then what do you think we should do now, eh? Bai Wenwen couldn't help but sigh. I have some bad news. Everyone turned their attention to Bai Wenwen. Bai Wenwen continued. During this time, we've been searching for that damned cave, and we've consumed 1/3 of our food. If we can't find it soon, we might have to figure out how to get food as winter is approaching. 1/3? How is that possible? Duan Na slammed the table and stood up. Even though we have many people, how could we have eaten a third so quickly after bringing back so much meat? When Jie, did you miscount? Bai Wenwen shook her head. I've counted several times and it's indeed a third less. No way, I need to check. After Duan Na finished speaking, she ran outside. Soon she returned with a darkened expression. It really is less. He Yu looked even more puzzled. I've been cooking every day, so I know exactly how much food has been used. Although we haven't replenished new food during this time, we definitely haven't eaten that much. There's something wrong. Could it be that someone is stealing food? Someone suddenly suggested. The group began to speculate. Some said So-and-so usually eats a lot and must have taken it. Others claimed So-and-so is lazy and likes to take advantage, making them highly suspicious. There were even claims of seeing someone sneaking into the granary. If Bai Wenwen hadn't stepped in to stop them, they might have started fighting. The most important thing right now is to quickly find the location of the cave that He Ming mentioned. He'll handle this investigation. Yuan Lu suddenly blurted out. You seem indifferent, treating us like fools. That statement seemed to have a sting. Duan Na stood up. Try saying that again. Yuan Lu also got fired up, standing up to glare at her. Did I say anything wrong? Everyone knows that He Ming likes Bai Wenwen. If she is handed over, he won't do anything to her, at most just a little intimacy between men and women. It's not the first time. What's the big deal? I think. Slap. Yuan Lu hadn't finished her sentence. Duan Na slapped her, causing her to stumble back and sit on the ground. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Yuan Lu's half face instantly turned red and slightly swollen. Gritting her teeth, she stood up, her eyes full of anger, directly pointing her finger at Duan Na's nose. What do you think you are? Don't think I don't know you like Zhang Long. If Bai Wenwen really went with He Ming, wouldn't that be perfect for you? One sentence caused everyone present to gasp in shock. It was clear to everyone that Duan Na had feelings for Zhang Long, yet everyone tacitly chose not to address it. After all, Zhang Long was already married to Bai Wenwen, and discussing such matters would be inappropriate. Yuan Lu was so furious that she blurted it out. Everyone stood up. Lu, stop talking. Are you out of your mind? How can you say such things? Her closest friend Shirley chimed in. You're an adult now, can't you discern your words? How could you even joke about this? At this point it's awkward. Looking at Bai Wenwen with a forced smile, she said, Yuan Lu tends to ramble when she's anxious, so please don't take her seriously. Yuan Lu's face flushed with anger. I'm not rambling, this is all true. I heard Duan Na say it with my own ears. Besides, ever since Zhang Long and Duan Na went out to collect palm leaves and didn't return that night, they have been inseparable. Who would believe that there's nothing going on between them? Pointing at Shirley, she continued, you're no better. You always put on a weak and pitiful facade, but you've surely been sleeping with He Ming to get ahead, right? You? What about me? I've known about your dirty little secrets for a long time, you shameless woman. You and others like you are just filled with malice. What kind of act are you putting on here, pretending to be a saint? Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Bai Wenwen hurriedly stepped in to stop Yuan Lu. All right, enough. Let's not fight. We're all in the same boat here, what's there to argue about? Yuan Lu's expression twisted into a snarl, her eyes filled with resentment. How can you even say we're in the same boat? Let's be fair here. He Ming is just doing what any man would do, and he can't really do anything to you. Plus, with his family's power and influence, how could he possibly mistreat you? No matter how you look at it, this is a very profitable deal. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should consider everyone else, right? This made everyone present fall silent. Indeed, everyone knew that He Ming liked Bai Wenwen. Setting everything else aside, just look at their backgrounds. It's as clear as day compared to Zhang Long. Moreover, before coming to this island, although Bai Wenwen never explicitly stated it, she genuinely viewed Zhang Long as nothing but a useless good for nothing. Even though he was thriving on this island, once they returned to the city, he would still revert to that same good for nothing. If she chose to be with He Ming now, she would have a bright future ahead. Thinking this way, Bai Wenwen did seem selfish. She could see what everyone else was thinking, but such matters couldn't be explained in just a few words, so she merely frowned. Things are far more complicated than they appear. Besides, don't you all understand what kind of person He Ming is? Aren't you just thinking that now that Zhang Long is powerful, following him means you're on top of the world here? What's there to explain? Shirley looked at her coldly. Don't treat us like fools. As for how this matter should be resolved, you should think it over yourself. With that, she turned and left. At this moment, everyone looked at Bai Wenwen differently, and they all tacitly remained silent as they dispersed. Peng Hai, a man, didn't know what to say about this situation, but he also didn't want to stay in this dreadful place any longer. He secretly hoped that Bai Wenwen would end up with He Ming, but out of respect for Zhang Long, he found an excuse to leave. Only she and Zhang Long remained in the open space. Zhang Long looked up at Bai Wenwen. What are you thinking? Bai Wenwen instantly furrowed her brows, a surge of unnameable anger rising within her. Just moments ago, so many people were criticizing her, and he hadn't spoken up then. Now he wanted to ask her what she was thinking. Bai Wenwen felt she should be the one asking that. Don't you understand what I'm thinking? Bai Wenwen found Zhang Long utterly unreasonable. You've been asking me if I believe you, and I've always said I do. Yet you still haven't taken any real action. Can't you let me refuse with some dignity? Given the current situation, if there were no further developments, I really... She paused for a few seconds, turning her head away, unwilling to look at him. I truly don't know what to do anymore. You think of a solution yourself. After saying this, she also walked away. Zhang Long watched her retreating figure, a dull ache blossoming in his heart. He suddenly felt somewhat powerless and instinctively reached into his pocket, finding nothing. Not to mention cigarettes, there wasn't even anything in his jacket pocket. He wasn't someone who smoked often, but in situations like this, he always felt the urge to take a couple of puffs, believing it might numb his nerves a bit. He sat like this for an entire day. The next morning, everyone gathered together. Yuan Lu took the lead and asked Zhang Long, "How have you considered the previous matter?" Zhang Long didn't even lift his head, merely focusing on his food. Yuan Lu let out a cold laugh. "Now that things have developed to this point, dragging it out is useless. I hope you understand that this is no place for people to stay. We need to find a way to leave." With each word of her latter sentence, Yuan Lu slammed her fist on the table, causing everything on it to tremble, and Zhang Long's bowl tipped over, spilling its contents. Yet he still said nothing. He couldn't help but speak up. "Zhang Long, what do you want? Just give us an answer. You don't waste everyone's time here." Zhang Long. Suddenly Ren Tian, who usually spoke very little, stood up. "You brought us to live on this island, and you've been the one to solve various dangers we faced. I truly appreciate that, but I can't stand living here any longer. I want to go home, please help me. Also, I don't know if you've seen a movie where the protagonist is trapped on a small island and can't return. After a lot of struggles, he discovers that he was only a little distance away from the mainland. Staying on this island without exploring is ultimately not a solution." This long string of words resonated with everyone. They began discussing among themselves, but when they asked Zhang Long, he refused to say a single word. Bang! Ho Yu's fist slammed into the bowl. Following that, she grabbed Zhang Long's shirt. "Speak up already. Are you mute? If you don't want to give up your wife, then come up with an idea. Act like a man. At least for now, we're still listening to you. Like a man. Huh. Ha ha ha." Zhang Long suddenly threw his head back and laughed, tears streaming from his eyes. "Alas, to tell you the truth, I've been thinking about this matter these days, but to leave this place in a short time, I really have no way to do it." At this point, the smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a fierce and venomous expression. "But if any of you have designs on Bai Wenwen, don't blame me for being rude." With that said, he took Bai Wenwen and left. As their figures gradually disappeared into the forest, Ho Yu kicked the bowl that Zhang Long had just used to the ground. Her chest heaved violently with anger. Although she hadn't followed Zhang Long from the beginning, after these days of contact, she had come to fully respect him. At this moment, anyone with eyes could see that the hearts of the people were no longer united. It was just that they had not yet reached the point of tearing off their masks completely. If this stalemate continued, it would definitely lead to chaos. How could Duan Na not understand this principle? She slammed her hand on the table and chased after Zhang Long in the direction he had left. Speaking of Zhang Long, he really is inexplicable. During the tough times, he led everyone to grit their teeth and push through, but now, just because of this small setback, he's hesitating. Shirley's sarcastic voice immediately drew the dissatisfaction of Yu. "How can you talk like that? Can these two situations be compared? You really are sitting pretty while others suffer. Exactly, you have no idea what it's like. If you were asked to give up your beloved boyfriend, would you agree?" With this statement, the remaining people were instantly divided into two camps. "Hey, how can you talk like that? Are you looking for a fight? Huh? Some people can't stand their ground and want to fight truly. Oh, you dare to hit me. Fine, then don't blame me for being rude." The scene instantly turned chaotic. While everyone was fighting, Zhang Xiaotong quietly slipped away. Upon reaching the room where He Ming was imprisoned, she opened the door and entered, taking advantage of no one noticing. The room was dimly lit. He Ming was tied to a pillar supporting the house, his face pale. When he saw someone enter, he immediately lifted his head, a hint of a smile appearing on his pale lips upon recognizing Zhang Xiaotong. "I knew someone would come. Oh, I just didn't expect it to be you." He looked Zhang Xiaotong up and down as he spoke. "Well, you are a smart person. Given the current situation, you can distinguish between what is important and what is not." Seemingly having guessed her thoughts, Zhang Xiaotong's expression showed a hint of displeasure. "Are you sure what you said before was true?" He Ming snorted coldly. "Just praised you for being smart. How come your brain isn't working now? This island has limited places to go. If I deceived you, I wouldn't be able to escape anywhere, right? Why would I do that?" Zhang Xiaotong gritted her teeth and took out a knife made from fish bones, freeing He Ming from his bindings. "Now that Zhang Long is not here, you should leave quickly." He Ming raised an eyebrow. "Leave? Why would I leave?" Zhang Xiaotong's heart sank, her gaze becoming cautious. "What do you want?" He Ming rubbed his reddened wrist from the bindings, a smirk appearing on his lips. "What do I want? I want Bai Wenwen, and I want Zhang Long to be isolated and helpless. I want him to taste the consequences of opposing me. As he spoke, he smiled almost maniacally, and everyone turned to look at her. What? Do you have the courage to secretly let me out, but not the courage to admit you're on my side? The words left Zhang Xiaotong feeling choked. She admitted that she couldn't stand He Ming's style, but right now only he had a way to lead them out of here. Even if this caused her to tear her face with Zhang Long, it wouldn't matter much afterwards. There wouldn't be any awkwardness. Thinking of this, even Zhang Xiaotong felt a bit terrifying. Although she felt somewhat guilty towards Zhang Long, it was all worth it. As everyone argued heatedly, applause suddenly rang out. All eyes turned to He Ming. Hou Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she reflexively took out the fishbone knife. How did you get out? He Ming remained calm. Don't be nervous, we're all in the same boat. What's there to fight about? With that, he walked up to Hou Yu and gently pushed the fishbone knife aside. After all, we're all from the same company, and we'll have to work together in the future. Why make it so ugly? Saying this, he sat down on a chair, adjusting himself into a relaxed position. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Even Peng Hai, who had been watching from the side, came over. If He Ming made any slight move, he would leap at him immediately. To be honest, I really don't know what you are all fighting about. Simply put, Zhang Long can keep you alive on this deserted island, while I can bring you back to the city alive, without any cost to you. I just want Bai Wenwen, it's a pretty good deal. He Ming said, spreading his hands and making a helpless expression. Lulu stepped forward, scanning all the faces. After we return, everyone will still perform their duties. No matter how powerful Zhang Long is on this island, when he returns, he will just be a 9-to-5 office worker having no connection with us. Don't be afraid of offending him. However, if you think that returning to the city and resuming your comfortable life is more important than conscience, then consider this as if I never said it. Perhaps because Lulu's words did not carry the usual sharpness and mindless defense of He Ming, or perhaps because the people present had already wavered. None of them showed any intention of confronting He Ming. Instead, they began to think. Lulu was not wrong. Originally, they were 2 worlds apart. It was only because of this incident that they were caught up together. After returning, there would be no intersection, which seemed to indeed be quite a good deal. He Ming observed the expressions on each person's face, unable to resist the smile that crept onto his lips. I see you all are still a bit hesitant. How about this? Any one of you can hand Bai Wenwen over to me, and once we return, I will immediately transfer 100,000 to that person's account for a period of 3 days. I mean what I say. If after 3 days no one brings her to me, I wouldn't mind continuing to live in this broken place. After all, with you all keeping me company, it won't be lonely. They'll just wait in the previous cave. With that, He Ming swaggered out. His words left everyone feeling conflicted, but most were inclined to cooperate with He Ming. However, all of this would have to wait until Zhang Long and Bai Wenwen returned. On Zhang Long's side, after pulling Bai Wenwen out, the two sat on a stone, gazing into the distance. They talked about many things, this island, He Ming, the camp, but they did not mention what to do next. Although Bai Wenwen was somewhat angry, she understood Zhang Long's difficult situation. Moreover, having gone through so much recently, she did not want to press him for answers. Zhang Long, on his part, actually planned to leave the island soon, but he had never found the opportunity to do so. Besides, he knew he couldn't do it alone. It was unrealistic to wait together with so many people, as a better opportunity lay before them. Only a fool would accompany him. However, no matter what, Bai Wenwen would never yield to He Ming. Soon Duan Na caught up with them. Brother Long, no matter what others say, I stand by your side, and will never collude with those people. Feeling the intensity of Duan Na's gaze, Zhang Long averted his eyes. Before he could speak, Bai Wenwen stood up. Thank you for believing in Zhang Long. I believe in him too. Duan Na's heart skipped a beat as she noticed Bai Wenwen not far away. Realizing that her previous words might have been inappropriate, she dared not meet her eyes. Seeing the smile on her face, Duan Na suddenly felt a pang of discomfort and awkwardly tried to cover it up. What is there to thank for? Brother Long has done so much for us, I believe it's only natural. It's those people who have the wrong values. She coughed a couple of times as she finished. By the way, what should we do next? Given the current situation, they are likely to be incited, and I'm afraid we will be outnumbered. And Sister One. Zhang Long's expression changed instantly. He had indeed considered such matters, but never had a good strategy. For now, they could only take things one step at a time. He couldn't just escape with Bai Wenwen. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Long let out a long sigh. Actually, there's something I've never told you, but it's time to bring that thing out. Come with me. In the current situation, establishing a belief among the others was the most important, otherwise these people could easily cause trouble on this desolate island far from modern civilization. By the time evening approached, and it was almost dinner time, the three returned covered in dust, their hair looking as if it had been bombarded. What have you all been doing? Yeah, how did you end up like this? Come take a rest, or we're just about to cook. Although everyone had their own thoughts after the incident with He Ming, they still needed to maintain their outward relations until everything was settled. Zhang Long brushed off the dust on his clothes, looking at the strange expressions of those around him, and began to form a rough idea. All right, you don't need to hold back, though I know what you're all thinking. As he spoke, he pulled over a chair, sat down, and looked at everyone with a serious expression. I, Zhang Long, currently cannot lead everyone away from this place, but that doesn't mean I never can. There are two things I have not told everyone. Since Zhang Long and the others returned, everyone had set down their belongings and gathered around. Now, hearing him say this, they focused intently. It was unclear whether it was because he had always spoken lightly about serious matters in the past, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, today was different. Zhang Long paused for a few seconds before asking Duan Na to bring out the items. Duan Na placed a wooden box about a meter long on the ground and pried it open with a crowbar, and everyone immediately surrounded it. When they saw what was inside the box, everyone cheered. Dried vegetables. Great. We've been stuck in this godforsaken place for so long without vegetables. Yes, and these vegetables have been specially processed. When cooked, they taste just like fresh vegetables. Looks like we're in for a treat today, though I'll take these to cook right away. Duan Na felt a bit displeased with the reactions of those around her, but she said nothing. Zhang Long cast a casual glance. That's not all, there's more underneath. More. Everyone eagerly pulled out the top layer of dried vegetables, revealing a large pile of chips underneath. Everyone gasped in surprise. Chips were something no one had paid attention to back in the city. They could eat or not eat them and still manage. But under such extreme conditions, having these flavorful treats was simply a dream come true. Zhang Long didn't hold back and directly let Duan Na distribute them to everyone. In an instant, all thoughts of health and weight gain were forgotten as they tore open the bags and devoured them with delight. Bai Wenwen glanced at Zhang Long with some unease. Zhang Long reassured her with a look. He cleared his throat. I want to apologize to everyone here. I actually found these things a long time ago, but have kept them hidden. As he said this, he sighed again, appearing suddenly worn out. I know what you all are thinking. I truly do not have the ability to transport you all immediately, nor can I guarantee anything. However, as long as you follow me, if beasts come, I will never push you forward. If I have fruit to eat, I will not let you gnaw on tree bark. The first half of his words were harmless. However, in the latter half, Yuan Lu finally grasped the meaning, looking at the chips in her hand, her nose suddenly feeling sour. When they first arrived on this desolate island, they were attacked by a pack of wolves at night. He Ming pushed her out to save himself, and it was Zhang Long who saved her. Recently, He Ming took a group out to sea, encountered a shark attack, and stubbornly insisted on continuing, even threatening others' lives. No one knew how long it would be until they could return to the main road, and no one could predict the changes during this time. As for the others, Yuan Lu only knew that He Ming was unreliable. The others fell silent too, and the chips in their hands suddenly tasted different. Yet some showed no signs of concern, continuing to chew away. Zhang Long smiled at everyone. All I can offer right now is this. Now that we have sufficient food, those willing to follow me can join me tomorrow to chop wood, dry it out to make a raft, one that can hold everyone. The dried vegetables were soon cooking, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Amid laughter, everyone enjoyed a hearty dinner. If you ask why Zhang Long didn't take the items out earlier, it's simply because these items could serve such a purpose now. Under such extreme conditions, it can be incredibly inspiring, and what Zhang Long needs the most right now is indeed the encouragement of the people. That night, everyone struggled to sleep soundly. Some were tormented by their conscience, while others were simply bothered by the swarms of mosquitoes. For instance, Peng Hai was awakened in the middle of the night by mosquito bites, tossing and turning, regretting that he forgot to ask Shirley for a bunch of mugwort in the evening. Eventually, he sat up, patted his pockets, but found no cigarettes, scratched his messy hair, and peeked through the curtain. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Under the moonlight, it seemed like a few fairies were dancing, each with a graceful figure, their every move exuding charm, yet they appeared hurried, as if they were in a rush. Wait a minute. Where did the fairies come from? Aren't they Zhang Xiaotong and the others? Hey, what are you doing? The sudden shout startled the leader, causing him to shudder and nearly sit down directly on the ground. He glanced back at Peng Hai's direction and quickly fled with his companions. Something must be wrong. Peng Hai pushed the door open. Old Zhang, get up. Something happened. Zhang Long poked his head out of the window and saw several figures seemingly carrying something. His heart sank, and in a few quick motions he put on his clothes and chased after them. It was obvious they were carrying Bai Wenwen. However, Zhang Long did not expect that despite what he had said during dinner, these people still wouldn't believe him. Besides, where were they planning to take Bai Wenwen at this hour? Although there were many people on Shirley's side, Bai Wenwen was in a coma, and their movement was inherently slow. Soon they were about to be caught, and this group suddenly dove into a large bush. Then two people emerged from the bush, one in front of the other, carrying Bai Wenwen and running to the left. Just as Zhang Long was about to chase them, two more people came out of the bush, similarly carrying someone, but they were heading to the right. Soon several others appeared running toward the center. Zhang Long's heart sank. This is bad. In this gap, Duan Na Peng Hai and Hou Yu had caught up. What's going on? What happened? Zhang's expression was grave as he observed everything happening before him, suddenly turning to glare at the three. Did you not tell me something? The sudden question left the three speechless, but their expressions betrayed them. Answer me. His roar made Zhang Long with bloodshot eyes look like a wild beast that had broken free. Hou Yu bit her lip and recounted the events of the afternoon in detail. But everyone was too busy arguing back then to know how He Ming managed to escape. Zhang Long's face flushed red with anger. No more guessing, it was Zhang Xiaotong. Duan Na said, somewhat puzzled. Why? How could such a clever person as Zhang Xiaotong betray us at this time? It must be someone else. Otherwise, do you think Shi Li and the others could come up with such a diversion? And do it while the moonlight is so bright, making everything look blurry. They didn't use a sack when they captured Bai Wenwen. Besides, they had no sack, and as models they were roughly similar in height and build. In the dim light, who could tell who was who? They had precisely taken advantage of this to create confusion. Moreover, precisely because Zhang Xiaotong is smart and can analyze the big picture, that's why he would betray us. What? How could she do this? Duan Na punched the tree. Enough of this nonsense and just tell us what we should do now. Although Hou Yu was anxious, she remained rational. In such a large forest, even if we split into 3 teams to chase, we might not gain much advantage. Zhang Long shook his head. No, let me think. He scratched his head, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. Do you remember where we found Lulu? That cave? Peng Hai exclaimed. Zhang Long nodded. No matter which direction the real Bai Wenwen went, there are no landmarks in this forest. If they want a rendezvous with He Ming, they will definitely do so in that cave. Let's go. The group immediately dashed toward the cave. Under the moonlight, the bush that Shi Li and her companions had previously entered suddenly peeked out, surveying the surroundings before signaling to Xiong Yujia. Xiong Yujia did not act immediately, but checked Bai Wenwen's breathing. Isn't your medicine too strong? She hasn't reacted at all, and I'm worried she might die on the way. You jinx. Shirley glared at her. Hurry up and go. Finding a plant with nerve-paralyzing properties on this deserted island is already quite remarkable, and since she is not a professional medical personnel, how could she control the dosage well? Moreover, He Ming only said to bring the person over, but he did not specify that she had to be alive and kicking. The two hurriedly carried Bai Wenwen back. Shirley felt a surge of joy in her heart. Previously, she thought Zhang Xiaodong was just a nuisance showing off after studying abroad for a few years. She never expected him to be useful at a time like this. On He Ming's side, he was focused on Bai Wenwen and was moving at a rapid pace, soon nearing the cave they had encountered previously. As they ran, Zhang Long suddenly stopped. Peng Hai, who had been following him, also stopped and stood aside, breathing heavily with his hands on his knees. Hey, what's wrong with you? We just need this last push, keep running. Exactly, I saw your legs moving pretty fast just now, we couldn't catch up. Why did you stop right before we got there? Zhang Long kept shaking his head, his face pale, turning to look at Hou Yu. You have good stamina and memory. To reach this place we must go through a ravine, right? Hou Yu looked puzzled. Yes, that ravine was caused by a tree struck by lightning, resulting in a fire. The surrounding trees were burned bare. Why are you suddenly asking about that? Zhang Long's expression darkened. Even if we are fast, we shouldn't have missed them. You mean? Zhang Long stared at Hou Yu. Do you remember a few people running out of that bush earlier? At that moment, the three gasped. 3 are missing. Oh no, we fell into a trap. Zhang Long's vision blurred, and he bit his teeth hard, trying to stay calm while his brain raced. We fell for Zhang Xiaodong's trick. Let's go back quickly. Running wildly. When Zhang Long returned to the camp, he just saw 2 people handing over Bai Wenwen. He shouted loudly and rushed forward, grabbing the fishbone knife that Duan Na had thrown to him. This knife is made from the longest bone of a shark with an exceptionally sharp edge resembling an ancient blade. Zhang Long was startled by this sudden move, but quickly reacted, raising a steel pipe to meet him. Clang! The 2 weapons clashed together. Even his gaze was filled with killing intent. He Ming had previously learned fencing and was evenly matched with Zhang Long. Zhang Long roared in anger, pushing him away while also retreating a few steps to create distance, then charged forward again, stabbing fiercely with the knife. He Ming's pupils contracted as he raised the steel pipe in his hand like a sword, angling it to block Zhang Long's knife. Due to the angle, there was no point of force. Zhang Long's footing was unstable, tilting toward He Ming's steel pipe, and as he closed in, He Ming's fist struck his chest. Zhang Long was startled, but did not stop moving. Instead, he rolled forward twice to absorb the impact, reaching Bai Wenwen's side. He Ming gasped in surprise, realizing that Zhang Long had already seen through his intentions and was merely playing along, as his ultimate goal was still Bai Wenwen. Zhang Long carried Bai Wenwen and ran. He Ming would not let him go easily. He shouted for someone to chase after them. Seeing the hesitation among the crowd, He Ming laughed instead of getting angry. What? You dare to brazenly kidnap someone and still think about feelings? His words struck at their hearts. Even if they had no intention, the situation had escalated to a point of no return. The crowd picked up their weapons and chased after him. If it were just Zhang Long alone, escaping from here would be no problem. The key was that Bai Wenwen was unconscious, limiting his movements, and he could see the pursuers closing in. Damn it! What are you doing? Do you still have no shame? Duan Na and Ho Yu suddenly appeared, blocking the crowd. A hearty laugh escaped from Ho Yu's throat. A bunch of shameless fools. Are you really going to burn bridges after crossing? In putting this out there, if you want to touch Bai Wenwen, you'll have to take me down first. What should we do? Lulu looked anxiously at the crowd. Zhang Xiaotong rushed forward with a stick without a second thought. What do you think you can turn back? With this statement, everyone clashed together. Meanwhile, Peng Hai also emerged, running with Zhang Long. The three of them stumbled forward in the night until they finally stopped when they were out of breath. Zhang Long sat on the ground, panting heavily. As a cool breeze swept in, he realized his clothes were soaked with sweat. Recalling the events that had just transpired, he couldn't help but feel a chill. If Peng Hai hadn't discovered them in time, Bai Wenwen would have been with He Ming by now, and he would have been left with no options. Peng Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn it, I'm exhausted. These women really know how to scheme. What should we do next? Zhang Long panted, shaking his head. Everything had happened too quickly, leaving him no room to react. Now they had nothing. It was still night, but once dawn broke, those people would definitely come after them, searching everywhere. The places they could go on this island were limited, and it wouldn't hold for long. Unless... Zhang Long swallowed hard. The mist-covered forest flashed through his mind. They had never ventured into that area since arriving on this deserted island, as it appeared very eerie from the outside, and due to the dense trees, even on clear days a fog shrouded it, obscuring the sunlight, hiding countless dangers within. If they really entered that forest, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. But if they didn't, they would eventually be found. Peng Hai sighed deeply. We're all men, I know it's tough for you. No man would willingly hand over his woman to another, but that kid went too far. But regardless, we need to find a way out now. Zhang Long suddenly turned to look. There's one thing I've never understood now that the situation is so dire. Ho Yu is following me because of her character, and Duan Na comes along for obvious reasons. But you, is it just because I saved you a few times? Zhang Long felt that this reasoning was somewhat forced. Those who had attacked him earlier, which one of them hadn't he saved before? Moreover, the private relationships were somewhat special. Despite this, these women had revolted, so what was Peng Hai after? You're a single man in your 30s, you could have captured my wife and handed her over to He Ming. Given his greedy nature, he would definitely pay you a hefty sum. Why didn't you do it? In that moment, Peng Hai's expression became somewhat unnatural, but it was only for an instant, as he smiled and patted Zhang Long's shoulder. Hey, didn't you already explain the reason? I'm a single man in my 30s, I eat enough for myself and don't need extra money to waste. Besides, taking that money would be immoral. Zhang Long nodded after hearing this. Bai Wenwen propped herself up with her arm and sat up. Zhang Long hurried to support her. He looked around. What happened to me? Why are we here? My head feels so dizzy and my whole body feels weak, as if I can't muster any strength. Seeing Bai Wenwen like this, Zhang Long felt an indescribable pain in his heart. After recounting everything that had happened that night in detail, he mentioned his plan to hide in the mist-covered forest and sought her advice. Bai Wenwen, barely conscious, expressed that she would follow Zhang Long's lead and let him decide. Just as the three were about to set off, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from not far away. It was Shi Li and the others. Leading the way were Duan Na and Ho Yu, tightly bound with ropes. Both of them had bruises on their faces, clearly having endured some beating. Zhang Xiaotong walked behind them, wielding a vine like a whip. Want to leave? Are you not afraid I'll kill them? Zhang Long felt a chill run down his spine. He had only known Zhang Xiaotong to be clever, but he never expected her to be this smart, managing to subdue them so quickly and using them as hostages. Zhang Xiaotong snorted coldly. Zhang Long, do you want them, or do you want Bai Wenwen? Do you dare to kill a? What do I have to fear? One sentence caused the atmosphere to instantly freeze. Zhang Long stared at her with unwavering intensity. Zhang Xiaotong, being such a clever person, don't you know that murder is a crime? Zhang Xiaotong burst into laughter, completely shedding her previous rational and gentle demeanor, transforming into a thoroughly wicked woman. This made Zhang Long question whether the Zhang Xiaotong before him was actually someone else in disguise. The reason for this thought was entirely due to Zhang Xiaotong's ability to maintain her composure and do what was right regardless of the extreme conditions and difficulties she faced before. But now, for the sake of immediate gain, she was willing to walk down such a path, making her seem like a completely different person compared to her past self. Perhaps every person has two faces. One may have been suppressed for too long, and when confronted with problems that their usual facade cannot resolve, that face will emerge, just like the current Zhang Xiaotong. Zhang Xiaotong laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. Under the moonlight, even the last remnants of her coldness were eroded by venomous heat. Zhang Long, has your brain rusted? Come on, we are on a deserted island. Isn't it normal for something unexpected to happen in this godforsaken place? Moreover, I have so many people to vouch for me. Zhang Long felt a jolt in his heart. Suddenly, he sensed that the woman before him had lost even the last shred of rationality. She was desperate to return to the city. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. If what she said was true, then even if they killed him once they returned from this deserted island, they could easily fabricate some excuse to cover it up. Upon realizing this, Zhang Long also started to laugh. Bai Wenwen looked confused. What are you laughing at? I find it amusing that you are oblivious to the danger at hand. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Long hurled the fishbone knife directly. Swish! It struck the target, hitting the ground with a thud. A moment of dead silence. Oh, murder. He's gone mad, Ron. Zhang Long, are you insane? Zhang Long's face turned grim. Run. Let's see whether my knife is faster or your feet. His words terrified most of the girls, causing them to collapse to the ground wailing. Zhang Long viciously stomped on Zhang Xiaotong's abdomen. Zhang Xiaotong cried out in pain, staring incredulously at the man standing over her. You? Seeing that Zhang Xiaotong was unharmed, Bai Wenwen's expression improved slightly. Zhang Long's eyes turned bloodshot. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me tell you, I Zhang Long fear neither heaven nor earth, and I certainly do not fear killing. The only reason I didn't finish you off just now is that I think it's a pity for someone as clever as you to die. This is the first time, and I hope it's the last time. Zhang Xiaotong's eyes were filled with terror, her body ice cold. She knew that just moments ago there had been at least 100 meters between them. His flying knife had precisely struck her earring, not missing by a hair. The man before her did not resemble Zhang Long. He seemed like a war god just returned from hell, with every word laced with a chilling icy aura, as if knives were slicing through her flesh, one cut after another. Her mind went blank, filled only with profound fear. Zhang Long glared angrily at everyone. I provided you with food, clothing, and shelter, asking for nothing in return, treating everyone equally. Do you really think I am a weakling? Yes, I haven't been able to take you off this island right away, but does everything I have done for you before mean nothing? He Hemming merely had a bit of luck, but do you really believe that pathetic luck can accomplish anything on this deserted island amidst the vast ocean? His voice, full of heart-wrenching fury, echoed in the forest, lingering long after. If you want to follow, He Hemming, I won't stop you, but if you dare to touch Bai Wenwen, you won't get a chance. Look at your scrawny arms and legs. In my eyes, you are nothing. After saying this, he kicked Zhang Xiaotong. All right, I've said my piece, now you all can leave. Get as far away as you can. If He Hemming wants someone, let him come himself. After those words, several people left in tears. Looking at those who remained, Zhang Long irritably grabbed his hair. Get out. What are you still doing here? Brother Long, I'm sorry. I never intended to betray you. It was just because there were more people on their side, and I was afraid of being bullied. But, please believe me, I really want to follow you. Yes, me too. Please forgive us, we can't survive on this deserted island without you. Everything that happened just now was because our brains got muddled. Brother Long, I was wrong just now. I'm sorry. You can scold me, or command me however you like, I will follow you. I believe you can take us away from this place. Brother Long. Seeing the tears on everyone's faces, Zhang Long sighed deeply. All right, you said it. Since you've decided to follow me, then from now on you all must listen to me. As I said before, I do not fear killing. If anyone even thinks about betraying, I will not hesitate to drive this knife through her skull. There's still time to regret now. No one left. Zhang Long crouched down to meet Zhang Xiaotong's gaze. Why aren't you leaving? Zhang Xiaotong stared at him, saying nothing. Dumb. I'm asking you a question. Zhang Xiaotong remained silent. But Zhang Long saw a hint of pleading and hope in her eyes. Zhang Long snorted coldly and directly grabbed Zhang Xiaotong by her hair. Answer me. His roar shattered Zhang Xiaotong's pride, arrogance, and the last bit of her ethereal demeanor. I want to live. Please, I want to live to return to the city. Zhang Long's smile suddenly turned fierce, but he immediately released his grip. You really are a clever person. You guys drag her back and lock her up. After saying this, the remaining people helped each other towards the camp. Zhang Long turned to reach for Bai Wenwen, who stepped back in fright. Only then did Zhang Long notice Bai Wenwen's pale face and the fear in her eyes, as if she were looking at a wild beast. Zhang Long's heart sank. Did I scare you just now, eh? I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited. His voice was gentle, barely above a whisper, as if afraid of startling a mosquito. Looking at Zhang Long, who seemed dejected, something in Bai Wenwen's heart melted in an instant, and she gave him a kiss on the forehead. You truly scared me just now, but I love you. Zhang Long's heart raced. After being married for so long, it was the first time he heard Bai Wenwen say those 3 words, holding her hand and trailing behind the group. After returning to the camp, those who had planned to leave packed their belongings and departed. The remaining individuals gathered silently around the campfire. Zhang Xiaodong was locked in the same place where He Ming had been held before with no food and no light. Zhang Long instructed by Wan to go back and rest while he returned to his room to sleep. Before long, Peng Hai knocked and entered. He spoke of the events that had transpired during this time, with a sense of lamentation, reflecting on the filth of human nature, yet he remarked that Zhang Long was a good person. These words entered one ear and exited the other. Peng Hai then asked why they were still keeping Zhang Xiaodong, given that this operation was planned by her. Zhang Long replied that Zhang Xiaodong was knowledgeable and highly capable. She was a clever person. Her survival was far more valuable than her death. Furthermore, if she did not side with him, she would only seek refuge with He Ming. Wasn't that just adding bricks to He Ming's wall? He Ming could be quite clever at times, yet he often acted without considering the consequences, doing things based on his mood. If such a person were to gain Zhang Xiaodong, it would spell endless trouble. However, Zhang Xiaodong had betrayed him once, and as the saying goes, the first betrayal is the same as countless betrayals. Zhang Long knew this, which is why he could only keep her locked up. No matter what, he couldn't let He Ming have her. Peng Hai sighed deeply. I didn't expect you at your age of 20 to be able to think so much. Zhang Long let out a bitter laugh. What choice do I have? Meanwhile, on He Ming's side, seeing everyone return with their heads down and their belongings, he was furious, stamping his feet and berating them as useless. He even struck Shirley. No one dared to step forward to intervene, and there were no voices of plea. This beating left Shirley in a coma for 3 days. With the anger spent, He Ming was not foolish. He immediately arranged for everyone to stay in the cave. Being in a cave, there was inevitably a foul smell along with snakes, insects, and rodents everywhere. There were no separate rooms, and no matter how you looked at it, it paled in comparison to the camp. Everyone felt a degree of regret, but they tacitly kept it to themselves, silently enduring everything happening around them. After all, only He Ming could get everyone out of this godforsaken place in a short amount of time. Another reason was that they had already done all sorts of things to stay with He Ming, and there was no face left to continue following Zhang Long, but it was better to not do anything than to go back. The next morning, everyone gathered around the campfire for breakfast as usual. Zhang Long stood up. Daylight has broken, and what happened yesterday is now in the past. As long as no one repeats their mistakes, I will overlook it and continue to lead everyone in living on this deserted island as before. The crowd nodded but dared not speak further. Zhang Long sighed deeply. Counting the days, we have been on this deserted island for about a month and a half. With today's advanced technology, the outside world must know that we are in trouble, yet no rescue team has come. I do not know the reason, but I understand that one cannot always rely on others. Following this, Zhang Long spoke about something he had contemplated for a long time: shipbuilding. A ship that could avoid shark attacks, accommodate people, store supplies, and had sails and a rudder. Before coming to this island, Zhang Long had purchased a 1/1 scale model of a pirate ship online. Although assembling it was somewhat challenging, if there were indeed people small enough in the world, then this ship would be usable. Therefore, building a large ship according to the actual proportions should not be too difficult. After saying this, he took out a stack of blueprints. Although I do not know the exact location of this island or how far it is from the mainland, I am certain it is very far. Without ample supplies and a capable ship, it is impossible to set sail. Looking at those extremely complex blueprints, the hearts of the crowd ignited with flames of hope, their faces lighting up with joy. Zhang Long seized the moment and raised a very practical issue. Food. Half the people had left. There were not many who could serve as laborers, but this was no longer a time to collect wild vegetables and fruits to stave off hunger. As winter approached, various wild beasts would be unable to withstand hunger and would wander about. Zhang Long could protect himself easily, but he could not protect so many people at once. Thus, all remaining individuals were divided into 2 teams. One team, led by Peng Hai, would go into the forest to chop wood. The other team, led by Duan Na, would teach them self-defense and weapon usage, while Hou would teach them how to identify animal tracks and hunt. Once the arrangements were finalized, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. He Ming was also not idle. Like Zhang Long, he divided his people into 2 batches. Some searched for food, while others were taken to the cave, where he had found supplies to clear the stones outside the cave. Those stones were not very many, but they were quite large. There was a small opening, and when the light was good, one could clearly see the supplies stored inside the cave. A flashlight, batteries, a box of compressed biscuits, various weapons, and a kayak. It was like quenching thirst by gazing at plums. Looking at the items inside, the people were full of energy. They were not unaware of their fatigue. They simply felt that the earlier they dug out those supplies, the sooner they could leave this cursed place and return to the city. As for Zhang Xiaodong, she had long anticipated that she would end up in such a situation. Locked in this pitch-black place with eating, drinking, and relieving herself all in one, no one to talk to, only able to catch glimpses of the outside firelight through the crack in the door, along with a plate of food at night. She felt angry and unwilling, yet helpless. After all, the current situation was all her own doing. Moreover, she knew that following He Ming might seem beneficial at first glance, but the risks were immense, and it could even cost her life. Rather than this, it was better to compromise, so she did not scream hysterically for the people outside to let her out, nor did she attempt to escape. She simply waited quietly in the darkness. This kind of waiting was a torment more painful than being beaten. 7 days passed in a flash. At night, the door creaked open. The newcomer saw Zhang Xiaotong sitting on the ground as obediently as before, showing no intention of escape. He was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You truly live up to your reputation. 7 days have passed with nothing to eat and nothing to see, yet you still maintain your composure. Zhang Xiaotong forced a smile. If I did not do this, how could I demonstrate my value to you? Let me out, and I will be useful to you. What if I say no? Zhang Long walked over, casually sitting beside Zhang Xiaotong and handing her a plate of fruit. Eat up, it's not easy to find these in this weather. Why, oi? What do you mean, wife? It's not that I want to kill you, just that I'm keeping you locked up. Hell, what's there to question? Zhang Long threw a wild fruit into his mouth. So sour. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaotong flipped over and pinned Zhang Long down. Speak. Such actions did not faze Zhang Long. Instead, he burst into laughter. Isn't this the real you, right? A clever wildcat. You incited so many people to betray me. It's already a miracle that I spared your life, and you still expect me to let you go. There's something I think you should be interested in. A few minutes later, the two stood inside the room, and Zhang Long lit the oil lamp, staring in shock at the carvings on the wall, speechless. It was a map intricately detailing all areas except for the misty forest, marked with a pentagram indicating the location of the camp. It was at the center of half an island with a dense forest ahead, followed by the territory of the mountain goblins, a pile of rocks on the left, and a pit with vines clearly marked leading down to the cave where they once lived, and further down to the beach. I really underestimated you. Zhang Long looked at Zhang Xiaotong with some surprise. Zhang Xiaotong chuckled softly. It's nothing. If you let me out, there will be more surprises. Zhang Long gazed at her quietly, ultimately chuckling helplessly. I thought we were friends. This statement left Zhang Xiaotong momentarily stunned. Zhang Long sighed deeply. Actually, the door was only locked for a day. This statement exploded in his mind, leaving him speechless as he stared at the person before him in disbelief. I'm actually quite poor in terms of interpersonal relationships. Aside from those who are overtly obvious, I consider everyone to be friends. I believe someone is clever, as you will find a way to go solo one day. If that day comes, just let me know what you need and I will provide it for you, but it can't be taken by force, do you understand? Seemingly aware that Zhang Xiaotong was struggling to respond, Zhang Long left right after he finished speaking. The next morning, Zhang Xiaotong's appearance attracted everyone's attention. How did she get out? So she got out and is acting like nothing happened while washing vegetables. Exactly, I don't know what she's thinking. He Yueyu approached and spotted her quickly rushing over to snatch the vegetables from her hand, eyeing her peculiarly from head to toe. You should stay away. Oh, I'm afraid eating these will mean I won't survive until tomorrow. Without saying anything, Zhang Xiaotong quietly set down the items and left. As she walked, several people intentionally bumped into her, whispering and pointing. Zhang Xiaotong merely furrowed her brows and said nothing. Ren Tian watched from a distance, laughing until she couldn't stand up straight. Nana, look at her, she's like a clown, ha ha. Duan Na shot her a sideways glance. Deliberately speaking loudly, she said, we're all the same. I really don't know how you can laugh like that. This remark instantly froze the smiles on everyone's faces. Awkwardly, they turned and went about their business. Zhang Long in the room also witnessed this scene. Bai Wenwen hugged him from behind. Are you sure this is okay? Nothing will happen. If anything, it will only be for these few days, and it will pass. A series of knocks echoed. Come in. He Yueyu stood at the door, somewhat timid, informing him that everyone had been busy for the past 2 days, and no one had gathered food, which meant the supplies they had stored were running low. Zhang Long was taken aback and looked again at the camp. After pondering for a moment, he said, all right, I understand. Immediately call everyone to gather in the center of the camp for a meeting. A few minutes later, Zhang Long's gaze swept over everyone's faces, finally settling on Zhang Xiaotong in the distance. What are you still doing there? Why aren't you hurrying over? Everyone followed Zhang Long's gaze and realized he was calling for Zhang Xiaotong, their expressions changing. Her? What do we need her for? Exactly, this girl is full of bad ideas. Look at her gloomy face. I can't believe she has the nerve to stay here. Whispers crept into Zhang Xiaotong's ears. Yet she resolutely walked over. Everyone kept their distance from her, with no one within a meter on either side. Zhang Long called Peng Hai to remove the door panel from the room where Zhang Xiaotong had been locked up and stood it upright beside him. Everyone was astonished. To be able to draw a map of half an island amidst darkness is truly genius. Zhang Long looked at everything happening before him with satisfaction and relayed the situation to Zhang Xiaotong. If it were you, what would you do? Set traps on the mountain to catch wild beasts, lay nets in the sea to catch fish, search the mountain for usable items like palm leaves and tree sap, And also look for vines, hey, chop bamboo, and dig a cellar. A long string of words left everyone dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaodong was not timid. Although she lacked wilderness survival experience, she had read many books on the topic. She described the appearances of various items and the methods of gathering them as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. All her words converged into a single-purpose survival. Let me add a couple of points. Zhang Long coughed. In addition to these items, we also need clothes for warmth. The wolf and bear skins from before should work right. This is something Rin Tiantian does best right. He looked at Rin Tiantian as he spoke. Rin Tiantian nodded somewhat shyly. We have enough thread, a torn sweater, but no needles. We can use fish bones to pierce a hole in the thick end. Is there any problem with that? Rin Tiantian's eyes widened in surprise and delight as she quickly shook her head and returned to her seat. Additionally, we can start preparing for defense and agriculture. Peng Hai can handle the defense. Let him know what's needed and the agriculture will be your responsibility. As he spoke, he turned to Zhang Xiaodong. Zhang Xiaodong felt somewhat at a loss. Given the current situation, agriculture was essential for long-term survival on this island. After what happened, did he still want me to take charge? Zhang Long understood what she was thinking. Among everyone present, you are likely the only one who has read about this. Only you can help me. Only. He emphasized the two words loudly. A sense of being trusted surged in Zhang Xiaotong's heart, and suddenly, she felt a lump in her throat, nodding heavily. In the following days, everyone added various tasks to their physical training and the basic task of chopping wood. Hou Yu taught everyone how to utilize the existing iron sheets, embedding springs and central axes to create many traps placed in areas frequented by wild beasts. Duan Na led a few people to expand the previous fishing nets, casting them to catch fish, while also collecting shells and breaking them open to make storage vessels. Of course, there were also unexpected finds like pearls, which could be ground into powder for face masks. Peng Hai, along with his team, sharpened the cut trees at one end and drove them into the ground to encircle the entire camp. With Hou Yu's help, they hung many thorns on top, making it necessary for anything wanting to sneak in to think twice. The busiest person was Rin Tiantian. She started sewing warm clothes for everyone as soon as the sun rose, and continued until the light became indistinct. Under Zhang Long's leadership, everything proceeded in a well-organized manner. Zhang Long knocked on Rin Tiantian's door and saw her still sewing. He placed the freshly made oil lamp on the table. If you run out, come to me. We've caught many wild beasts these days, and there's plenty of oil left. Rin Tiantian nodded and continued focusing on her work. However, Zhang Long showed no intention of leaving. Rin Tiantian couldn't help but look up and ask, "What's wrong?" Zhang Long awkwardly scratched the back of his head. In fact, there was something he had always wanted to ask, but since it concerned the privacy of all the women, he didn't know how to broach the subject. However, having stayed on the island for nearly 2 months, it was time to bring this matter to light. After thinking for a moment, he felt it might be a bit hard to say. Asking such things as a man might lead others to think he was perverted, but, how do you all handle that thing every month? Rin Tiantian was taken aback. What thing? Zhang Long's face turned red at the question. That thing? No, which one? If you don't clarify, how would I know? Zhang Long anxiously scratched his hair awkwardly, using his toes to tap a rhythm. He couldn't just bluntly ask how to deal with the bleeding each month, right? That would surely label him as perverted. However, by one, lost in thought, he noticed Rin Tiantian looking at him with a sly smile. Am I right to assume you want to ask how we girls handle our menstrual cycles? Zhang Long was taken aback, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Speaking of this, Rin Tiantian couldn't help but sigh. You saw sister when staying cooped up in her room for the past few days, so you asked me, right? Yes. These days coincided with Bai Wenwen's time, and Zhang Long remembered it clearly. Last month, she seemed to have no reaction, so he didn't think much of it. But now Bai Wenwen didn't leave her room, and when asked what was wrong, her face turned as red as an apple. He knew what it was, but could only feel anxious. Rin Tiantian mentioned that some people just in case brought some supplies when they set out. Even though they got soaked, they could be rinsed a bit and dried out for use. But that thing would be ruined after one wash, it couldn't be used a second time. Although there were spare clothes for padding, they would need to be changed soon, which was particularly troublesome. These days, everyone is living together on this island, and the menstrual cycles are nearly the same. It seems like this could become a serious issue. Rin Tiantian didn't feel embarrassed at all. She pulled out a piece of worn cloth she usually used from the box. Look, last month the sun was good, and I washed it twice daily without issue. But now there's hardly any sun, and I suspect in a few days I won't be able to go out like sister when either. Looking at the bloodstains on that cloth, Zhang Long felt his face burning. He'll think of a solution. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. Suddenly, he recalled a movie he had seen a few years ago where the male protagonist faced similar situations as those unfolding before him. Zhang Long slapped his thigh. Do you have any extra animal skins? Rin Tiantian was taken aback. Yes, I have those wolf tails and such. I thought it would be a waste to throw them away, so I carefully peeled them off, but there's hardly anything useful. Why? Zhang Long's eyes lit up. Quick, bring them here. Rin Tiantian rummaged through a basket and handed it to him. These are what I have. I thought of sewing them to make some socks or something. If you find it useful, take it. Zhang Long excitedly picked up a piece of animal skin from the basket, measuring it. Its widest part was the size of a palm, which was entirely usable. Recalling those ultra-thin night pads he had seen on TV, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Finally, he mustered up the courage to look at Rin Tiantian. Could you lend me a pair of your close-fitting underwear? Don't get me wrong, I just want to use it as a reference, afraid it won't fit well. But if it's inconvenient for you, I can. Take it. Looking at the small strawberry in front of him, Zhang Long's heart skipped a beat. Was she being a bit too generous? Last time she accidentally ate that wild fruit, she seemed to be wearing this one too. Thinking of this, images flashed in his mind. Looking back at Rin Tiantian, he felt a bit mischievous. Clearing his throat, he took it from her. The island had soapberries, so the small strawberry emitted a faint scent of soapberry. Zhang Long didn't dare to look more closely, placing the animal skin in the center, flipping it over, and used a fishbone knife to cut along the edges to create the shape commonly sold in the market. How about this? Rin Tiantian burst into laughter. The length is about right, but it will shift inside, and even though this animal skin has been washed, it still harbors dirt. If it gets blood on it, it will absorb it, but it will never dry out, and it will be sticky and uncomfortable. Right? How did I not think of this? Looking at Zhang Long's dejected face, Rin Tiantian smiled and said, if there were buttons to secure it, it shouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, I can make a button, but I can't manage this small piece of cloth. I can. After saying this, Zhang Long ran out and quickly returned with a pile of small pebbles. He wrapped them in used cloth and asked Rin Tiantian to help sew them together. As long as they were sewn onto the fabric and a hole was made at the appropriate position, it would make a perfect button. Rin Tiantian was both surprised and delighted, saying if she had known it would be this simple, she would have asked him for help earlier, thus avoiding wasting so much cloth making buttons. Zhang Long turned a deaf ear. The issue of securing it was resolved, but other matters remained the same. He needed to come up with a plan. After pondering for a moment, he said, give me the cloth you used before. Rin Tiantian obediently handed him the items. Zhang Long placed everything on the table, and just like before, used a fishbone knife to carve out several pieces based on the shape and size he remembered. Rin Tiantian quickly stopped him. Hey, wait, if you cut all this fabric like this, how am I supposed to use it? Zhang Long smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. While working on the fabric, Zhang Long thoughtfully made several longer pieces, utilizing every bit of the fabric, producing more than 20 in total. He divided them into 4 different lengths, placing the ones with the least difference together, and then cut the animal skin into the required shapes and sizes, excluding the small wings meant for fastening. Finally, he told Rin Tiantian to cut the longer piece in half, align it with the shorter piece at both ends, sew them together, and then attach buttons to the small wings. It looked somewhat like a pillowcase. Rin Tiantian suddenly realized, so this is what you meant. Just like a pillowcase, the outer fabric wraps around the inner animal skin. When it needs to be washed, you only need to wash the fabric, while the inner skin can last a long time. Changing it every 2 days isn't a problem, thus solving all issues. Zhang Long smiled a bit sheepishly. This is my first time making something like this. Why don't you give it a try? If it doesn't fit, I can adjust it again. After saying that, Zhang Long wanted to slap himself. The words sounded quite normal, yet also rather awkward. It was an embarrassing moment. Rin Tiantian pulled the curtain. It feels quite similar to the extremely thick ones I used in childhood, but it's much more comfortable and lighter than the fabric strips. Only the layer of animal skin seems a bit wide. Because of the oil lamp inside, Zhang Long could clearly see every move of Rin Tiantian and her graceful figure, even noticing that her 2 curves seemed to bounce a few times. While Zhang Long was lost in such thoughts, Rin Tiantian pulled the curtain open again and handed the items to him. Could you please modify this a bit, designer Zhang? Zhang Long pretended to be nonchalant as he took it. The simple sanitary napkin in his hand still carried Rin Tiantian's warmth. A shameful thought suddenly popped into his mind. Touching this meant indirectly touching Rin Tiantian right. Indeed, today I've strayed further from being a gentleman. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a black curled hair on it. Zhang Long's face instantly turned red as he silently adjusted his posture. Nothing happened. I saw nothing. He took out the animal skin from inside, trimmed the edges, and placed it back. Rin Tiantian boldly tried it again and expressed her satisfaction. Zhang Long, with renewed vigor, adjusted all the remaining animal skins according to the proportions. The next day, Rin Tiantian told all the women about this, quickly producing a large batch of simple sanitary napkins. Regarding this private matter, everyone tacitly chose not to mention it. Zhang Long felt that although it was a small matter in the grand scheme of the group's development, it was a milestone achievement. Now waiting for rescue was unrealistic. To survive better, they had to start manufacturing. They needed to create everything required. Currently, it was clothing and daily necessities, and in the not-so-distant future, it would definitely be weapons. Winter was approaching, and the walls and door built by Peng Hai could withstand many things. As long as they stayed indoors, there would be no problems, but no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. Zhang Xiaotong also noticed this, but since that incident, very few people were willing to initiate conversations with her, and she could only farm quietly. The radishes planted earlier were growing well. They should be able to harvest some when winter arrives. However, relying solely on this for long-term survival was simply a pipe dream. At that moment, Bai Wenwen returned with a bamboo basket, her expression serious, walking very quickly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. She went straight to Zhang Long, and after whispering a few words together, they entered the room. What? How could there be such things? Zhang Long furrowed his brow. Just a few hours earlier, when Bai Wenwen had gone out to forage for wild vegetables, she had accidentally seen He Ming and the others emerging from the woods. They said that the things He Ming had found earlier had already been dug up. There were many items in that cave, including flashlights, batteries, climbing ropes, harpoons, machetes, compressed biscuits, and most importantly, kayaks. Bai Wenwen sighed. She couldn't understand why the bad guys always managed to get better resources. After obtaining these items, they would surely set sail before long. Once they reached the mainland, it was uncertain whether they would report their situation to the relevant authorities. If not, they might have to remain in this broken place for the rest of their lives. It's a lie to say I'm not jealous. But after all, this was my choice, so I can't say too much. Zhang Long knew what Bai Wenwen was thinking, but compared to this, he was more worried about something else. He Ming is an extremely jealous person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. At first, he might have genuinely liked Bai Wenwen, but later the competition between them seemed to turn into a game where love no longer mattered. Perhaps it was because He Ming had always gotten what he wanted since birth, never lacking anything except for Bai Wenwen. Such a person, equipped with weapons and various tools to live on this island and leave, could very well seek revenge. He turned to glance at the sky outside the window. The wind blew, causing the clouds to roll in the sky, thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. All right, I understand. So what should we do next? Everything remains as usual. Oh, do not mention this to anyone else to avoid causing panic. Just act as if nothing has happened, and I will find a way to resolve it. After saying this, he stood up and pushed the door open, only to find that almost everyone was gathered at the entrance. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Ho Yu forced a smile, trying to suppress his discontent. Let's eat quickly, it's going to rain soon. Yes, let's eat quickly. Brother Long, you must be exhausted, right? Tonight's dinner has vegetables. Zhang Long looked at everyone's concealed expressions with a complicated gaze. He sighed deeply. You all heard right. The chattering and laughter abruptly ceased. The surrounding air seemed to freeze along with it. Everyone's faces looked grim. Still, I'll say it again, although I can't make you leave here swiftly, I can keep you alive whether you believe it or not. Although reality is harsh, everyone has to admit that this is a choice they made themselves, unrelated to Zhang Long. The group awkwardly laughed and changed the subject, letting Zhang Long and Bai Wenwen go eat. Bai Wenwen also stepped in to ease the situation, and the two of them sat on chairs serving themselves food. Zhang Long looked up at the sky and then turned to look at Peng Hai. Is there any extra wood? Peng Hai didn't even raise his head, forcefully digging into his bowl. Yes, there's plenty. What's up? I see that it looks like it's going to rain. I don't know how long this rain will last. After it stops, we can expand everyone's rooms, make a stove for heating in winter and cooking. Peng Hai grunted in agreement, unable to suppress a sigh. I can make a stove, but having an open flame indoors might not be good. It would be great if we had charcoal. Having fire is already good enough. Do you think this is a city? Exactly, let's make do with it. There's no other way. Oh, I appreciate your hard work. Zhang Long smiled. Who says there's no way? Zhang Long informed everyone that first they should build a kiln out of mud, then fill it with a large amount of wood, and finally light a fire underneath the kiln. Before long, the wood would dry out into charcoal. When the charcoal is needed, they should crush a portion first, then add charcoal pieces in a stacked manner after burning it with an open flame for a while. This method of making charcoal is quite common and convenient in the countryside. Wow, Brother Long is really impressive knowing so much. Exactly, it seems we haven't had barbecue in a long time. This time we can take the opportunity to have a feast, haha. Yes. The honey we took from the bear's den is still quite a lot. When we brush it on the barbecue, it will be so fragrant. I found quite a few spices in the woods like cinnamon and perilla which can be used. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Bai Wenwen, sitting nearby, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Previously, there were concerns that the incident with He Ming would affect everyone's attitude towards life, but unexpectedly a piece of charcoal could perfectly resolve the issue. Speaking of which, after nearly 2 months, everyone's living conditions have improved significantly. Although it can't compare to the city, it has its own unique flavor. If agriculture, animal husbandry, and the forging industry all develop, perhaps living on this small island could also be a good choice. Peng Hai smiled and scratched the back of his head. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I'll go do that tomorrow. Speaking of which, I used to watch my grandfather do it when I was young. He even taught me to hunt birds. If we had bows and arrows, our food supply would definitely increase. Cut it out. If I had a big machete, would I still need you? Hou retorted stubbornly. The crowd burst into laughter. Have you all seen Su Yuanyuan? Yu's voice made everyone quiet down. After looking around, they began to discuss. It seems so. I haven't seen her since she came back from that side of the forest. Huh, how could that be? She said she was going a bit deeper to chop. What if she should have come back with you, right? Peng Hai scratched the back of his head, a look of confusion on his face. Didn't she leave with you all? Zhang Long's heart sank. He felt that something was amiss and hurriedly inquired about everything that happened regarding Su Yuanyuan today. Su Yuanyuan was slightly plump, not very talkative, had a particularly low presence, but was also a very gentle person, part of Peng Hai's team. Before the incident, she was chopping wood with everyone in the forest, and at that time, everyone was busy with their own things, completely unaware of her. The last person who saw her said she spotted a particularly straight tree and said she would go over for a while. Since everyone paired up to roll the trees down the mountain after finishing, they didn't move together, so no one knew what happened afterward. Zhang Long's brow furrowed deeper as he looked up at the gradually darkening sky. Don't panic, let's first search around the camp. If we truly can't find her, we'll think of something then. With that, everyone put down their bowls and utensils and scattered to search for her. In the end, they still didn't find any trace of Su Yuanyuan. What should we do? It's getting dark now. What if she encounters wild beasts alone in the mountains? Yes, and that area is particularly dark. Right next to it is the mist forest. If something happens, how should I explain it to her parents when I go back? What did you say? Zhang Long instantly couldn't sit still. You all chopped wood near the mist forest. Yes, what's the problem? The trees over there are straight and tall and very easy to chop down. Damn it. Anger surged in his heart. The mist forest didn't look normal at all. Who knows what's inside? He really didn't understand what this group of people was thinking. Bai Wenwen was also furious and scolded Peng Hai. Although Peng Hai felt somewhat unjust, he said nothing, just listened silently. All right, Su Yuanyuan has legs of her own. If she wants to leave, no one can stop her. Zhang Long said, while looking at the crowd. You all stay here, I'll go look for her. Wait, I want to go too. Count me in. Me too. Seeing the anxious expressions of the people, Zhang Long felt somewhat helpless. None of us have been to that forest. Just looking from the outside, it feels full of danger. Let's forget it, you all stay at the camp. If I don't return, don't come looking for me, you just follow my wife's arrangements. Bai Wenwen was the first to stand up. I'll accompany you. Even if something happens, I can look out for you. Besides, Su Yuanyuan is a girl, and sometimes it's inconvenient. Zhang Long found it hard to refute this statement. Hou Duan Na and Zhang Xiaotong also expressed their desire to follow. After careful consideration, Zhang Long thought that having someone with skills beside him would help in case of any danger. Then let's do this. Hou is familiar with the forest, and Zhang Xiaotong has seen a lot and can see the surroundings clearly at night. You can come along, and Duan Na, you stay behind with Peng Hai to watch the base. On what basis? Duan Na glared at Zhang Xiaotong with disgust in her eyes. Taking someone with a history of betrayal to such a dangerous place is joking with her own life, isn't it? The others also chimed in, saying Zhang Xiaotong was unreliable, had poor stamina, and would drag everyone down. Throughout this process, Zhang Xiaotong remained silent, only looking at Zhang Long with determination in her eyes. Zhang Long sighed, whispered a few words to Duan Na, and that's when she relented. Seeing this, although everyone felt a bit unwilling, they didn't say much. After the four people walked far, someone asked what Zhang Long had just said. He said that because he thinks Zhang Xiaotong is unreliable, he must keep her by his side. When this woman uses her brain, the rest of us can't outsmart her. Along the way, Hou deliberately kept her distance from Zhang Xiaotong, as if a faint smell of gunpowder lingered between them. Zhang Long paid no mind and began discussing recent events with Bai Wenwen. Having lived in darkness for the past month or two, she had grown accustomed to capturing weak beams of light and discerning her surroundings. Despite this, everyone still dared not act too quickly, forming a diamond shape and cautiously moving forward. Reflecting on the events of this period, Bai Wenwen realized that Zhang Long had completely changed from his former self. However, upon further thought, she recalled that he had already exhibited remarkable talents back in the city. She had merely overlooked them at the time. Suddenly, she felt like a clown in front of Zhang Long, unable to recognize someone so extraordinary, yet simultaneously grateful for her good fortune in finding someone like him. Unknowingly, she relaxed a lot. When we get back, let's hold a wedding. We can have a child then. When Bai Wenwen said this, she appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was racing. Considering how long they had been married, the moments they actually spent alone together could be counted on one hand. Zhang Long responded affirmatively. Though he felt happy, he couldn't smile at that moment. This time, when they set out to find Su Yuanyuan, they brought many tools and weapons to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, hoping they would not need to use them yet wishing they would be useful if the need arose. After all the large creatures on this island appeared rather peculiar, and the things in the misty forest were likely even more extraordinary. She hoped Su Yuanyuan would be wise enough to find a relatively safe place to hide and wait for rescue. Noticing Zhang Long's lack of reaction by Wenwen felt inexplicably disappointed, lowering her head and continuing on in silence. At this moment Zhang Long came to his senses and awkwardly smiled. Yes, when we get back, we must host a grand wedding. We'll invite all our friends, and if we have a chubby baby next year, they'll be completely satisfied. After finishing his words, he let out a hearty laugh. By the way, isn't the two-child policy already in effect? We could have a daughter first and then a son. Bai Wenwen pouted. One should be enough. Not nearly enough. After all that I've been through for you these days, if you don't give me 10 or 8 kids when we get back, it would be a disservice. Of course, Zhang Long only dared to think this in his heart and did not voice it. As they chatted, they arrived at the edge of the misty forest. Just standing outside felt eerie as the entire forest was shrouded in a faint mist with trees appearing faintly through it. I wonder what Su Yuanyuan was thinking daring to venture into such a place. You couldn't help but shiver. In my hometown, places like this are guaranteed to trap you, and sometimes you might even encounter spirits. Alright, enough talk. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, illuminating the ground, but failing to penetrate the mist of the forest, which only made it seem more mysterious. Zhang Long glanced around, his expression growing serious. For everyone's safety, let's maintain this formation, stay closer together. Hoiwei, you lead the way, and I'll follow behind. Everyone nodded and stepped inside. The mist enveloped them quickly, making their clothes damp, with thin droplets forming on their hair and eyebrows. All they could see was a blanket of white, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. It seems like there's something over there. Zhang Xiaotong pointed to a spot not far away. It looks like an axe. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried over to take a look. Indeed, it was a simple axe, beside which was a tree that was nearly chopped down. This tree grew unusually, standing out with its white straight trunk amidst the forest. On a clear day, it could easily be seen. From this, it seems that Zhang Xiaotong disappeared right around here. Zhang Xiaotong observed the surroundings, but could not discern anything unusual, and fell silent. Yu glanced at her and snorted coldly. It seems you're not much different from others despite being a top student. Come, let me teach you today. As she spoke, she used the branch she was using as a walking stick to point near the axe. She was standing right here at that time, continuously chopping at the tree. She then pointed slightly further ahead. Then she must have seen something and walked further in. The group followed the direction indicated by Yu into the depths of the misty forest. Zhang Long lit a torch, and each of the four had one. Bai Wenwen couldn't help but ask, I think she must have known how terrifying this forest is. Why would she venture deeper? Was something chasing her? Yu shook her head. I'm certain Su Yuanyuan walked in deliberately. Look, both here and here are the traces she left, and the intervals between them are not far apart, with no signs of increased speed. From a distance, the leaves on the ground appeared chaotic with no discernible tracks. However, upon closer inspection, one could find areas where the leaves were slightly darker than those around them, indicating they had been disturbed by footsteps. The reason the lower leaves appeared darker than the upper ones is that the lower side closer to the ground is moist and decays faster. So are you suggesting that something caught Su Yuanyuan's attention? It should be within her line of sight. Let's go. Everyone nodded and followed the footprints left by Su Yuanyuan, moving forward. As they progressed, the traces on the ground became increasingly chaotic. Even Bai Wenwen, who wasn't particularly knowledgeable in this area, could tell. Zhang Long held up the torch, scanning the surroundings, his expression growing more serious. It seems like there have been beasts roaming here, and not just one. There must have been a fight here. Yu pointed to a spot not far ahead where the leaves were all turned up, revealing the ground with a few clumps of fur scattered about. Getting a little closer, they discovered a palm-sized footprint on the ground. What kind of animal is this? Zhang Long's face grew grave in response to Bai Wenwen's question. This footprint resembles that of a wolf, but wolves don't have prints this large and bear tracks aren't this small. Moreover, I don't recall seeing such particularly long prints. It feels like a child's foot has pads like an animal. While I don't know what kind of creature this is, I can say for sure that Su Yuanyuan didn't fall into the hands of these beasts, because there were no bloodstains on the ground. Strangely, they found some wood shavings and a broken stick. Zhang Long's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Zhang Xiaotong shone the torch into the distance. The fog doesn't seem as thick as before. With this statement, Bai Wenwen followed up, this is a good omen. Perhaps these wild beasts only appeared after Su Yuanyuan passed by here. It's getting late. Let's continue moving forward. The four of them proceeded silently. After walking for a while, they discovered Su Yuanyuan's traces again. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the less fog there was around them. However, when they looked back, they noticed that the fog behind them was growing thicker, giving the impression that this fog only appeared on the outskirts of the forest. But this was abnormal. Upon further thought, the entire island was abnormal. It was quite normal for something unusual to appear. Zhang Long didn't dwell on it. and continued forward behind the others. As they walked, the trees around them grew denser, and the air became colder. Oh my, what is that? Hou shivered, pointing at a white mass in front of them which from a distance looked like a person in a white dress standing there. Su Yuan was wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt today, right? As soon as the words left her mouth, Hou's pupils suddenly dilated. Wait a minute, that thing seems to be blue as well, and its height is similar to Su Yuan's. As she said this, she shouted out Su Yuan's name. But there was no response. In the next second, Zhang Xiaotong covered Hou's mouth and nose. Hou reacted quickly, pushing her away. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaotong was shoved down to the ground, her face turning as if she had eaten a dead fly. Before she could speak, Hou pointed at her nose and shouted, "Huh, I knew you traitorous thing had ill intentions. Now that we're in danger, your true nature is revealed, huh? You still want to harm me? You should look at yourself first." Bai Wenwen looked at Zhang Xiaotong with some confusion. She didn't speak up for her, but she had no intention of belittling her. Zhang Xiaotong turned to Zhang Long and shouted, "Quick, cover your mouth and nose. That thing is a giant mushroom found in tropical areas, and its spores are hallucinogenic." Spores? Hallucinogenic? Are you kidding me? Even if it's true, that thing shouldn't be spreading its spores this far, right? I think you're doing this on purpose. Hou said, her expression turning fierce. Oh, I see now. Are you trying to take the opportunity to kill us one by one so no one will oppose you? Bai Wenwen tightly covered her mouth and nose with her clothing. Zhang Xiaotong showed no signs of anger. Don't worry, although this thing can cause hallucinations, it won't lead to death. After a while, she'll be fine. After hearing her words, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hou struggled for a while, her consciousness gradually becoming clearer, and her mood also calmed down significantly. Looking at Zhang Xiaotong sitting opposite her, her ears turned red. Reluctantly, she spoke, "Thank you for earlier." After finishing, she quickly added, "But don't think that this means I won't doubt you anymore." Zhang Xiaotong made a gesture of helplessness. Zhang Long let out a soft sigh. They say that 3 women make a drama. Today, he truly experienced that. Fortunately, Bai Wenwen, being a person from the media, wouldn't participate in their disputes. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed. Su Yuan's footprints have been following this path, indicating that she may have inhaled the spores of this mushroom, experiencing hallucinations that caused her to keep moving forward. We must be very careful from here on out. As she spoke, she sprinkled the water she had prepared earlier on her sleeves to use as a mask, covering her mouth and nose as they continued forward. After the earlier incident, the 4 of them were particularly cautious as they approached the giant mushroom. To be honest, from a distance, it really resembled Sadako from a horror movie. But as they got closer, it seemed less intimidating. It was only at this moment that they could see the full appearance of the thing. It was entirely snow white, resembling a half-opened umbrella with a golden underside, and the ground around it was covered with a layer of gold. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Zhang Long's mind. Hadn't he seen something similar during battles in the tropical rainforest before? Although he forgot the name, he clearly remembered the living conditions of this type of mushroom. It had a main stalk, and rather than a stalk, it resembled a flower bud that would bloom after a certain period. The flower itself had no scent, but the petals secreted a viscous liquid quite similar to that of a pitcher plant. It primarily relied on the hallucinogenic spores emitted by the surrounding secondary mushrooms to attract insects for nutrients. This type of mushroom was unlike other fungi. It was more like a plant with underground roots that intertwined, making it hard to perish. Wasn't the one in front of them a plus version of that type of mushroom? Thinking of this sent chills down their spines. There's another person. Everyone turned to look in the direction pointed out by Bai Wenwen. Due to the layer of golden spores, the footprints on the ground were clearly visible. Besides Su Yuan's shoe prints, there were also a pair of small footprints around size 30, looking quite similar to human footprints. Wild man. The group exchanged glances. Zhang Long couldn't help but swallow hard. With such a large mushroom, it wouldn't be surprising if there were wild people around. Everyone should stop overthinking it. What if it's something else? Let's keep moving forward. Su Yuan is still waiting for us ahead. Bai Wenwen's calm demeanor reassured Zhang Long a bit. He led the group along the footprints. Not far ahead, they saw many giant mushrooms, and the trees around them were unusually sparse. Even the weeds were greatly reduced. This was entirely because these mushrooms absorbed most of the nutrients, making it hard for other plants to survive. Looking at the massive mushrooms around them, the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Do you think this thing is edible, eh? It looks tender and plump. Cutting it into small pieces for a salad would surely be delicious. Hou said, swallowing repeatedly. Zhang Long felt a wave of sweat. At a time like this, she was actually thinking about food. Hou seemed unaware of any issues with her thoughts and rambled on about mushroom cooking methods. Finally, Zhang Xiaotong couldn't help but interject, saying that this mushroom could be eaten, but only once in a lifetime. If they had to eat it, it was advisable to have a few doctors on hand. While lying on the operating table, perhaps it would still be worthwhile. This remark amused the two, and eventually even Hou couldn't help but laugh heartily. The oppressive atmosphere eased significantly, but as a gigantic flower appeared before them, it solidified once again. The flower in terms of shape resembles a lily, yet the barbs on the inner side of its petals are decidedly real, akin to the teeth of a shark arranged in a meticulous manner. The flower's stamen consists of 3 strands secreting a glistening viscous liquid that after a certain time drips directly onto the petals, functioning similarly to the pitcher plant. Overall, it presents a purplish red hue with a striking yellow center that stands out vividly. Su Yuanyuan's footprints disappear right here. Hou Yu nervously turned to Zhang Long. Does this flower eat people? Zhang Long wiped the sweat from his forehead. I encountered such a thing when I was a war correspondent. It uses auxiliary mushrooms to lure prey. Do you see the yellow part in the middle of that flower? Because this color is particularly eye-catching to certain insects, coupled with the consumption of spores, they would instinctively crawl up. As for whether Su Yuanyuan fell victim, it's hard to say. Speaking of which, he tightened his grip on the steel pipe and took a few steps forward. His peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of, besides Su Yuanyuan's footprints, a trail of small footprints he had just discovered extending right up to the flower. With a firm resolve, he probed the petal with the steel pipe. He found that the barbs near the edge of the petal were very soft, becoming increasingly hard as he delved deeper until they were as tough as steel at the center. If this were to scrape against a person's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Zhang Long wasn't sure if he had misread something or what was happening. He felt increasingly that the viscous liquid oozing from the flower's stamen was accumulating, seemingly sensing the presence of prey. Zhang Long braved himself and stepped forward to get a clearer view of the flower's interior. The stamen emerged from a hole with a radius of about half a meter, easily capable of swallowing a person whole. Wait, what is that? Zhang Long gritted his teeth and squeezed into the space between 2 petals. Beside him, Bai Wenwen was a bit anxious. What's going on? Did you find something? Be careful. Zhang Long merely responded affirmatively. He had already noticed that his clothes had been torn by the barbs on the petals, with some even piercing into his flesh. If he advanced further, it would likely not be so easy. He poked the inside of the hole with the steel pipe. It was soft and squishy. Indeed, there was something. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly noticed the surrounding petals quiver, followed by a rapid, violent closing towards the center, almost as quick as a blink. Zhang Long was startled and immediately spread his arms wide, taking a deep breath before suddenly crouching down, accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing. A sharp pain shot through him. In response to Bai Wenwen's startled shout, he reflexively turned his head. He saw Zhang Xiaotong standing not far off, holding a fishbone knife, looking somewhat flustered. I didn't expect this thing to react so quickly. What were you doing? If it weren't for Lao Zhang's quick reaction, you'd have killed him by now. Do you understand? Hou Yue, enraged, rushed forward and pushed Zhang Xiaotong to the ground. Bai Wenwen hurried over in a few strides to help Zhang Long up. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Are there any other sensations? I have some detoxifying herbs here. Do you need them? Zhang Long waved his hand, indicating he was fine. All right, she didn't mean to do it. Hou Yu glared at him angrily. I'm telling you, are you out of your mind? It was so obvious. What do you mean she didn't do it on purpose? Then why don't we just leave her here with some food? That would be the least we could do, otherwise who knows how many more times this creature will harm you. Enough, she already said it wasn't intentional. Besides, having more people means more strength. Let's stop arguing. Zhang Long's tone was grave. Although Hou Yu still felt somewhat angry, she didn't dare to say much more. Zhang Xiaodong got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. This thing reacts so quickly, and its barbs are so sharp. If Su Yuanyuan really is inside, I'm afraid. Hey, are you doing this on purpose? Unfortunately, there is indeed something inside, but I'm not clear on what it is. Zhang Long turned back to look at the flower they had just encountered. Due to the petals closing, it presented a massive diamond shape with an unusually thick root. Zhang Long, what is that? Bai Wenwen's face turned pale as she instinctively grasped Zhang Long's hand. Zhang Long followed her gaze. There were 2 red, glowing entities. No, not just 2, a whole multitude. In the air and on the ground, red, glowing entities were everywhere, deeper in color than the first 2 he had seen. The atmosphere became tense. Zhang Long's mind went blank. How had he not noticed these things when they arrived? Moreover, fireflies don't glow red. Just as he pondered, those red, glowing entities suddenly vanished, as if they had never existed in the night. Zhang Long scratched the back of his head. I don't know what those things are, but if they had hostile intentions toward us, they would have charged at us already. For now, let's not dwell on it. After finishing his words, he turned to look at the massive flower. Zhang Xiaodong showed no fear, squatting down to inspect the base of the flower. This flower grows so strangely. It has no stem, as if it sprouted directly from the soil. Even stranger is that it bulges out in this area. It looks like the belly of a woman after giving birth. This statement jolted Zhang Long. His expression darkened. It seems that Su Yuanyuan is likely here. Hou Yue, give me your knife. After taking the fishbone knife from Hou Yue, Zhang Long tied a climbing rope around his waist, handing one end to Zhang Xiaotong and the other to Hou Yue, then proceeded toward the flower. Zhang Xiaodong stepped back 1 meter behind me. Hou Yue, if anything happens to me, you two pull me back. Wife, keep an eye out for any abnormalities around. If anything strange happens, let us know immediately. Following this directive, the three quickly took their positions. Zhang Long gripped the handle of the fishbone knife tightly, gathering his strength to strike at the flower's petal. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as a gash appeared on the petal, yet it showed no sign of breaking off. In that instant, the flower seemed to come alive, twisting violently. The petals snapped open with a loud crack, splattering a great deal of viscous liquid, while simultaneously the petals retaliated against the group. Zhang Long was startled. Before he could lift his knife again, he felt a sharp pain in his body, and then the rope around his waist tightened, dragging him backward. Zhang Long sat on the ground, panting heavily, while Bai Wenwen applied a thick layer of ointment on him. Looking at the bewitched flower not far away, he felt a deep sense of frustration. This thing was round and plump all around. Although it couldn't leave its position to launch an attack, he couldn't take advantage of that flower either. If there were a crooked tree directly above, there might be a chance, but the nutrients in this area had all been absorbed by the flower. There were no trees, not even weeds. Could he just watch that flower digest Su Yuan without doing anything? After a while, the flower gradually calmed down, and the part that Zhang Long had cut secreted a lot of mucus. What should we do now? Hou Yu sighed deeply. If you can't do anything, it's pointless for us to try. Zhang Xiaodong sighed in agreement. If only we had read more books, otherwise dealing with this would be a matter of minutes. How about this? Bai Wenwen stood up, her eyes filled with determination. I've always seen in dramas how the protagonist, no matter what, couldn't defeat the monster, and after being swallowed, they just cut open the monster's belly to escape. I want to try that. No way. Zhang Long firmly rejected her. Wife, I'm not denying your abilities. First, let's not even consider whether the thorns on the flower's petals will hurt you. Just the mucus it secretes would make it very difficult to move even if you were unharmed after being swallowed. The chances of success are very low, and I don't want you to take that risk. In fact, Zhang Long had thought about this method before, but he abandoned it the moment he discovered that the flower secreted such mucus. Although this mucus wasn't as powerful as 502, it was extremely uncomfortable to stick to the body. He had stepped in a bit earlier, and if it weren't for the good quality of his shoes, he would have pulled the sole off. Instead of feeling discouraged, Bai Wenwen became even more motivated. Although it's very difficult, I want to give it a try. We can't just sit here and wait. This statement resonated with the other two girls. Hou Yu stood up. How about I go? Although I'm not as agile as you, I'm the strongest among all the girls. You all stop arguing, I should go. I think I can find the flower's weakness. The two who had been bickering a second ago suddenly became polite. Zhang Long scratched the back of his head, unable to figure out why. Indeed, women's hearts are as deep as the ocean. Seeing them argue so fiercely, he quickly stepped forward. All right, don't argue anymore. I have a plan. As the saying goes, where there is poison, there is an antidote within 7 steps, and this flower should be no exception. Zhang Long had a bold idea. He told the three to wait in place while he walked back a bit. A few minutes later, he returned carrying a mushroom. Bai Wenwen was taken aback. Is this thing useful, eh? Zhang Long simply shook his head. I don't know. Bai Wenwen felt a wave of helplessness. If you're not sure, I think we shouldn't try it, or what if you get involved? Zhang Long smiled, indicating that it was fine. Instead, Zhang Xiaotong's eyes seemed to sparkle. This idea is not bad. Who knows, a blind cat might just catch a dead mouse. Zhang Long rubbed his nose and didn't say much. He tied the climbing rope around himself and handed it to the two women. Holding the mushroom in one hand and the fishbone knife in the other, he trudged toward the flower. The flower had become more sensitive after what had just happened. It sensed something approaching, and its petals instantly waved up and down, accompanied by the hard thorns on the petals resembling a gigantic potato peeler. Zhang Long did not hesitate at all and directly jabbed the mushroom forward. Even he didn't expect that this strike would break off a petal. However, it wasn't because of the mushroom itself, but due to the spores that fell. Upon encountering the spores, the petals immediately withered, and with the tremendous impact, they broke. Seeing that it was effective, Zhang Long boldly dealt with all the petals in front of him in 2 or 3 strokes. Just as he was about to get to the center of the flower to rescue the person inside, several surrounding petals rapidly grew, whipping up high like whips. Zhang Long snorted coldly. No matter how powerful it is, it's just a dying struggle. With a gritted jaw and stamped foot, he waved the giant mushroom in his hand, resembling Xiang Yu wielding the Overlord's spear. With the strength to shake mountains and rivers, he pierced the flower into a mere stalk in just 2 or 3 blows. Seeing this, he threw away the mushroom and moved closer to the flower's center to take a look. The flower's center resembled a large barrel filled with transparent mucus, and besides that, there was a lump of black something on top, with Su Yuan underneath. Without a second thought, Zhang Long reached out to scoop up the lump of black substance. What on earth is this? It was dark and about the size of a dog, soft and still warm. Before he could get a good look, the thing in his hand suddenly darted to the ground, shooting into the darkness like an arrow. Meanwhile, 2 points of red light ignited in the darkness. The red light darted forward a few paces, flickering a few times before seemingly gazing at Zhang Long. Zhang Long felt a jolt in his heart. This feeling was strangely familiar, but he couldn't place it immediately. Soon the 2 points of red light disappeared. Zhang Long then reacted to retrieve Su Yuan. Su Yuan was completely submerged in the mucus, and Zhang Long exerted a lot of effort to pull her up. Naturally, during this process, he touched many things he shouldn't have. After briefly cleaning the mucus around her mouth and nose, he felt her pulse. There is still hope. Who will come to do? He turned around only to find the 3 girls collapsed on the ground, covered in gold powder and unconscious. He smacked his forehead. Earlier, he had been so caught up in the fight that he hadn't noticed he was standing in the upwind position. Even with his mouth and nose covered, it was inevitable that he would suffer. Looking at the comatose woman's cherry-like lips, Zhang Long couldn't help but swallow hard. Oh, it's not that I'm lecherous. They all fainted, and if I don't save you, no one else will. When you wake up later, don't blame me. After saying this, Zhang Long froze for a moment, suddenly wanting to slap himself. Since she was in this state, she wouldn't hear anything he said. Moreover, lust is lust. Why make it sound so righteous? Thus he used a cloth strip to clean her nose and mouth a bit, then pinched her nose and leaned in. It was slippery and somewhat comfortable, but it still had a strange taste. It felt like performing artificial respiration on an inflatable doll with no sensation at all. I never understood why those islanders enjoyed covering women in oil. Just the sight of it felt nauseating. Now I finally experienced that kind of pleasure firsthand. When I return, I must find an opportunity to play with by 1-1. While lost in thought, I suddenly felt something unusual from the hand resting on her shoulder. Looking down, I saw that the viscous substance, whether corrosive by nature or due to her already damaged clothing, had torn through with just a gentle press. I quickly lifted my hand. The deadly part was that the sticky substance had adhered my hand to Su Yuan's clothing. As I lifted my hand, everything that was supposed to be hidden was now exposed. The entire outfit was rendered useless. I must say this clothing was quite large, almost in a bamboo shoot shape, and rather white. Perhaps because they were all models. Aside from the bamboo shoot shape, everything else was quite similar: a flat abdomen, a slight hint of abs, and legs that were long and fair. Though it was all the same, the allure for Zhang Long remained undiminished. Looking at the pitiful amount of fabric, Zhang Long suddenly had a bold idea. But then he thought perhaps that was too audacious. If she woke up and he had to explain, and with his wife present too, it wouldn't look good to be so forward. Thinking this way, rationality took over. What time was it? How could I still be thinking about such things? I continued with artificial respiration and CPR. Little Zhang kept saluting. With no clothes on, he knew it was inappropriate, but he simply couldn't maintain his composure. He was in agony, yet also enjoying himself. Just as he was seriously busy, Su Yuan suddenly opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of the sticky substance. Startled, Zhang Long nearly jumped up, forcing a smile. You're awake. Su Yuan noticed the unusual state of her body, feeling no embarrassment, and propped herself up with her arms to cover the crucial areas. Thank you. It's good to see you're fine. Her voice was soft and gentle. Zhang Long couldn't help but cough a few times. As long as you're okay. With that, he suddenly seemed to remember something and took off his shirt to hand it to her. Your clothes are corroded beyond repair. Wear mine for now. After saying that, he hurried over to help by 1-1 with her mouth and nose. Su Yuan thanked him again and took her previous clothes to wipe her body before putting on Zhang Long's shirt. Fortunately, Zhang Long was tall, and the shirt was loose enough that she could wear it as a dress. Zhang Long's heart raced. He feared she would ask about what had just happened. A quick glance at Su Yuan revealed her calm demeanor, as if nothing had occurred. Zhang Long rubbed his nose. If she didn't care, why was he being so anxious? What a loser. This thought reminded him of the times he heard at the company that supermodels were often naked backstage and were quite open about it. With that in mind, the earlier events did not seem significant, and he relaxed as he took care of the 3 women. After a considerable effort, it took over an hour for all 3 to wake up. Seeing that Su Yuan was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and inquired about her well-being. Su Yuan said she was chopping wood by the forest when she noticed a peculiar tree in the distance. For some reason, she couldn't control herself and walked towards it. After chopping a few times, she smelled a strange odor and then lost consciousness. At this moment, the surrounding light gradually brightened. It's getting late. We should hurry back and not keep those at the campsite waiting, by 1-1 said, smiling at Zhang Long. You've been up all night. It's time to rest. I agree, but there's still something that must be done before we leave. This plant has a strong survival ability. Although its petals are temporarily ruined, it won't be long before they grow back. To prevent anyone else from falling under the illusion and being consumed by this thing, Zhang Long approached, grasped the remaining part of the flower, and pulled it out after a few shakes, much like the legendary Lu Jishan uprooting a willow. Rather than a flower, it resembled a bucket. a bucket full of viscous substance. The connected root was severed by Hou Yu's blade, and the remaining golden spores were scattered inside. After completing these tasks, the group finally started heading back. Why are you still holding on to that thing? Zhang Long laughed, shaking the flower in his hand. I find this thing quite interesting, or it might be useful to bring back. Zhang Xiaodong added, this stuff is very viscous. After bringing it back, we might find a way to extract glue from it. Moreover, it has some corrosive properties which could be great for traps. Oh, Bai Wenwen lowered her head and fell silent. Suddenly, she felt that while she had been a standout in the city, now on this deserted island, she felt utterly useless. She wondered how long she could endure this life without Zhang Long beginning to resent her. Stealing a glance at him, she found Zhang Long walking ahead, his expression unchanged. Sighing quietly, she followed him. In truth, Zhang Long appeared calm on the surface, but inside a storm was brewing. This viscous substance was incredibly intriguing. Beyond the two uses Zhang Xiaodong mentioned, there was another hidden potential that for now wouldn't harm the body. The group followed the path they had come in on, quickly exiting the forest. At this moment, the surroundings were shrouded in white mist, and it was clear that dawn was approaching. The group unconsciously quickened their pace. As they neared the campsite, they unexpectedly heard footsteps ahead, followed by the sound of clashing weapons and shouts mixed in. Zhang Long's heart sank, and his expression instantly darkened. Not good. That bastard He Ming is launching a sneak attack. At this hour, everyone would be sleeping soundly. The fact that he chose this time to attack showed his ambition. The others also noticed the commotion at the campsite and exchanged glances. Wife Yu and Su Yuanyuan, stay here and hide. The rest of you come with me. After shouting this, Zhang Long charged forward with the flower in his arms, and the others quickly followed. Bai Wenwen wanted to say something to Zhang Long's back, but as soon as she opened her mouth, he had already run far away. Feeling anxious and distressed, Su Yuanyuan's body was still too weak to exert any strength. If someone were to see them here, and something went wrong, what would they do? So she could only obediently stay put and wait. Zhang Long, rallying his men, charged forward with determination. As expected, He Ming and his group engaged in battle with Duan Na and those guarding the camp. He Ming was clad in ill-fitting armor that made him look somewhat comical, yet it provided exceptional protection against blows. He wielded a gleaming iron sword, and with just a few strikes, he forced Duan Na to dodge repeatedly, revealing the sword's incredible sharpness. The others he brought along brandished their weapons, desperately attempting to break down the door to rush inside. Zhang Long shouted, "Grandson, are you here to pay your respects to your grandfather so early?" He Ming turned to look back, instantly enraged, disregarding Duan Na as he lunged towards Zhang Long, declaring, "I will kill you." At that moment, He Ming was unusually excited, as if under the influence of drugs, his steps quick and steady. He closed the distance to Zhang Long in just a few strides. He thrust the sword forward. Zhang Long instinctively raised the flower in his hand to block. Zing! The sword pierced through the flower in Zhang Long's grasp, yet the viscous liquid inside did not flow out. Instead, it clamped down on the sword. Confused, He Ming exerted himself a few times, but couldn't pull the sword free, becoming increasingly irritated as he closed in to strike Zhang Long. Zhang Long reacted quickly, sidestepping He Ming's attack, and then swung the flower at He Ming's head. He Ming was not to be underestimated. He bent down to evade the strike, and at that moment a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he aimed a kick at Zhang Long's lower body. Zhang Long reflexively loosened his grip on the flower, which struck him instantly. Strangely, the liquid inside the flower seemed to have thickened even more. He Ming, feeling the pain, seized Zhang Long's calf and fell backward. Despite Zhang Long's quick response, he couldn't avoid this move and knocked the flower over as he fell. At that moment, he was too preoccupied to care about that. He grabbed He Ming's shoulder and delivered several powerful punches to his face, causing He Ming to see stars. A surge of anger flared up in his heart, prompting Zhang Long to fight back fiercely. In his peripheral vision, he noticed his sword not far away and rolled to grab it, but before his fingers could touch it, a tremendous force suddenly struck his shoulder. Pain surged through He Ming's face, turning it red instantly. Zhang Long had intended to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly rise and subdue him, but to his surprise, he found himself unable to move, realizing that he was covered in the sticky liquid from their earlier battle. While he was momentarily dazed, He Ming detected his unusual state, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He pulled something out of his pocket, swiftly binding Zhang Long. The rope was exceptionally thin, yet remarkably strong, impossible to break. Seizing the opportunity, He Ming struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Zhang Long with a sinister expression. "Ha ha ha, you have lost." Zhang Long glared at him fiercely. "What do you want?" "You ask what I want. Isn't it obvious? I want you dead." After saying this, He Ming burst into a frenzied laugh, resembling a madman. "I know the person Bai Wenwen likes is you. No matter how hard I try, it's useless, but I realize that if you die, she will belong to me without question." He Ming's laughter cut sharply through the chaos of battle. Zhang Long's heart sank, and taking advantage of the moment, he quietly used a fishbone knife to cut the ropes. You're dreaming. Mph. Even at death's door you're still so defiant. He Ming's smile grew increasingly sinister. If it were a fair fight, I indeed couldn't defeat you. But who said I'm just lucky, ha ha. At this point he pulled out a round object from his pocket. Zhang Long's heart lurched, his expression turning grave. Where did you get that? It was a black object the size of a fist with a fuse, old, but exceptionally powerful. What does it matter where I got it? He Ming's eyes gleamed with malice as he pulled out a lighter from another pocket. Oh, if you had just softened up and handed your wife over to me, you could have saved your life. What a pity. In fact, if you hadn't tried to take her from me, I might have even liked you. He placed the object into Zhang Long's pocket, saying, I really didn't want it to come to this. Don't let us meet in the next life. With that, he ignited the lighter with a click. Zhang Long's mind buzzed, and he broke free from the bindings. He Ming's pupils shrank as he kicked Zhang Long hard in the stomach. The kick made Zhang Long feel as if his organs had shifted, causing unbearable pain and rendering him unable to move. However, as his body leaned back, the bomb flew out of his pocket and fell to the ground beside him. The smell of gunpowder filled the air instantly. With only a few seconds left before it exploded, Zhang Long realized he had no time to escape. In that moment, his heart raced and his mind went blank as he stared dumbly at the bomb. Whoosh! A stone suddenly flew over and struck the bomb. Although it did not manage to send it flying, it fell into a pool of viscous liquid, extinguishing the flame. Seeing this, Zhang Long breathed a sigh of relief. His life was saved. Are you okay? Bai Wanwen rushed over, looking at him with concern. That He Ming is really shameless to come up with such a dirty trick. Zhang Long felt warmth in his heart as he looked at the woman before him, filled with countless words, but unsure where to start. He embraced her and kissed her forehead. Thank you. If it hadn't been for her, the bomb would have exploded, and with such destructive power, he wouldn't have even a complete corpse left. In that moment between life and death, she had saved him. Thinking of this, Zhang Long felt a pang in his heart and held her even tighter. Help! A scream jolted Zhang Long awake. It turned out that just then He Ming had realized the bomb had not exploded, and in a fit of rage ordered his men to speed up. Although those trapped inside had developed some basic self-defense skills through training over the past few days, they were still unarmed with only wooden sticks and fishbone knives, and stood no chance against their opponents. The situation instantly tilted in their favor. Zhang Long wanted to help, but found his feet stuck in the sticky liquid from the flowers, unable to move. Seeing that most of them were injured and at the end of their rope, Zhang Long's eyes burned with anger. In a sudden surge of strength, he broke free from his restraints and charged towards He Ming like an arrow released from a bow. Damn you, He Ming. I will make you pay for this.